that they could have been. So I just like to see the next class be a little more prepared than our class was.
Okay.
Al, you got a question?
Yeah, so I hear you saying this would be a one-year contract, but I don't know if we see any leveling off, or I mean, you just pointed to a projection of this, we kind of dipped to the bottom and now we're possibly going up in population, so.
The second grade class, so if you look at 2 years down the road, just one, as in responding to Keegan's question, hiring for just 1 year gives us some flexibility. And the current second grade class only has 12 students. So if everything stayed equal, in 2 years, it would be 12, 19, 10. And the ability to split that into a 3-4 class and a 4-5 class, they would be under 20. It would be a little bit more manageable in that structure. So one is it's always good to hire for 1 year just because it gives us flexibility, and two, the numbers show that if things stayed consistent, it might fit into that configuration.
Based on conversation, oh, go ahead, Kevin.
No, okay, good.
No, go ahead, it's fine.
I was just gonna say, I know at Newbrook before in the past, if we had an extra large class like that, we would go with the para to help out the teacher, and it seemed to work out very well.
That's why it's one of the suggestions is that it is a possibility for a positive outcome.
And mixing up classes too much does kind of make it harder for the teacher and the students.
I will tell you that the strong advocacy of the principal is understandably the most expensive option, but the having the straight grades, kind of going back to Ms. Bill's question about having the preparation and intensity and focus on a specific grade. But we also understand the environment that we're in, and so we wanted to bring you guys some options.
May I ask another question?
Yes.
I have some fairly large classroom sizes with the current kiddos that I teach, but I've got like a 30-70 split when it comes to students within any given classroom that fall under IEP or 504 services. Without getting into specifics, based on the students and the needs that they have, would it be better for the kids based on the number of your kiddos that have those special education expectations and supports? Would hiring a full-time teacher be better for that group, or could a general ed para, in all honesty, be able to do what it is you're hoping for them to do with supporting of a general classroom teacher?
So, of course, not getting into specifics, in our discussions and analysis with the principal, all of those factors that you mentioned were taken into consideration in his recommendation for an additional teacher.
Okay, thank you.
Joe?
Yes.
This is Scotty Tomaschnik, Newbrook Elementary School Principal. I do have one specific comment on this, and I totally trust Craig and our leadership to make this decision. A few years ago, though, I made a decision about hiring a teacher, and I feel like now, in retrospect, I made it a little too early. And so the only suggestion that I would have on the subject would be that the hiring is the thing you can't undo. So if you are going to err on the side of caution, it would be to not hire and wait for a few months and just make sure that the families in question still have similar placement ideas for their kids.
Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, the goal tonight was just to bring these options to the board. The board is under no obligation to make a decision tonight. I think that they have to look at all their different options for making this task, and part of it could be to give it some time.
Yeah, I think, Bill, you know what I'm speaking about. I just think that if you can wait just a little bit more, things might change, and it might be helpful to wait.
I don't think there's too great of a risk of waiting a little bit. I just don't want the board to be surprised if we have this conversation in April and a decision is necessary.
Thanks, Bill.
Rick?
Just a real quick sort of off question. Are we in the midst of the choice?
We are
That's
in the
why I
mid.
was wondering what you've gotten so far.
We've gotten 4 requests. None of them involve this grade level. And that ends on March 31st, so that would be another opportunity to kind of close the door on that and bring it forth to the board.
Well, I have something.
So, hang on. Dana was ahead of you.
I was just wondering on the school choice, if that's gonna make, you answered my question with that,
All right.
so.
Ken?
Let's see, you threw me off my game here. Where was it?
We can come back to you.
You know, and I know I'll remember it.
Hiring timeline.
No, time.
So what I'm hearing though is that, these are the options that we have, but we don't need to give you any guidance at this point, and that it's actually probably prudent to wait until choice has played out to see which makes sense, and at that point we can revisit the recommendation of the principal and the administration and make a decision.
Yes.
Ooh, I remembered.
Oh boy!
Since this board is so happy to have committees, why don't you put a committee together to study these 3 options with some of the teachers and the principal on this committee to see what would be the best outcome?
Are you volunteering to chair that committee?
Absolutely not. I'm on 2 committees already, thank you.
I think there's your answer. Bill?
While I do think that committee work can sometimes be very helpful, I think in this situation I would ask that a committee not be created and possibly wait till our April meeting to kind of see where things stand and the board can discuss the options put before them.
I think that makes sense.
Okay.
Any
Let's see what
further
happens.
discussion on this? So, yes, Al.
I just wanted to say, it sounds like we've probably excluded one, right? I don't think we need to go down that path.
The first one?
Oh, option 1? you
Option
mean?
1, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Well, no, because after school choice,
Right.
option 1 might be the option. It's just the number of students might change.
I agree that we will have a fuller picture after school choice is complete.
Okay. Then we'll take option 1.
True enough. Okay. So no action on that one. Moving along unless there's further discussion. We need, since Jennifer Dorta Duque was not reelected from Jamaica, it would be nice to have another person on the negotiations committee. Jen and I were doing it. We've had our 3rd meeting with the WCEA. We've exchanged some proposals. We're moving along. It's probably not a huge time commitment, but there will be some additional meetings. I can bring you up to speed on where we are and what's going on and sort of what not in public. But is anyone interested in serving on this committee?
I can't.
I know.
I'm just saying.
Al can't either.
Nope.
No.
So do I get it?
Oh, it's Trish.
Yes, Trish.
Hi, I would help out if you needed another set of hands.
Okay. Well, I don't think it's limited to just. I don't think it's limited to just one. I mean, you don't necessarily get it by virtue of getting the position. If you're interested, oh, that's not how it's worked. That's not how it's worked as long as I've been on this board. If you're interested, you're certainly welcome, and we could have the 3 of us as well. If you just thought you were kind of stuck with it, I'm happy to have Trish, join me and we'll finish it out.
Have Trish join.
It's, or you can both be on. It's really, I just don't want you to feel like you're being forced. All right, so Trish has volunteered. So I think we just need a motion to appoint Trish to the negotiations committee.
So moved.
Second.
Do you only need help from one person, or are you looking for additional?
It was just the two of us, and it's fine.
Okay.
You know, like I had said to Dana, I mean, if you're interested, you're welcome to join us.
We're going to make her really busy on the policy committees.
You've already volunteered for the policy committee. You're going to have plenty of stuff on your plate.
Very well, thank you.
Okay, so any discussion on that, or shall we just vote? All in favor of appointing Trish to the negotiations committee, please say aye.
Aye.
Bye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right. Welcome, Trish. Thank you.
March 26th,
No.
6:30.
Yeah, March 26th, 6:30 is our next meeting. Okay, the next thing is the lease that Lori gave me. It is, it's really effective July 1st, 2019?
Yes.
Okay, so West River Valley Thrives has been using space in the Leland and Gray building since July 1st, 2019. All last year. But they had a lease, and apparently when the lease expired, we just never redid the lease. So we need to redo the lease. This is the same terms as before, right?
Correct.
It's $675 a month. That includes the space on level C, electricity, phone, internet, janitorial services, heat, and AC. There's AC. As well as access to the bathrooms. You know, it's been working for over a year, but in order for West River Valley Thrives to, is it grant driven? They need to show a copy of this lease to somebody.
They do. They need
So-
to show a copy of the lease. They're going out for a 5-year grant to continue services, so
I
they need
move,
this as soon as possible.
I move the chair sign the lease.
Second.
Okay. Does anybody want to see the lease, or is there further discussion? By the way, Craig, I see you have your hand up. I'll get you right as soon as we finish the lease. And if we have to go backwards, that's okay. So, any discussion, questions on the lease for Lori, me? Want to see the lease? All right. It's been moved and seconded to approve the lease and authorize the chair to sign it. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right. I'm sorry, Craig, you have your hand up. I've even unmuted you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I unmuted you.
All right, thank you.
You can unmute yourself.
Yeah, no, it was just going back to the configuration situation, and I was trying to find a way to raise my hand for a while, and so I apologize for that. I appreciate the thought that has been given to how we can possibly give the best education to our kids. I think Tina Bills made a really nice point of getting students prepped and ready for the middle school. And going through this configuration this year, we sort of lived out the experiment, and I think we made a lot of really nice adjustments. And looking forward, as Bill mentioned, we do have some increase in population for some of the classes moving ahead, and a one-year position would certainly be the best benefit for the education of those kids, especially in 4th and 5th grade. And to Scotty's point of waiting to sort of seeing where school choice plays out, I agree with that. The caveat being that if we wait too long, again, this is sort of the season for educators to be finding new jobs and new positions. If we wait too long, we may miss out on a really good candidate. And so I would just advise the board to consider that earlier may be better. And if the difference is something like $25,000, the quality of education that those 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders will be getting for the year as a trial will be worth it. So that's just kind of my point.
Craig, so clarification, the board meets again April 13th. Are you thinking that it's your opinion that that is too long of a wait? Or are you asking the board to consider making a decision tonight, basically in the context of if nothing dramatically changes at the end of school choice, what would the board's decision be? Which way are you leaning to ask the board?
Good question. Yeah, I think waiting the month to see where school choice falls and see where those numbers fall is okay, because April 13th is still pretty good. But I would hope that we would come into maybe even leaving this meeting and say, if numbers stay the same, let's go into April 13th and hire that 1-year position for the 3, 4, or 5 classroom, whichever way we want to shift. But have a better educated guess or an educated decision going into that meeting. There was no answer there, but
Well, maybe I can thread the needle here. What if I ask the board for a preliminary decision based on the results of school choice not changing dramatically what currently exists, permission to post an anticipated opening, the first week of April, so that we could collect, but then confirm on April 13th of the board's confirmation of that earlier decision. That would allow you to collect for about a week and a half prior, but wouldn't put the board in any bind in case they wanted to decide on the 13th that that's not the direction they wanted to go.
Yeah, I would appreciate that very much. That gives us a lot of leverage, the ability to get the resumes in, find a qualified candidate. If it doesn't work out and the board decides to go a different way, we can just cancel it because it's anticipated. But if they approve, we can go right into the hiring process. I believe that's the best way. Thanks, Bill.
All right, so what I hear you saying, Principal Roach, is you're asking the board to consider making a recommendation tonight to me to move forward on the option to post a 1-year professional position. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, please.
Okay. All right, Joe, Chair.
Okay.
I am asking the board to consider that.
All right. I have another hand. Chris. Now you have to unmute yourself.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I found the raise your hand. I just wanted clarification on school choice because in the last 2 meetings, it was stated and televised that school choice was not open for those 2 grades.
You mean the class size?
Yes.
Well, we're accepting applications, but I haven't made any decisions yet because I don't know what the configuration of the class is. If there are 3 teachers in grades 3, 4, and 5, then obviously there's going to be room in those classes if there's only 10 in a class.
Right, and I just wonder if people were confused by the way it was presented, that they may have thought that they couldn't apply for that if they wanted to.
I've received not applications, but inquiries about those specific grades, so I'm pretty sure people, if they were interested, at least asked for clarification.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so moving backwards just a little bit, we've had the request from both the principal and the superintendent now to at least give a preliminary recommendation, all things being equal, option 1, option 2, or option 3, so that when choice does close, things can move ahead, with the process, with the hiring process. So, thoughts on that? Al?
I'll make that motion on option 3.
Can I ask? I'm so sorry.
One sec.
No, he's asking for a full-time position. He didn't say which position.
Okay, so your motion is to hire the full-time teacher.
which I think, Craig, was that what you were advocating for? I'm trying to understand that.
Yes, I was advocating for a full-time teacher.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we've got a motion. Is there a second?
No second? I'll make a motion to go with the second option, which is
Well,
to
hey,
post for a para. If there's no second, we
no,
move
no, no.
on.
Well, there was another person ahead of you that wanted to speak, but I wouldn't let her because there was a motion on the floor. Now there's no second, so it died. I was gonna let
They
Keegan
should have been
speak.
here.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just wondering, has it been considered, or would it even be an option to look at the current teaching staff you have within the entire SU and reassigning a teacher from a different building to kind of take on this particular role within the school, or would that not be an option?
No, that was considered. There just aren't any extra teachers in which we could move and not have the same situation where we would need to have a consideration of hiring a teacher.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, then I'm happy to be the second to the motion that died a few minutes ago. Or does it have to become a motion?
I will
I think
temporarily
why don't you
withdraw my
motion?
motion.
Why don't you remake the motion, Keegan?
I'll remake the motion that we consider as a board a one-year teaching position for grades 3, 4, and 5.
All right. Is there a second?
And I will gladly second
All
that.
right. Now there's a second. Thank you. Okay. Discussion on that, folks?
If we find, I have. Do you have any hands up on your screen there?
No, no.
All right, my hand's up and I'm live here. May I?
Yeah.
Have the floor with you. Okay, so what I think is that in the past we have had we have a lot of good paras in our employees now, and special education paras. That there's more of them out there in the world. We've even let a few go. That it would be possible for us to post a different position other than hiring a teacher and get the same quality in that classroom for $20,000 cheaper. Or excuse me, could be $40,000 cheaper.
Can I offer a thought about that?
Sure.
So, while I understand the need and our desire collectively to be fiscally responsible, I think if you have 27 kids in a classroom, 2 adults is not nearly sufficient to meet the needs of almost 30 kids, especially if some of those needs are going to be fairly significant based on the student population within the classroom. So, I would just be cautious of relying upon para support to support a classroom teacher. But that's just me.
Thanks.
Any? If no one's got their hand up on your screen.
No, I was actually looking at live
That's
on
okay.
this side of the table.
Go ahead. You
I
keep looking
don't-
that way. If
I
you
don't
see a
have
hand,
any.
let me know.
You got any? What do you got, Ken?
I'm just recalling the days before declining enrollment when our classrooms all had that many students in them with one teacher and one teacher alone. Just pointing that out.
I understand and I hear you. It's been my experience that the needs of our students today is a lot different than they used to be.
Am I that old?
Not necessarily.
Yes, I am.
Alrighty.
It's okay.
Craig, I see your hand. This is great. I'm unmuting you. I'm unmuting you, Craig, but it doesn't want to take.
Unmuting.
How about now?
There you go.
Yeah, no, I agree with the sentiment that was just said, is that there is one certified professional that can teach a classroom, and a 27, that's going to be really difficult. The tutors and aides that I have run into in my educational career have been fantastic, and they care about kids, but they're not specifically qualified to teach the instruction of Tier 1, especially at the education that we're really trying to achieve here as part of our goals. And if we are looking to achieve, or if we're looking to grow the education and the achievement of our kids, having another qualified teacher provide that Tier 1 instruction is going to be the best benefit. And some of the best tutors could do it. They just probably can't, and we shouldn't rely on that to provide them with the education when we can get a certified teacher.
Thanks. Al?
So I would just say that in having worked with Craig for several years, I would say he's very fiscally prudent. He doesn't ever ask for anything unless he needs it. I'm glad that he has advocated for this, and if he have, I fully believe that it's necessary and vital for the appropriate education of at Townsend Elementary.
Okay. Lindsay, go ahead.
So I just wanted to say that being especially that we had a lot of comments in the school choice survey regarding the huge jump in class sizes and how that was going. I can't actually see it going well at all to have 27 kids in a classroom, whether you add a para or not, just based on how the community has already responded to class sizes at Townsend. So I guess that being said, I'm on board with the classroom teacher.
Thank you. Craig, go ahead. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes.
There you go.
No, I just wanted to thank Lindsay for bringing that point up, because the last meeting we did review that, and that really was a strong opinion of people. And if we can help alleviate and give people what they wanted for school choice and improve education, I think that's the way to go. So I just wanted to thank Lindsay for bringing that back up.
One clarification.
Sure, Ken.
Is there enough room in the Townsend building for another full classroom?
Yes, we actually have a whole other classroom waiting to be used.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is it safe? Fire safety safe, approved?
Yes.
No. All right, any further discussion, or are we ready to vote? All right, all in favor of posting the, what was the tentative?
1 year
1 year
upper elementary position.
anticipated, that was the word,
Thank you.
position.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Gotta count them, buddy.
We're gonna have to count them. On the online, you want to just type you can type your message.
Well,
nay.
so I read the digital open meeting law. They have to
Uh-huh.
identify themselves and say it one at a time.
All right, Trish,
Trish Scott, aye.
Lindsay,
Aye.
Howie, Howie appears to. Oh no, there he is. Howie, he's on the computer.
Can he wave? Can he?
You can chat.
Actually, he has to do it. He has to do it orally.
Howie,
It has to be heard by.
you
the
have to
public.
orally vote yay or nay on the classroom teacher. I've unmuted your mic. Talk to us. Okay, well, we have the other two. We'll wait and see if Howie goes in. Then we
You
have
Keegan on mine.
Keegan. I'm sorry, I forgot you.
That's okay. Aye.
Okay. The rest of the ayes?
Tina Bills, aye.
You're not on the board, Tina, but nice try.
Aye.
Howie, you have to actually say it according to meeting law. We have to hear you. I see you typed it. Oh, your mic doesn't work. He says his mic doesn't work, but he's typed I twice.
Have them call it in.
Here, you want to give him my cell phone number?
Yeah, call the cell.
Call.
302.
If you can. Otherwise, I think we might be okay. So there's, the nays are 2, 4. Leanne?
I was an aye.
Okay, so we have 4 nays, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ayes. Without Howie's vote.
And the chair doesn't have to vote. Well,
That is
you
with the
can
chair
vote to
voting.
break or make a tie.
That is with the chair voting.
You voted.
I have voted to break the tie, 4-4.
Okay.
Well, Howie's an aye, but we can't count him until we hear him. 802, he wants the number. Hang on, Howie.
Now the world knows my cell phone number.
Thank you. I'm texting it to him privately. We're not broadcasting it.
Well, it's not.
I'm not against the position.
Can we edit that out?
Yes.
Nope. I'm thinking that.
Oh, yeah, there's 4 on mine.
Austin, buddy. Edit me out.
There's 10.
Yeah,
So you gotta have,
and like,
If it
you
becomes
gotta
a
have
problem,
6.
we'll figure something. I'll trade it.
You gotta have 6. We gotta wait for Howie to go. There's a
Okay.
5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, well,
What do we gotta wait for?
Well, we gotta wait for Howie.
Because he's trying to vote, and that's the 10th. You know what I mean? So you need 6 if you have 10
If we don't
voting
hear
members.
from Howie in 2 minutes, we need to move on, then I suggest we table this.
Hi, Howie. Howie? Okay, why can't I hear him now?
Speak it.
It's
I
when
got
the,
it on.
Oh, okay, your butt's over.
Howie?
Is your volume muted way down?
Howie? Wow, I can't hear you on the phone either, Howie.
Well, actually,
It's gotta be 5-4 then, you can't count it.
it's 5-4. Yeah. So it's still.
I mean-
Calling him.
Okay, let's try this. I'd really like to hear from him.
I would too. But without him, it's
Howie?
5-4.
Yeah. Because he knows the answer in advance.
Yes, sir. Oh! All right. One more try here, and then we just go forward with 5-4.
They put scanners in here for cell phones, like to jam them.
Mine's worked here before.
yeah, mine worked.
Yeah, mine's worked here before.
Daughters at BBA, they got jammed all the time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they had jammers. So, wow. Serious? Yes. Well, they could afford them.
Yeah. Donations from one person.
Howie? Howie?
If you do get
Does
him.
he know how to operate a phone?
They don't have communication in Wyndham, so you know.
Wow.
Howie?
Can he yell from the hilltop?
Howie?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm not sure what's wrong with his phone.
Okay, we have a meeting to like
Yeah.
move on,
We've-
so it's
we've-
gonna have to be 5-4.
We've lost Howie. The vote ends up being 5-4 without Howie's vote counting, so the ayes have it. The motion carries, and you have your teacher.
No.
No.
We have the
Well,
ability
you have
to
the ability
post
to
an
post the- yes.
anticipated opening.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm gonna put it on the 13th of
I was hurrying, so I took some words out of the
understand.
sentence.
Okay, go.
Okay, so
And you did let Craig know that he's gotta somehow remove the rest of that money from.
Under old business, we had put the parent request for tuition off a month to allow the parent to attend, and they didn't come. We can either give them one more month, or we can take action tonight. What's the pleasure of the board?
No. If they're not gonna show up for 2 meetings in a row,
right.
you know,
There's a lot.
Deny the request to
Right.
pay tuition.
I make a motion, we deny the request to pay tuition.
Is there a second? All right, it's been moved and seconded to deny the parent request to pay tuition to attend, I believe it was Vermont Academy. Any discussion on this before we vote? I'm looking for hands online. Go ahead.
Joe, I have something to say.
Okay, hang on one sec, Trish. I got one here and then I got you.
Okay.
Just the possibility that the parent received Bill's notice to no school community gatherings, that they didn't show up here, or is that? I'm new, so just kind of throwing it out there.
I would have hoped that they would have connected with Joe or I.
Yeah, I haven't heard
They
anything
didn't show up at
from
the
them.
last meeting.
And they didn't show up.
They didn't show up at the
meeting.
last meeting. They've sent a letter. We needed some clarification and we talked to them about that and we haven't heard since then, so.
Plenty of opportunity.
Yeah, I would say so. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you. Trish?
That's what was going to be my question. Had there been communication between the administration and the family, or if there hadn't been, with the extraordinary circumstances going on right now, I would say let's give them until next month because there is still time. But if there has been communication and it's kind of gone nowhere, then I would support the motion.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Ready to vote? All right, all in favor of the motion to deny the tuition request, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? The ayes have it, the motion carries.
Howie's still mute.
Yeah, Howie's still muted. Okay, the long-term planning work calendar. At the last meeting, we were given these 2 different drafts of possible long-term work calendars where, going forward after we get a budget adopted for next year, we start talking about what, as a district, we can do going forward. The future planning that Bill was talking about at the end of the budget presentation. One of them contemplates having a budget committee do some additional work, and the other has the board doing all the work without the aid of the budget committee, right?
That is correct.
The one where the board does all the work without the aid of the budget committee means more board meetings. These meetings would be in addition to the regular board meetings. We'd go back to most of the time 2 a month. So we should, tonight or certainly at no later than the April 13th reorganization meeting, adopt one of these as the plan going forward for the work that we have in front of us for the next 6 months or so. Thoughts tonight?
I think it would be a very good idea to have a budget committee separate from the regular board meetings.
Okay. Keegan. Yep. Rick. Sorry. I looked at him move and I looked at Mike.
Well, that's exactly what I said last time. Is what Keegan said. So I'm still on that page.
Okay. Anyone else?
Should have a budget committee.
Okay.
Just not a committee though. But.
Yep. Well, we try to keep those to a minimum.
Well, we had one this year, and apparently it didn't work out too well when it worked out. The committee did great work, but apparently the public wasn't too happy with what the committee wanted, and then tasked the administration to go back without the committee.
Okay.
and come up with a budget.
So we've heard support for the budget committee, and again, this can all be decided at the reorganization meeting, but it sounds like, based on the feedback we're getting now, we could have one different member is at the reorganization committee, or we could just be the same as we are now. But the plan, I guess we can give Bill the heads up that he should sort of look to plan with the input of a budget committee, and then that committee can be finalized at the reorganization meeting. You can be volunteered, or if you're interested in serving on that and all those extra meetings, think about it now, and then you'll get tapped at that meeting. Does that make sense to you? Yep. Does that work for everyone? Board? Yep. Did I capture it? All right. Great. The next item is blizzard bags.
Yes.
And there's a link that is supposed to go to some research but when the board packet was put together, the PDF document flattened the link and it doesn't work. So, Bill, could you tell us what that link was?
Well, I will say that this is almost a 2-year-old conversation that I think some creative thinking from some board members about looking to neighboring states, New Hampshire and Massachusetts in particular, that received permission from their Department of Education to create blizzard bags, which is essentially what we're going to kind of live through here the next 4 to 8 weeks.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think it is prudent to bring the thought back up. In Vermont, the current pathway before COVID-19 was a pretty extensive waiver that had to go through the Agency of Education and the State Board of Education. And I am curious to see what happens on the other side of COVID-19. And so I would respectfully ask that we go ahead and keep it on old business, but kind of with what Al was thinking about, kind of an after-action review. I think the state is going to do that. And so I am happy to continue investigating the possibility for West River to participate in that. I would just suggest if we could wait until after this current situation hopefully subsides, and I might have some more support and thought around it at the people that would have to say yes.
Just want to say that makes a lot of sense. So.
Okay.
Agreed. Ken?
Well, this is not how I wanted to set a precedence for this to happen. Now, the state has a precedence that the governor is turning around and saying, you have to provide blizzard bags, basically.
COVID bags.
Okay? Yeah,
So we got a
whatever,
model,
whatever
right?
you want to call them, virus bags, whatever you want to call them now. But, so, well, I came up with a whole bunch of different names for them in this situation, but believe me, I'm going to tell you, the best thing to go with, stick with blizzard bag. Okay? It'll cover any situation. Catastrophe bag, whatever you want.
All right, so we can keep that.
But now that the governor has set a precedent,
But I'll keep it on.
there should be no reason why we can't keep this learning model that we're using now
Yeah.
for the winter, so that we don't have to have the problems that we've had in the past with extending the school year. And the board should stay on top of this.
Yeah, what I'll do, as if it's okay with the board, I'll just leave it under old business.
Yeah.
So that we can't get rid of it.
Can we leave it on working on business instead of old business? Old business just seems to get shoved
New and
inside.
refreshing
Yeah.
business?
Yeah, new and refreshing business. Something.
I just want it on the agenda.
Oh,
in perpetuity.
all right, as long as we can keep it on the agenda and keep
Okay.
it fresh in everyone's mind.
All right.
Because it got lost for 2 years.
There we go.
And it got lost for 2 years and it
For perpetuity.
Well, you just need the indulgence of the chair who sets the agenda.
Chair indulges.
Yeah. New chair, maybe no indulgence, I don't know. Anyway, all right. So we'll keep blizzard bags around, and we will probably learn a great deal in the current situation. I think you've got a number of tasks.
Yeah. I got one.
Yes, so, Mike, you're gonna mention one in a
Yeah.
sec. I have a request, from, Mr. LaPasta. I will reach out to, Scott Tabachnik, the principal at Newbrook, asking him to contact, Mr. LaPasta to discuss, amaze.org and communication with parents, about that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And, I will. Keegan is going to be on the policy committee. Trish is on the negotiations committee. Class configuration, we have, it will be on the agenda for discussion on April 13th, and permission has been for an anticipated position. Blizzard bag stays on old business. And Mike.
All right, so I saw on a post tonight that from Sarah Wiswell that the Jamaica Town Hall is open for phone business, but closed to the public. So people who wanted to early vote can't, or they might be able to, but I'm not sure how that would work. So I wanted to task Bill to talk to JP Isabel, get guidance there, and if it's not clear, talk to the attorney and let us know. I also heard that Brattleboro did the same thing, so it might happen.
Brattleboro's closing town offices, yeah.
Yeah.
We probably do need to seek some guidance. Brattleboro's also recommending postponing elections.
That might have to happen
That
too.
might have to happen,
Yeah.
although that would make budget planning difficult if we did, I think.
Well, I mean, how do we even get a fair budget vote on that? You know?
Yeah.
The budget's already been planned. All you gotta do is just make sure you
We
get
gotta,
a date, you
we gotta
get
get it
people in
passed,
public.
yeah. Okay. So those are the tasks for the administration, and the committee tasks are really just the membership. And then your committee chair will be in touch with you about, policy committee meetings, or, Trish, March 27th. It's the next negotiation. Is there anything else that needs to get added to that list? I don't think so, but I'll check. Okay.
Can someone tell me when the next policy committee is?
We're looking for a chair of the policy committee. Ken is doing it in memoriam, he's chair emeritus. So he is really looking for passing that baby off. So if you're excited, you could become the chair and call the first meeting.
Did I hear a volunteer down there?
You got a volunteer.
Yeah, Mike says he'll chair it.
Yes.
Yeah.
How come we haven't had a meeting to have that conversation?
Okay,
It
then
was
why?
an open meeting.
I'll
at
have
this
the
meeting.
old chair call a meeting, and then the policy committee can decide.
There we go.
Thank you.
So Ken will be in touch.
I'll call a meeting as soon as we can meet in public.
Yeah.
All righty. So that's it for committee tasks.
Joe?
Yes.
Sorry, you just said that the next negotiations committee was on the 27th, but Bill said 26th.
26th. Did I misspeak? It is the 26th.
26th at 6:30.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Sorry.
We're all together on the common.
Okay, so there are minutes in your packet of the January 27th, February 10th, and February 24th meeting. I just need a motion to approve those.
I noticed that the February 10th meeting has Christina Robinson listed as a board member. I believe that should be Drew Hazelton at that time, because Jen Dorta Duque was also listed for Jamaica.
February 10th?
Yep, that's a Peter one. Yep, we'll make that correction.
Move to approve the agendas with the corrections.
Any other corrections in these meetings? Okay, it's been moved to approve them. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Okay, discussion, corrections. I see some name misspellings, but nothing huge. I thought, I missed the one that you had, Mike, but, what happened seems correct to me. All right. So, all in favor of approving the minutes as corrected, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The minutes pass. Okay, pay orders.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
here.
The pay orders got reviewed?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so
So you
who
ready?
wants to make the motion?
So moved.
You got
Approve them.
I make a motion.
Usually,
How
hang
about
on.
somebody make it who knows the numbers and the amounts?
Do you have them?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Go for it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so pay order or AP voucher number 46 in the amount of $208,506.05. The second pay order voucher is number 47 in the amount of $17,968.49.
Okay, there's one more that was from the last meeting, that was the pay orders that were paid so that we didn't make late fees. And it just didn't get approved at the last one. So if you could add pay order 42 for $129,980.62.
I will add pay order number 42 in the amount of $129,980.62.
Thank you very much. Okay, so it's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to
Meets
approve
on 9 a.m.
pay orders. Any questions about them? Discussion?
Everything seemed in order. Didn't see anything that popped out and looked different. So
Thank you. So all in favor, please say aye.
aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. We do not need executive session for anything.
We don't, but I will inform the board after I talk with the Secretary of State if anything needs to happen with the annual meeting and the elections on the 25th via email, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
fine.
that's fine. Okay.
You want to do the next meetings?
Oh, yeah.
Announce them?
Yeah. We don't need the executive session. The next meeting is the annual meeting, March 24th at 7 p.m. At Leland and Gray. And there will be a budget vote and the member-at-large election on March 25th. And then the next school board meeting after that will be April 13th, where we reorganize the board when we've got all the people elected. All of those are subject to change based on current situation. Stay tuned. Any other business?
Move to adjourn.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All right. Thanks for hanging in, folks.
Yeah, thank
Good
you.
night, everybody.
All right. State law.
Hey everybody, can you hear me? Hello, Ken, you're shaking your head, thank you. I got Ken, Dana, West, Mark. We have Austin and Brian from BCTV. We have Dana West, Lori Langevin is our assistant business manager. At Leland and Gray, we have myself, Bill Antone, and Lori Garland. And I think Beth from Wyndham was on somewhere. Hey, Dana and Mark, can you mute your mics for me? Bonji is coming in. Oh, I gotta use my, this is not a touch. No. Anji, are you there?
Hi,
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Good. So we're gonna ask everybody to mute themselves.
Okay.
Emily, how are you? Oh, I gotta admit you. Emily, are you joined us? Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Hi, Emily. Are you
I
there?
had to, yeah, I had to unmute myself. This is usually I'm on Zoom, so I'm trying to figure this one out.
Okay, so after you unmuted yourself, we're gonna ask you to mute yourself again.
Got it?
Peter Barris? Peter Barris, can you hear me? Wants to join the meeting. H.I. Who's that?
There it is. Hello.
Hey, Peter, how are you?
Hey, man. We're good. I don't know if you can see me, but you can hear me. Let's see.
I can hear you.
Let's see me.
Hi, Peter. Hey, if you could mute your mic for us.
Will do.
I see Al joined us. Dana, can you mute yourself, please?
Try.
Okay. Who's David H? David. Oh, from Marlboro. David, you're here? Can you hear us? Joe Winrich is here.
I am.
I don't see Dan MacArthur. I see Al Clausen. I see Joe. Hi, Joe. Who's a cookie? Oh. Lisa Harris. Lisa Harris is Marlboro. Lisa, I'm sorry, Lisa Harris, are you there? Gilson, Leanne Gilson. No, Leanne Gilson, are you there? Thank you. If you could mute yourself, please. Thank you. You did. Peter and Beth. Peter and Beth McDonald is on. Lisa Harris. Somebody said Dan MacArthur's on.
I'm on. I don't see myself. I believe that I've signed in, so it may come up soon.
Okay, I hear you, Dan, so you're there. How about Doug? Dan or David?
Yeah, Doug had to take a leak, but he'll be here when he's done.
Okay, is he with you?
No, he's home.
Oh, I wondered how you knew that.
Well, we just finished our previous meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Dan. Hey, if you could mute your mic, I would appreciate it, sir. Is Rick from River Valleys on anywhere? Doug did join me up. I see Doug Korb. Hi, Doug. How are you?
Rich, I'm on.
Who's this?
Beth McDonald.
Yep, I got you, Beth.
I'm on, Rich. This is Mike Foley.
Mike? Okay, so West River, all your West River people are here.
Bill, you're too close to Rich.
You have to help me be technologically.
I saw that too.
Hey, is Allison from Stratton on? Or Rick Thorpe from River Valleys? Okay, so we have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 13 people. If I miss you, let me know. But what I see is I have Joe, Emily, Al, Mike, Ken, and Leanne from West River. I have Anji and Beth from Wyndham. Marlboro, I have, pardon?
It's Antia.
Antia, okay. I'm going to always say it wrong, so you keep correct. And then from Marlboro, I have Dan, Doug, and David as the voting members, and I have Liza as a member. Celine Romo.
There should only be 2 voting members, correct?
You have, oh yeah, there's only 2 voting members, you and Doug, right?
Me and Dan.
Yeah, you are Doug, you and Dan, okay.
Yeah, Doug and Doug.
And then from River Valleys, I have myself and Mark. And then we also have 2 people from BCTV, Austin and Brian. Dana West was a non-voting member from West River. I know he was having trouble muting himself. I don't know if he's still there. We have Peter Barris, who's going to be recording secretary. We have Lori Garland and Bill Antone up here with me, and then Lori from the central office. Is there anybody I missed? Okay, so if you have, so we're asking everybody to mute themselves. If you're on by phone, I guess you have to press *6 and just say you have a question. If you're on computer and you want to ask a question, you can unmute yourself and then we'll be able to see you and we'll recognize you. It's, I guess some of you, Joe, you've run a couple meetings like this, so it's not impossible, but bear with me because I still have my flip phone. So if you guys are ready, we'll get going. Doug Cord needs to mute. Doug, can you mute yourself?
I can't find the button. You can mute me.
We don't know how to do it. So it's not just me. So I think we got everybody covered who's here. If I see somebody else come in, we'll recognize them when we go there. The first thing we had.
Rich,
go ahead, Joe.
You should be able to mute them by clicking on their name and then just muting them, because as the organizer, you're in control.
Okay, well, Bill and I gotta get close.
It's right next to Pin.
Doug figured it out. Good job, Doug. Okay. So the first thing we have is correspondence. So the first thing on the correspondence, everybody should have gotten the cabinet report from Bill. And unless, I don't want to go through it or read it or make Bill rehash it, but if anybody has any questions or any comments, can they let us know? Okay, hearing none. We have a couple letters that I want to read that came into WCSU. The first one's dated March 17th, 2020. And it's addressed to the WCSU board. With the pandemic on our hands, we, the undersigned, would like the WCSU to adopt a policy that allows all hourly employees to be paid for the duration of the school year, regardless of whether school is in session. As teachers who are on salary, we are distressed that the WCSU would only pay hourly employees if they chose to come into work. All of us are doing what we can to take care of our students, each other, our families, and our community. The best thing we can do is to take this pandemic as seriously as possible. We should be doing what our surrounding districts are doing, not being in the building as much as possible. We should be in our homes, practicing social distancing. We will do everything we can to interact with students and their families virtually and support them during their time away from school. Of course, we all do our best to serve the students in our community. The hourly employees are not taking advantage of the situation by staying home. Currently, they are having to make a choice between getting a paycheck or being a responsible citizen by social distancing. We would all rather be working with our students and fulfilling our contracts in the traditional and expected way. However, we are in a pandemic and flexibility of expectations is a must. Please take this pandemic seriously. Please take the federal government's request seriously to limit gatherings of 10 people. Please allow all employees to go home, stay home, take care of themselves, and be creative in how they communicate with their classes and their students. Slowing the pandemic should be the first priority. Or second priority should be helping our community feel calm, supported, safe, and engaged at home. Governor Phil Scott has called for all school employees to be paid during this closure. The hourly employees are our most financially vulnerable adults on our staff. We should not be asking them to choose between their health and work. We have a moral and ethical obligation to take care of them in this time of crisis. Please take the necessary steps to be the kind leaders we know you can be. Please allow all employees to work from home in the capacity they are able, and pay them to ensure that they will be able to weather the economic fallout of the public health crisis. Michelle Bostrom, Pat Brandley, Fiona Creed Chevalier, Jenna Colafino, Brian Cuttings, Suzanne Pop, Suzanne Gunther Moore, Michael McKinney, Jason Gragan, Heather Sperling, Joyce Van Tamlin, and Kate Coleman. I was notified of this letter, and the following day, it's actually dated the 21st, we got a follow-up letter. And again, this is the WCSU board. As a follow-up to our last letter sent to you on March 17, 2020, we'd like to offer this. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused an environment of unique and continually changing circumstances and directives. Since the last letter was crafted, we feel that the potential issue of our educational support staff being required to go into the school building and other public places in order to receive their hourly pay has been resolved. We believe that our district staff, teachers, and leaders are doing the best they can at responding to these rapid changes in our communities and workplaces. We also realize the importance of working as a team in order to ensure continued learning for our students during our school's dismissal. We'd like to thank our superintendent, Bill Anton, for his positive leadership. He has had a proactive approach while making important decisions in response to the ever-changing directives coming from our governor and the Vermont Department of Education. Thanks to our other district leaders as well as you, our board, for leading the WCSU in a responsive way that ensures the health and well-being of our community during this time. And this one was signed, I believe, by all the same people. So everybody is aware the Department of Education is giving guidance about hourly employees, and the Wyndham Central received an email. So I just want to read that email. And it's all hourly employees will be paid their regular hours per order of Governor Scott until at least April 6, 2020. Hourly employees are expected to report to work. This is worked out with their supervisor as to how and when. Any hourly employee who chooses not to accept their work assignment must use sick personal time and fill out an exemption form to be kept confidentially on file in the HR office. They should scan the form directly to the person at Wyndham Central. If hourly employees who choose not to accept the work assignment run out of sick personal time, they will still receive a check until at least 4/6/2020. Further guidance will be released at that time. It's important to know that we receive new information hourly and the guidance can change. We will update you as more information comes in concerning labor challenges arise. And this is just for the WCSU people and the West River people that are under contract, non-certified contract that this letter was about. So we will also have an executive session at the end of the meeting to talk about some specifics on specific issues that can't be discussed in public. So those were the two letters we received. Is there any discussion on those? Are we all set to move on then?
We're set to move on. Thank you.
Okay. That's the one thing that's a little hard with this. I can't tell what everybody's doing. I know some of you are sitting at home drinking a beer. Number 4 was review and revise agendas may be advisable. Because the West River elections haven't occurred, we felt, and I discussed this with Al and Emily and Bill, we felt it didn't make sense to reorganize until the West River elections happened because I believe there is a contested race. So I hope nobody has an issue with that. And The next thing onto old business, and we had the waiting study updates, and this was kind of had been in there as a placeholder before the pandemic got really bad or before we were staying apart. So my understanding is there hasn't been a lot of discussion about this in legislature. I don't know if anybody has any comments or thoughts or concerns about it, but I thought I'd leave it in there in case there was anything going on that anybody was aware of. So does anybody have any comments, questions, thoughts about that? Oh, you have to put it in the chat if you want to, and then you can unmute yourself. So moving on then, I guess the SU boundaries, again, this was just a placeholder, and if everybody remembers, there was a paper-written proposed statewide plan in June 1st of 2018 and talked about redoing the district boundaries for the supervisory union, and the Board of Ed has some ability to just do that based on recommendations of the Commissioner of Education. So that, again, is just a placeholder. We're not aware of anything happening, but yes, we are. Laura Sibilia has just joined the meeting too. Okay, so under new business, we have school updates. So I don't know if anybody has any updates or anything they'd like to talk about, but Marlboro, Doug, or your group, do you have anything that you'd like to comment on? Yep. Hey, Dan.
Yes, I agree with Doug. He chats in saying nothing of note. I think Wayne has done a terrific job of organizing the people working at the school, but really nothing to report. We're muddling our way through this like everybody else, I imagine.
Hey, Dan, while we've got you unmuted, between you and Mark, is there anything from VSBA going on that we should be aware of?
You know, Mark, you can weigh in on this also, but they also are in crisis mode, essentially. They're just trying to keep people up to date with what's happening one place or another. They essentially have said all legislation may as well be on hold until God knows when. They're trying to pass legislation now that makes it possible, for example, for West River to hold its upcoming elections and things like that. So crisis mode, both at VSBA and at the legislature. Unless you've seen anything else, Mark, I think they're just trying to keep us up to date, but there is no incentive to move forward whatsoever.
Yeah, I've got nothing to add to that.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Thank you, Dan. There's nobody here from Stratton, so we'll skip over that. And Wyndham, Beth, or who's it? Oh, Antia is the chair. Do you have anything you'd like to throw out there?
Yeah, I just had to find the unmute button. Yes, so here I am, the chair now. Wyndham's budget did not pass, as you probably all well know. And there is a tentative date to revote on the budget, which we have changed and brought significantly down for April 18th. So that is still in somehow, it's very unsure whether or not this meeting or this vote will happen. We had tentatively thought of having it outdoors, but with the governor's order that there shouldn't be any congregation more than 10 people. So we don't know yet if there's a possibility to do it by Australian ballot or whether or not the vote has to be postponed. So however, even if we don't have a vote or if the budget gets voted out or not voted at all, the state would mandate a budget for 87% of last year's budget. And so in knowing that, the Wyndham board just recently actually signed the teachers' contracts. we had down to just having Mickey Parker Jennings as our only teacher, being supported by Sarah Wunderly. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce her last name. Anyway, so the two of them, with the aid of services from the WCSU, will be teaching the Wyndham School for this coming year, which was approved by the superintendent, and we're very excited about that option, and to have brought the budget down to below the penalty threshold. So that's where Wyndham is at right now, so we're all kind of in limbo. Beth, I don't know if you have anything to add to that. That's pretty much the news from Wyndham. Hearing nothing, I think I'm going to mute myself again. Is that okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Does
No,
any
I'm
questions?
good. I'm good. Thank you. I'm totally behind you.
If I can add one thing while I'm still unmuted, since Laura is here right now, Laura Sebelius, I wonder if she has anything to add to the dating study, if we can sneak that in or at some other time, because she's here now and she's very involved in that topic. So if at some point we might ask her to comment on what may be happening on that waiting study front, that would be really great. Thank you so much.
So what I was going to do, if it's okay with everybody, is under River Valleys. I was going to let Laura speak on behalf of River Valleys as to what's going on, and then I thought she could cover the waiting study too, if nobody objects. I see, Doug, you try to type something in. Were you trying to get a point across, or?
No, Rich, I was just trying to share with Anjay that the Secretary of State just issued budget revote instructions, so she should read that. I tried to post them. But she said, it basically says if you're facing a revote of your budget, there's no time frame in election law in which the budget revote must be held. So there's an email that came out from VSBA today she should read.
Okay. And Bill was shaking his head like he just got it. So I'm sure we'll get that out to Wyndham, and I think that's important, probably West River also. So, Laura, are you there? Can you unmute yourself?
Hello.
So can you do a report on what's happening at River Valleys, and also we had the waiting study earlier just before you signed on, so I thought we'd let you kind of talk about River Valleys and then talk about the waiting study.
Yes, I'm going to try and pull the pieces of River Valleys out of my head, because I'm trying to remember the last time that we met. I think we met in person the last time we met, right?
Yeah, it was the middle of March. It was our last regular March meeting.
Yeah, and I think we had some discussions about connectivity. We were talking, of course, that's the thing that sticks in my head. And some staffing changes, hiring of some staff. Oh, look, there's two things. And I think I don't know if there's anything else pertinent that I should put in there. We did talk about the waiting study and the town of Dover's focus on that and thoughts on that. Here's what I would have to say about that. I think right now, with all of the uncertainty, we're looking at what I've been hearing legislative leaders say is we need to be looking at budgets in the, maybe 3 to 4 month time frame, and perhaps coming back and doing another budget until we get a sense of the revenues. There is testimony that is taking place in both education and Ways and Means with regards to the yield, and I think that is definitely worthy of looking at. I think we need to remember that sales tax, all of the sales tax goes into the education fund, so I think we're not clear on what is going to happen there. With regard to the waiting study, I think it would be inappropriate right this minute to try and be as forceful as I had intended, but the Senate did take action. I think we'll get some pretty significant pushback on doing anything with the wait. It would be my intention that to let a 3-month, I don't know how we would do a 3-month yield. So it would definitely be my intention to try and push for some of the Senate's language, which I, prior to this found to be completely, really, well, not completely, but really unacceptable. It's just looking for a study to come back next year. But it feels like we need to take some action to acknowledge that we had an inequity going, and this situation now is exacerbating it. I've been spending most of my days this week on the connectivity issue. And so that's another highlight for all of us on rural and poor students and the inequities they're facing. So I don't think we can, I think we have to monitor, watch what's going on. I mean, it's great. If you haven't been on the legislative website, you can, all of the hearings are now streamed on YouTube. So you can literally go, if you're bored or lying awake at night and fretting, you can go dial up at 1 a.m. And if you have connectivity, you can dial up at 1 a.m. and look at the YouTube video for the hearing that was had. So short-term pause. Yeah, Doug, I agree, Doug. It's this, but I think so many things are being highlighted right now. And I also think this whole situation is going to, there's no way this situation is not going to radically change how we think about education in the state. So,
Or can you just say what Doug said too, so everybody, maybe somebody missed it?
Doug said, here, something along those lines. Here, this situation is only going to worsen the inequity.
Okay. Is there any questions or anybody wants to make a comment?
Please see that, Rich.
I'm sorry, what?
There's a chat window that can be opened up and you can see where people are commenting.
Well, I could just make a quick comment, Laura. I don't want to take up too much time, but I just feel like any relief packages that the state's thinking about might factor this in, could it not, in a change? I mean, in terms of at least the towns that are going to be, the districts that are known to have been, basically, underfunded for 20 years. I mean, why would?
So here's what I would say. I'm gonna interrupt you just because right now the whole legislature is operating remotely. So, and I don't know if Emily's on or not, but it's my sense from the messages that we've been getting from the speaker that it's her intention. We're also going to be voting and debating remotely. And I want you to think about trying to manage that conversation, those of you who have witnessed debate in the House for 150 people virtually. And so it's my sense that we're going to be going real slow, and anything that is contentious is not going to be taken up, which is why I'm suggesting we would have to at least point to the Senate legislation. That does not mean that towns cannot act, in terms of trying to seek some legal remedy. But I think we were going to have a floor fight on this. That's what was going to happen in the House. We were going to have a floor fight, between the folks that were going to have their taxes go up and the folks that weren't. It's just not going to happen that we're not going to have a floor fight anytime soon. If this drags on and we're doing remote voting in the fall, we're, good at online debate, it's possible. And I do see that Emily's on there. She may want to give some more insight in terms of, I don't know if you want to get into this, in terms of what the speaker is talking about in terms of bills that are going to come forward.
Emily, did you want to comment?
I'll just quickly say that there's nothing that I would dispute with what Laura's saying. I would also just add that we have not actually even authorized remote voting for the body yet. We've only authorized remote voting for committees. So the body still, I mean, the Senate, it's easier for the Senate with 30 people to do the training that it takes to do remote voting, and they're on the process. So are we. We're trying to do it by committee, trying to understand what the process is. There are a lot of 150 people who need to be comfortable with it before we're even going to take it up. And it has been pretty challenging to get there. But I will say that I expect it within, hope, if we're lucky, within the next couple of weeks, to be able to hold a vote as to whether we can even vote by the body. So I just wanted to clarify that we're not actually even there yet. We have not done that process yet. And it's a big deal. There are a lot of people reaching out to me saying, I have no clue. You can't do this. And people are very, very concerned as well about taking up any legislation of any kind that doesn't directly impact health and economy of the impacts of this horrible disease we're dealing with right now. So it's a fine path that needs to be walked, and I don't know what we'll take up, but the body in the end will decide. We have to get to a place where we're ready to vote remotely to do it, because we can't get together in any other way. So
the only other thing that I would add, Rich, is I just want to reassure everyone that's on this call that there is absolutely zero chance that I am letting this go. I think we have to, and I don't expect anyone on this call will be. I think we just have to take a breath and get through this immediate moment.
And Al Clausen made a comment, and I don't know if everybody can see it, but he 100% agrees that something should be part of the relief package. So maybe just some consideration. And while we have you two, if I could just indulge the group for one more second, is there a big issue with connectivity? Do any of the schools have that as an issue? I know we do a little bit in Dover in some places, in Wardsboro. What about the other schools, and what can we do to help with that?
So I want to jump in really quick, Emily, because we took some testimony on this. Okay.
It's your committee, Laura. You should be jumping in.
Yeah. Sorry, my dog and my son are barking. Our chairman of the Energy and Technology Committee has asked us, and Bill, I meant to reach out to you, and then also Wyndham Southwest. It would be really helpful for our committee to have some understanding if principals are able to give us some sense of how many of their students don't have access at home, can't get access at home, and how many can't afford access at home.
So Bill just handed me a note that says 83 out of 800 students have indicated they don't have access,
so 10%.
Or they don't have internet.
Yeah, 10%. And then the whole affordability issue is also really important. I will just tell folks, Consolidated had offered 2 months free for students. That came forward to me because our principal was trying to troubleshoot some 6-week installation times for some families. And so we haven't seen that we haven't seen effective troubleshooting yet of that. So just being a little cautious there. Mark is asking if we should separate adequate access versus access. Student participate. Here's what I think is important. First of all, if teachers are teaching online classes and students can't participate, or utilizing online resources, and students are having to park outside the school, for instance, or outside the library, that would say to me that they don't have access at home, If they could get access at home, but they can't afford it, that is a different issue. So understanding both of those factors would be helpful.
We all set then, everybody? Any of the other schools that have already reported, do you have any issues with connectivity that you want to discuss, or is everybody pretty good? Okay, why don't we move on? Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Emily. Hey, Joe from West River, you got anything you want to report out?
We're doing the same as everybody else, just slogging our way through this. We did postpone our annual meeting and budget vote and the Australian ballot for our at-large director. Right now it's set for May 5th and May 6th, but depending on how things go with coronavirus, we have another 40-day window to push it back until the end of June and still get it voted ahead of the July 1 deadline. But I had seen that email from Doug, or that Doug had shared, saying that we may even be able to go beyond that. Other than that, I think our principals and administration is doing a pretty good job. I actually got to speak with some teachers last night, and they were giving some feedback about how things are going. And I've talked to a few kids, Girl Scouts and things, because my wife is the leader, and they're getting through it. They actually miss school, which they're all surprised to hear. But it's working. It's working.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Anybody any questions for Joe? Or okay, moving right along. The audit. So Wyndham Central hires RHR Smith and Company. What we've always been told in the past is you want to look at the letter from the auditors. And if you read their 2-page letter, which was dated March 17th, it talks about planning the audit and during the audit, the comments they made. So basically, district-wide, there was they commented on I-9 compliance. While performing the audit for the above-mentioned year, it was noted that several of the I-9s that were selected for testing were either missing or not filled out correctly. It's recommended that central office review their I-9s to ensure all employees that have I-9s that they're in compliance with federal guidelines. There was an issue with the Leland and Gray year-end accounts payable. While performing the audit for the above-mentioned year-end, it was noted that there was an accounts payable posting that was posted twice. Adjustments were made to correct this posting. It is recommended the client review their year-end balance sheet to ensure that there are no duplicate postings and that all numbers are properly stated year-end. In Townsend, there's a student activity fund that was noted, and while performing the audit for the above-mentioned year-end, it was noted that there are several reimbursements made out of student activity account to a single employee equaling approximately $14,000 over the course of the fiscal year. It is recommended that the student activities be brought into the central office in order to monitor the activity and reimbursements that are being made. And I can tell you for these 3 items, it's very minor. The first audit I remember seeing in Dover, we were 20 pages of recommendations. So I think, Lori, it's a really good indication of the good work you guys are doing. Do you want to comment to any of them, or you can talk?
Sure. So I just want to clarify that a management letter is different than a significant finding or a material weakness. So none of the entities had either of those. So all 3 have been actually taken care of. We've had a team of people going through our I-9s, so that's done. All student activities are being brought into the SU. These were accounts that for many, many years would run at school. And there still are some out there. Marlboro still has one that we'll be bringing in this year. Dover, working on that well. So we're working on those to bring them all in so that they'll follow our purchasing procedures. That's basically the main here is that what we've done outside of Anybody have any questions about that bit or the letter?
Okay, thank you, Lori. Thanks, Lori. You got to thank me too, Lori. Somebody else. Okay, so moving right along. The audit is available if anybody wants to read all, what was it, 76 pages, I think, Lori? So I didn't make copies of it, and I didn't print the whole thing, but if you want it, Lori will get it to you. Oh, no, we sent it. Oh, you sent it. Everybody should have gotten it sent to them. So moving along then, agency fund. So one of the reasons we decided to hold this meeting, one of the important ones is that several years ago we decided we used to vote the agency fund. I'm sure Dan can tell you about it back in the olden days, and Emily. We used to vote agency fund in December, and then a couple schools made a point of what if our budget doesn't become what we thought it was going to be? Should we not vote the agency fund until after town meeting? So in case there was a reduction in the budget at town meeting, the schools could adjust maybe some agency fund items. So that's kind of been the standard probably for the last 18, 20 years. So the problem is if we don't vote the agency fund by April 15th, then the central office can't issue contracts until they know that we intend to fund that. Excuse me. So that's why we had the agency fund. We had to have the meeting today to discuss agency fund. So if there, I believe, or if you feel like I'm not going, you are muted. Okay, so if everybody would just, if they have their agency fund paperwork, and if not, they're looking for an agency funding $2,409,178. Everything had been discussed, should have been discussed by the administrators bring to Bill what they're looking for the year. And then it should be discussed with all the boards, so it shouldn't be anything new to any of the boards. So hopefully, if there's any questions, somebody can just unmute themselves and ask a question.
Hi, Rich. I got a question.
Go ahead, Tim.
Recently, while trying to do our last budget, a lot of townspeople were upset that the WCSU meetings pertaining to votes were not either publicized well enough or put on BCTV for them to look at. So apparently, I think in the future we should have those budget meetings televised, is a suggestion.
Okay, I thought we were recording through BCTV because I believe they're recording us tonight, or they're doing something with all our, they're making it so that it will be available. So I think we were agreeing that I think the last couple of Wyndham Central meetings we were recording, weren't we?
I believe we were in the last couple.
But I thought it went back to the budget when we were voting on the budget. I thought we were recorded for that one too.
I can't say for sure, but I'm just telling you what public concerns are.
Okay, so we'll take that. I think too is with this virus has taught us a little bit is that to get things out to people is a lot better. So hopefully, that may be something. I know at River Valleys we record all ours. Joe, nod your head. I think you guys record all your West River, right? Yeah. So I think pretty much everything is recorded. Marlboro or Wyndham, do you guys record your meetings? No. Okay. Bill tells me they don't.
We don't. No, it's There is actually a recording now that is being done by the new board member for the minutes. He records everything to write his minutes from that recording, but we do not officially record our board meetings.
Okay, and Doug Korb said we don't, we Zoom and allow people in. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So as of now, that'll be the way it is. In the past, we have not recorded.
So Ken, I think that's a good point. And then, like you said, the more we can get this out, the less there should be shock with people. So is there any other questions or discussion about agency fund?
Thanks all.
Ken, since you're unmuted, do you mind making a motion for us?
I'll make a motion that we approve the agency fund in the amount of, I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, $2 million and change.
$2,409,178.
That sounds good to me.
Dan McCarthy, second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ken and Dan seconded. Peter, are you all good with that motion? You got your numbers? Okay, I haven't heard from Peter, but I believe we've got it. We can get it to him. Is there anybody that'd like to make any comments before we vote? I'm not sure, Joe, Bill, what is the best way to vote? Do a roll call vote? Okay. Okay, so if everybody's ready to vote, Ken, you look like you're suffering, so I'll let you vote first.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Joe? Joe
Wouldn't unmute. Aye, sorry. It just
Thank
wouldn't
you.
unmute for me.
Okay. Emily?
Aye.
Al Clausen?
Aye.
Mike? I see Mike was in and out a couple times. Mike? Okay, we'll come back to Mike. Leanne?
Aye.
Thank you. Anzi?
Aye.
Thank you. Beth?
Aye.
Dan?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Thank you, Doug. Mark?
Aye.
And I'll go back to Mike. Mike, are you there somewhere? Oh, okay. Mike isn't working, but he said that he was an aye. Okay. Sorry, Mike, we can't count you, but I'll note that you ayed.
Yeah, he did. He texted that he ayed.
Yeah, Bill's saying it doesn't matter if the Secretary of State's saying that we need to hear him say aye. But that's okay because the vote carries unanimously. So good job, everybody, on that. The next item is we have the minutes from the February 10th meeting. And I believe that was sent out with the packet. And if I could get a motion to approve.
I make a motion to approve the February 10th meeting minutes.
Thank you, Ken. Do I have a second?
Dan, I'll second it.
Okay, Dan seconded. Again, I guess we got to do a roll call vote on this too. Okay, sorry about this, guys. Let's do a roll call vote. Joe?
Aye.
Emily?
Aye.
Al?
How about now? Can you hear me say aye?
Yes, Mike. I'm gonna put you in for a vote yes. I saw you left us for a minute.
Sorry about that.
So will you vote for the minutes too?
I will.
Okay, thank you. Al?
Aye, sorry.
Nope, thank you, Al. Ken?
Aye.
And Leanne?
Aye.
Angie?
Aye.
Beth?
Aye.
Dan from Marlboro?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Mark?
I abstain.
Okay, so it's unanimous with one abstention. So that takes us through the minutes. Is there anything that I missed? Does anybody have any comments before we go into executive session for a legal issue?
Back to the reorganization. I know you didn't want to reorganize WCSU. You're going to wait until possibly into the next year after July 1st for West Rivers. People are sitting on that board now who I believe have the authority to make that vote now. I don't know. I haven't been part of the discussion, but it is. I'm just wondering, bringing that back up.
I was 5 items. Okay, so 5 out of the 6 that serve on the Super Board or the Wyndham Central are not up for re-election. The only reason I thought it would make more sense was that because there was going to be an election, it's usually after elections that we reorganize, after everybody's elected. I guess I would say whatever the board feels. I mean, if they want to reorganize, I don't know if I would do it tonight because we didn't. We actually didn't warn that we were going to reorganize. Now, some people could argue that we talked about it, but we said it was going to be postponed. Joe, go ahead.
Rich, our board, the West River board, won't reorganize until that election's held. So even though only one of us that serve on this board is up for re-election, there may be some turnover in the representation on this board just because of the reorganization. Unless there's a real need to reorganize, I'd just wait.
Okay. Dan, does that make sense to you?
Yes, as long as the current situation means that we have people in place. Those terms, as I understand it, will go until such date as we reorganize. There's no termination.
Yes. So it's usually once the elections are done, that's when you reorganize and everybody starts from square one. We just felt that since there was one board that hadn't got to vote yet, that it would make sense not to try to reorganize. And that was a discussion I had with Emily and with Al. So it was hard to decide if we should just do it, or it kind of almost felt like I was just trying to become the benevolent dictator. But I'm extending my term. So, but it was that's just.
Let's let it go. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
Rich, I do have a question.
Yep.
I don't know if this is the appropriate place to ask it or not, but a question of Bill. What are we doing as an SU to protect student privacy with online conferencing, especially in regards to Zoom, which is a disaster when it comes to privacy?
How about, since that's kind of off the key, it's not something we had on the agenda, let's ask Bill to give us something, send us something at the end of the week about that, if that's okay.
Yep.
Because he has a technology person too that's probably a little more up to speed. So if everybody's okay, but that's a good question, we'll ask Bill to send something out to all the boards.
Thank you.
Okay. Joe, did you want to say something, or were you just scratching?
Oh no, I just touched my face.
Okay. Okay, so if there's nothing else,
I have something. Ken waving like a madman.
Okay, Ken, go ahead.
Yeah, you got any aspirin? No. Um, I've had a couple of people tell me that they want to know what the district is doing for the mental health of parents and students during this time of stay-at-home schooling, because apparently it seems to be a big issue with a lot of agencies. And what do we have in plan? What plan do we have to assist in that?
Okay, so what is the district doing for the mental health for both parents and students during this time, and what do we plan to do? So what are we doing now, and what are we going to do in the future?
Right.
Okay, so if it's okay, Ken, I'll ask Bill to put that in that same memo about because I think it all kind of works together.
That's fine. Just task the administration with letting us know what's going on.
Can we get that by Monday? Okay, so we'll get something out he'll get something out to everybody by Monday. We'll send it to all the boards, okay?
Thanks, Rich. Thanks, Bill.
Anybody else?
I actually had one question. It's sort of off topic, but it's on the email that went out SUI to parents today regarding the meal delivery. And it was just something I meant to email someone about, actually. The bus schedule needs some clarification within that email that went out. It notes in Brookline Merrill Drive as a stop. There are actually two sections of Merrill Drive that both connect with Grassy Brook Road. So some clarification may want to be done on that.
Okay, hey, I'm not sure who that was.
Here's Leanne.
Oh, Leanne, okay. Do you mind, can you just drop an email to Bill?
Yep.
And he'll take care of that?
No problem.
Okay. Thank you. Bill says thank you. Anybody else? Okay, hearing none, could I get, and I don't know how this all works, so somebody's going to have to explain it to me, hopefully Joe or Bill. Okay.
Hey, so we're going to all leave this meeting, and I'm going to re-invite only the board into the executive session meeting. Okay, Rich will do the process to get us there, but only the board will get re-invited to a new meeting. So just wait for it, and it'll come to you. I've got it prepped, okay? So Austin and BCTV and anybody who's not on the board, you're not going to get the request, all right? So thank you very much, everybody, and giving it back to Richard.
We have a couple board members who aren't on the WCSU board. They can come back in. Okay. Can I get a motion from somebody to move into the executive session for contractual issues?
Ken move.
Hey, Ken move. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Hey, Mark seconds. Okay, so all of you on mute. And do you all vote in favor of that? Say aye, please.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
That was cool here. Is there anybody opposed? Okay, so we are in executive session, so everybody leave the meeting and Bill's going to invite you right back.
David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
We have a coronavirus stimulus deal that has finally been reached. And as some of you might have heard on my live streams, every day there's like 3 proposals floated. And maybe it's going to happen, maybe it's not. And then it gets canceled or replaced with something else. So because we've all along, if I had talked about every possible deal, the entire show would have been just possible deals that didn't become a reality. We just decided we're going to wait and then we'll discuss the deal once it's actually done. The priorities for me are we've got to bail people out, people with bills, people with expenses, people who need money and may no longer have a job. We've got to do something about small business. Very, very important, because a lot of small businesses can't weather this. I'm talking to small business owners all the time in my neighborhood and other neighborhoods in Boston who say, you know, I can make 30% of what I was making before, but the problem is my rent is 40%. So I need something. I need some kind of bridge to get me there. And you want to provide capital strategically to reduce interruptions of different kinds, prevent the unemployment rate from exploding as much as it would without some incentive for small businesses to keep people on, etc. This is the largest stimulus package in American history. Now, a stimulus package, the concept of a stimulus package is it's a Keynesian idea, the idea being government spending can lessen the severity of a recession, stimulate the economy, boost employment, boost spending. That's the framework. It's a Keynesian framework we're talking about. This deal was reached just hours ago, around 1:30 a.m. Eastern time, very early this morning. Here is Republican Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell announcing it.
At last, we have a deal. After days of intense discussions, the Senate has reached a bipartisan agreement on a historic relief package for this pandemic. It will rush new resources onto the front lines of our nation's healthcare fight, and it will inject trillions of dollars of cash into the economy as fast as possible.
As you can tell there, Mitch McConnell just overwhelmed with emotion over this historic deal. So what's in it? Some of the details are still being worked out. Some of the language is still being written as of this second. But here's what we have so far. It'll be a $2 trillion stimulus package. People, individuals earning up to $75,000 in income will get a $1,200 one-time check. Couples, double the money for double the income limit, $2,400 if as a couple you earn up to $150,000. You get an additional $500 per child based on what we saw an hour ago. Again, some of the final details may change. The $1,200 check starts to phase out as you approach $99,000 in income as an individual or $198,000 as a couple. And once you get to that level, $99K per person, you lose all the money. You get zero after that point. Unemployment insurance will be expanded to include people that are furloughed, gig workers, freelancers, right? People that would not normally qualify for unemployment insurance. They will also be adding, and this is one of the things that's a probably, but we don't know for sure yet. It looks like they're going to increase the unemployment payments by $600 a week for 4 months above the state base. Different states, unemployment insurance is state-based. So the benefit in Massachusetts may be different from the benefit in Florida or in California. That'll be upped by $600 a week by the federal government. There will be an employee retention tax credit for businesses to keep people on. So we've seen 2 versions, between $25 and $50 billion for passenger airlines, between $4 and $8 billion for cargo airlines, $17 billion for companies determined to be important to national security. The details, of course, still remain to be determined there. Roughly $500 billion in a corporate liquidity program. These would be loans to businesses through banks. Very important to understand. That would be through banks. And then another $367 billion, roughly, through a small business loan program through the Small Business Association. $30 billion in education funding, $25 billion in transit funding. So this is the bulk of it. Now, there's a question about the income limit on the $1,200 check is $75K. What's the process and verification of that? If it's based on 2019 income, a lot of people haven't filed their 2019 tax return. So what happens there? We don't know. There's the idea that you would use 2018 income if you've not yet filed your 2019 tax return. Excuse me. Could that be gamed in some way? We don't know. But this is part of the detail that still needs to be worked out. Another question is, how does this impact self-employed people? There are some other specifics that need to be sorted out, but it's finally happening. It's happening far too late. It's happening after a lot of personal financial damage has already happened to people who have been laid off for 1 week, 2 weeks, even longer in some cases. Chuck Schumer, Senate Minority Leader, says that Trump's businesses will not be eligible for any of this stuff. That's an assertion from Chuck Schumer. I've not yet seen any language that makes that clear. This is the framework we have so far. In the background of all this, Donald Trump increasingly wants to reopen everything or close to everything on Easter Sunday, April 12th. I want to talk about that next, and we'll be doing a sort of deeper dive into that a little bit later in the program. So we are now really getting down to the core of the argument that is becoming the argument for Donald Trump and for the people that back him up and many Republicans, which is we've got to open up the economy soon. We've got to stop the physical distancing in a lot of places. We've got to reopen business. And for lack of a better term, this is what Dr. Anthony Fauci calls letting it rip. When this was mentioned a week ago or so, feels like months ago, Fauci referred to ending all of the provisions and distancing and just letting the virus do what it's going to do. He referred to it as letting it rip. More people will get the virus, more people will die, but the economy, or really what is in Trump's mind is the stock market, right? But he's talking about the economy. It might improve, but a lot more people are going to die. So fundamentally, when you boil this down, especially when you look at who is mostly dying from the virus, the question is, how many grandmas, someone's grandmas, how many of them are worth allowing to die in order to save the stock market? It's about older folks dying, mostly older folks, to save Wall Street and the stock market. What is each life worth to different people is essentially the question here. How much economic downturn is justified based on how many additional people will likely die if we stop distancing and we reopen stuff? For days now, Trump and people around him have expressed an interest in ramping back up because they don't want the cure to be worse than the disease, as Donald Trump and Larry Kudlow and others have started to say. Yesterday, Donald Trump tweeted, quote, "Our people want to return to work. They will practice social distancing and all else, and seniors will be watched over protectively and lovingly. We can do two things together. The cure cannot be worse by far than the problem. Congress must act now. We will come back strong." Then yesterday, during a Fox News town hall, Trump floated for the first time a specific date, which is Easter Sunday, April 12th.
Have to do that. I'd love to have it open by Easter. Okay, I would love to have it open by Easter. I will tell you that right now. I would love to have that. It's such an important day for other reasons, but I'll make it an important day for this too. I would love to have the country opened up and just raring to go by Easter.
Now, this is insanely soon to even be thinking about this. Now, if you put a gun to my head and you say Trump's doing this on April 12th no matter what, how would you suggest that it be done? In that scenario, if I were Trump, I would say, listen, I want to do this on April 12th, but in order to do it, I need your help. I need all 50 governors, not 18 plus 2 more doing partial stuff. I need all 50 governors to shut down, stay-at-home order, shelter in place until April 12th. Everybody's got to do it because remember, 30 states aren't doing a damn thing yet. If Trump did that, then maybe you could partially reopen on April 12th outside of hotspots with older folks still staying home. And again, this is like if you put a gun to my head and you say Trump's doing it April 12th, how would you say he does it? But this reminded me of a video of a young guy who confronts economist Milton Friedman decades ago on this issue of what's a life worth. How much should we spend or fail to earn, forego in earnings in exchange for each life? It's a very utilitarian argument, almost psychopathically so. So let's look at this. Here's a guy asking Milton Friedman about the Ford Pinto. The Ford Pinto is a vehicle that was very poorly designed. Many deadly fires related to gas tanks that ruptured during accidents. And Ford knew about it, and they could have prevented it with a $13 part on each car. Let's look at this video clip.
I have just one more. This has to do with the Ford Pinto. I'm not sure if you're aware of the recent revelations that have come out about the production of that car. Ford produced it knowing full well that in any rear-end collision, the gas tank would blow up because they had failed to install a $13 plastic block in front of the gas tank. And Ford estimated in an internal memo that that would cost about 200 lives a year. And they estimated further that the cost of each life would be $200,000. They multiplied and they found that the cost of installing those blocks in each of the cars would be more than the cost of saving those 200 lives. And over the past 7 years, the car has been produced and over 1,000 lives have been lost. It seems to me that Ford did what would be the right thing according to your policy. And yet that seems to me to be very wrong.
So the kid lays it out there, and here is how Milton Friedman responds, which is essentially the calculation that Trump and others are now starting to make, a very utilitarian calculation.
Well, let me ask you, let's suppose it would have cost $1 billion per person. Should Ford have put them in nonetheless?
But it wasn't a question of that.
You know that you're really only
of
arguing about
$13
price. You're not arguing about principle. No. Because you cannot, nobody can take the principle. Nobody can accept the principle that an infinite value should be put on an individual life. Because in order to get the money involved, in order to get the resources involved, it's not money. In order to get the resources, they have to come from somewhere.
So the kid says this cheap part could have prevented all of these deaths. And Friedman says, well, at what point would it not be logical for Ford to spend the money? Like, in other words, if it wasn't $13 per car, but if it was $1 million per car, do you still force Ford to fix the car at $1 million per car? And the conversation continues, and here we are skipping ahead a little bit.
Right, and therefore you're not arguing anything about principle. You're just arguing whether Ford used $200,000 was the right number or not.
No, I'm not arguing
Suppose
that
it were
at all.
$200 million.
No.
Suppose it were $200 million. What should Ford have done?
$200 million for what?
Suppose it would have cost $200 million per life saved. Should Ford still have spent that $200 million?
You mean per...
That's not the question.
That's not really the question.
Yes, it is a question.
Yes,
that's the principle of the question. That's the only principle involved. I don't know whether Ford came to the right answer or not. That's a question of whether these numbers are valid numbers for the relative costs of different things.
So this kid wants to focus on the question, which is here we know $13 per car would have prevented all of this death. Milton Friedman says, what's the principle, though? Where is the line where we say this level of expense to save a life makes sense, this level of expense to save a life does not? And unfortunately, this entire framing is logically fallacious, and it's what Republicans and Trump are doing. How many additional lives do we lose if we reopen the economy versus the economic cost? Are they mostly older people? Are they mostly younger people? How much is the life of an 80-year-old worth in economic terms versus the life of a 20-year-old with many work years ahead of them? And that's the implicit question, but it's not this simple. The question of what is a life worth to the economy is a very different question than are we willing to essentially sacrifice people in their lives because on some calculation made in Washington, D.C. or to wherever Donald Trump is doing these meetings, it's worth more to the economy. But the reality is the argument Friedman makes is a fallacious argument. Very often, economists whose views are those of Milton Friedman will take these situations to infinity to be able to defeat them. The reality is that this is never the case. Think about the Ford situation. The idea of if it was to cost Ford $1 million per car to fix the Pinto, should they still do it? It's bogus because the Pinto cost $3,500 at the time. That's the retail cost back in the 70s. If the cost to fix the Pinto was $1 million, they wouldn't produce the car. And that's why we shouldn't fall for these to infinity nonsense arguments. The kid isn't arguing human life has an infinite value. The kid's arguing the life has a value that is more than the $13 that it would cost Ford to fix the Pinto. In the same way, Trump is calculating that grandma's life is not worth what he believes the economy will lose if he keeps the economy closed. And people are bringing this to infinity. It's not viable, that we can't do this forever and we can't do it, period, to infinity. But what we're talking about is a temporary economic slowdown to save so many people. The curves are the difference between a few thousand dying, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions of people. This is one of the oldest economic arguments, the pushing to infinity. Trump is quickly getting his way on this, and a lot of people are going to die. Now, I hope you're staying home, and if you are, and if you're looking for something to do, tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern is the David Pakman Show viewer chess tournament. I am the 2019 champion because we had one game. I beat Pat at the end of 2019. We now have a proper chess tournament. We'll be playing tonight. Follow me on social media for info. I'll be streaming 8 p.m. tonight. Join us. Don't miss it.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show depends on your support, and the easiest way is through membership, which includes the world-famous bonus show, as well as commercial-free audio and video streams of the show just for members. Sign up today at joinpakman.com. Coupon code saves you 40%. Vote soon 18.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Chris Hunter and Andrew Tuttle. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate that folks have been stepping up and signing up when a lot of people are understandably, tightening their belts and eliminating subscriptions and that type of thing. Makes total sense. Really appreciate the folks who have been able to step up and support us at this important time. Also want to say thanks to Santiago Serrano, who is today's longtime sustaining member of the day. Santiago's been a member almost 5 years. Grab a membership at joinpakman.com. Okay, we were speaking earlier about killing grandma to save the stock market, essentially the calculation that Donald Trump seems increasingly comfortable making and erring on the side of the stock market instead of grandma. Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick says that many grandparents like him are willing to die to save the economy for their grandchildren. And if nothing else, this pandemic has really exposed how incompetent and immoral or amoral so many people in positions of power are. So now I bring you a segment from Fox News propagandist Tucker Carlson's program where Dan Patrick makes, is this a patriotic argument? Is that what he's calling it? That it's a patriotic case for letting it rip?
Living in fear of is what's happening to this country. And, Tucker, no one reached out to me and said, as a senior citizen, are you willing to take a chance on your survival in exchange for keeping the America that all America loves for your children and grandchildren? And if that's the exchange, I'm all in. And that doesn't make me noble or brave or anything like that. I just think there are lots of grandparents out there in this country, like me, I have 6 grandchildren, that what we all care about and what we love more than anything are those children. And I want to, live smart and see through this, but I don't want the whole country to be sacrificed. And that's what I see. I've talked to hundreds of people, Tucker, and just in the last week, and making calls all the time. And everyone says pretty much the same thing, that we can't lose our whole country. We're having an economic collapse. I'm also a small businessman. I understand it. And I talk with business people all the time, Tucker. And my heart is lifted tonight by what I heard the president say, because we can do more than, one thing at a time. We can do 2 things. So, my message is that let's get back to work. Let's get back to living. Let's be smart about it. And those of us who are 70 plus, we'll take care of ourselves.
That's a so-called pro-life Republican saying, let's let the grandparents die so that we don't sacrifice the economy, by which they really don't mean the economy. They mean the stock market. And the funniest or the craziest or sort of the most tragic thing about all of this is that he and Trump, they're all talking about, let's go back to doing stuff. 30 of 50 states, roughly, have done nothing or almost nothing. In other words, they want 30 states to go from having done nothing anyway to continuing to do nothing, while the other 20 states, including places that are significant hotspots, would have to take would have to choose a path that would lead to significantly more death. It's only been like a week. I'm like 8 days in now to the self-isolation, and we've already got Trump and others saying, let's let more old folks die in order for the stock market to recover, in order to not take as big of a GDP hit as what we are undoubtedly going to take, in order to prevent as big of an unemployment increase as we clearly are going to see on April 3rd when the March unemployment numbers are announced. It's essentially a death panel. Remember back when Sarah Palin and other Republicans, when Obamacare was being negotiated, they said Obamacare has death panels where politicians get to decide if you live or die, if what you need does or doesn't get paid for. Now, at the time, we pointed out this is absurd. We already have death panels, which are called insurance companies. Insurance companies already decide, is this treatment or that treatment considered medically necessary? Does this treatment or that treatment get covered by insurance? We already had what is and continue to have what is essentially a death panel. But the more absurd part of this is they're essentially saying, we've decided some old people have to die. It's a death panel to save the economy, by which they mean the stock market. How is this going to play, by the way, with Fox News's own disproportionately older audience? I mean, in all seriousness, I'm wondering about that. And then moreover, Lieutenant Governor of Texas, Dan Patrick, if he wants to sacrifice himself, maybe there's something to talk about. But he's deciding for other people. He's deciding we should sacrifice lots of grandparents for the sake of the economy and the economy for our grandchildren, as he says. It's actually almost cultist. Surrender your life to the Trump stock market, which now, by the way, is a net decline. Donald Trump's major accomplishment, as he claimed for the first 3 years of his presidency, was the stock market. Now, all along, we knew that stock market growth under Obama had actually been better, stronger, bigger than under Donald Trump. Now he doesn't have that. And you've got people like Dan Patrick saying, I would sacrifice myself, and many grandparents would, volunteering essentially unknown and faceless grandparents as he knows them or doesn't know them in order to save the economy, meaning pump the stock market so Trump can claim that he did something for the country while he was president. It sounds very much like the opposite of small government, deciding to sacrifice grandma for the stock market. But of course, it seems that that is no longer the priority of small government conservatives. Okay, so let's now continue digging into the Easter thing. Slowly but surely, we've learned that Donald Trump wants to let her rip very, very soon and get the country opened back up. He wants to do it on Easter. Now, the absurdity of talking about opening up a country where 30 states have not closed anything down is ludicrous and incredibly dangerous. I'm getting emails from people in Amsterdam, where there are some provisions in place until June 1 in the Netherlands, hearing from people in Italy, Spain, so many places. They are horrified by what Donald Trump now wants to do. So they want to open it back up before 30 states have even done anything. But they also are talking about opening it back up when the death toll is exploding. It's growing exponentially. We have case numbers growing like crazy. And of course, the more we test, the more cases we will find because we've been under testing. But Donald Trump is being very clear now. He wants churches packed by Easter, Sunday, April 12th. So look at the evolution of this. Sunday night, Trump tweets, we can't have the cure be worse than the disease. We've already covered that with you. Monday, he tweets, people want to work and we've got to get them back to work. Showed you that tweet earlier. Tuesday, Fox News town hall. Trump floats for the first time. I'm looking at Easter, April 12th. And then after yesterday's town hall on Fox News, Trump was interviewed also on Fox News by Bill Hemmer. And he said, I want churches packed on Easter. Here's the video. And you'll notice also Trump has adopted a new voice, which I call Corona voice. It's a very unusual delivery which he uses when talking about coronavirus related stuff. That makes no sense. Usually he uses a voice that I think he thinks sounds empathetic. It sounds very, very fake. But when he's delivering news that equates to people are going to die, Trump has adopted what I call Corona voice. Take a look, take a listen.
During our town hall today, you threw out a date where you think America can be working again, and that's Easter Sunday.
Yeah.
That's 19 days from now. How did you come up with that day?
Well, it's 19 days, but add another 7 because we've been doing this now for 7. So that's from the time we heard about it.
7 to 9.
From the time so from the time we close it up. So you could add 7 to 9. Look, Easter's a very special day for me. And I see it sort of in that timeline that I'm thinking about. And I say, wouldn't it be great to have all of the churches full? You know, the churches aren't allowed, essentially, to have much of a congregation there. And most of them I watched on Sunday online. And he was terrific, by the way. But online is never going to be like being there. So I think Easter Sunday, and you'll have packed churches all over our country. I think it would be a beautiful time. And it's just about the timeline that I think is right. It gives us more chance to work on what we're doing. And I'm not sure that's going to be the day, but I would love to aim it right at Easter Sunday. So we're open for church service and services generally on Easter Sunday. That would be a beautiful thing.
My instinct is that if indeed churches are packed on Easter, it'll be funerals, not for Easter service. And I asked yesterday on my Twitter account, is there any metric or data point that anyone can point me to that indicates Trump is right, that we've turned the corner and are now on the tail end of the, as he calls it, war against the invisible scourge, or scourge, as he has referred to it? I was hoping someone would point me to something. Like even if it's a weak case for having turned the corner, I was hoping someone would respond to me on Twitter and say, look at these numbers, look at those numbers. We have turned the corner. But nobody could. And I looked at the numbers again this morning. Cases are rising every day. The death toll is exploding. Every day we have more new cases than the day before. Yesterday we had 11,000 new confirmed cases, which probably means somewhere between 4 and 10 times that in actual cases, because we're really only testing symptomatic people, unless you're rich or famous. The death toll is exploding. More death every day. Deaths nearly doubling from Monday to Tuesday. Monday, we had 141 deaths. Tuesday, we had 225. There is no responsible metric by which we are even remotely ready to talk about packing churches on Easter. And again, if I said this before, if Trump said, listen, I really want to open up some parts of the country to younger people on Easter, not older folks, not the hot spots. We got to get some young people back to work. I would say if you want a shot at that, you need every governor, all 50 governors, to shut it down. From today until April 12, work with me, Trump should say, in all 50 states, stay home order, shut down non-essential businesses, take out only at restaurants, spacing people out at grocery stores, all that stuff. That's what I need you to do to give me a shot at giving you some good news on April 12th. It would still be very risky, but it might be defensible in some way. Trump saying, with 30 states still doing nothing, I want churches packed on Easter, is as insane as it is dangerous, as it is irresponsible. And this is the calculation that they've made. And what it seems to me is going on is that they are all skipping all of the headlines that will happen for weeks and months if they do this, of the death toll exploding, of people dying at unprecedented rates, and that they'll just see the stock market going up, and they'll see an unemployment number that's not as bad as it otherwise would be. They'll see a GDP decline that's not as bad as it otherwise would be. And they're envisioning getting to the other side of this scot-free and being able to claim some kind of heroic victory. I don't know. Maybe he's right. I mean, as tragic as it will be, is it true that many people in the country would accept a higher death toll to feel as though the economy is doing better and people are working? Like, maybe my perspective is wrong. And when you look at the approval polls of Trump, which we'll talk about on the bonus show today, his approval rating is higher than it's been in a long time. More than half the country believes Trump is doing a good job handling this. Like, maybe I'm the odd man out. Am I the one who says, am I the one who is the outlier by saying this doesn't make sense? The economic situation that would eventually recover anyway is not worth killing so many additional people. Maybe I'm the crazy person. Let me know. We're covering this on our Instagram page at David Pakman Show. While you're there, if you want to see my behind-the-scenes video of my home studio setup, that's on my personal Instagram, david.pacman. Quick break, right back after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show depends on the support of our viewers and listeners, and one way to keep us going is through Patreon, where you can pledge as little as $1 per month or as much as you want at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Great perks and benefits as well. Read about them.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
It's great to welcome today John Tai to the program, a former NSA whistleblower and a lawyer who back in 2017 founded Whistleblower Aid, which has provided support to the anonymous Ukraine whistleblower, among many other things. John, great to have you on today.
Thank you so much, David.
So let's start with your path. Executive Order 12333. What is it, and how did that turn you into a whistleblower?
Thanks. I was at the State Department. I worked in the Human Rights Bureau from 2011 to 2014 on internet freedom. And in that role, I had a top secret clearance. So I was reading intelligence from various countries around the world. And in June of 2013, the Snowden disclosures became very public news. And I was part of the diplomatic response to those disclosures, both with Germany, Brazil, other countries, the United Nations, the Human Rights Council in Geneva. And during that period, in the 9 months following that, I got a couple of briefings from the NSA on the scope of U.S. signals intelligence collection. And what I learned was, for that whole year following the Snowden leaks, there hadn't been a single story, despite front page stories almost every day, hadn't been a single story on the main legal authority that the NSA is using to collect Americans' data, which is, as you said, Executive Order 12333. I was concerned about this. I was interested. I obviously care very deeply about human rights and Americans' privacy. And so basically, this is a legal loophole where the NSA is using an authority originally intended to collect foreigners' data to actually sweep up most of what we do online, including U.S. persons, American citizens. This concerned me. It wasn't being addressed in the policy responses to the Snowden disclosures. And during that period, I became a whistleblower. I did not want to go to prison. I did not want to flee the country. And so I hired a couple of lawyers. I paid them $13,000. This would have been in 2014, probably March, April 2014, and went through the lawful disclosure process. So I met with the State Department Inspector General, the NSA Inspector General, House and Senate Intelligence Committees, and others, and eventually went through the pre-publication review process and published an op-ed in the Washington Post about this problem.
So essentially, you believe that Order 12333 was being misused in order to surveil Americans when, as it was written, you believe it was not meant to apply to Americans.
Yeah, that's right. It was originally, before the internet, there were two legal regimes, a statutory regime for intelligence agency operations inside the United States, which is under FISA, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. And then 12333 was meant to cover all the operations outside of our borders. With the internet, that distinction between inside our borders and outside our borders became almost irrelevant, or much less relevant. And a whole bunch of Americans' data is stored in data centers around the world, and it's treated as foreign persons' data and collected as such by the NSA.
When we think about the government's treatment of prominent, and again, even the use of the term whistleblower versus leaker, it's the subject of debate and controversy. So I'm not trying to sort of like prime the discussion in any particular way. But when we think about the treatment of folks like Edward Snowden, Chelsea Manning, et cetera, You have a very wide range of opinion as to how these individuals should be treated. On one side, you have the idea that, strictly speaking, if information was released in violation of how that information is classified, or if the information was obtained in a way that violates the law or whatever, that's essentially all that matters, that the content really doesn't, and individuals should be punished as such. On the other side, you have those who believe that these are merely heroic acts that should be celebrated and acted upon to change what is the misbehavior of the government, including, as you say, the misuse of an executive order in the case that you discuss. What is your general approach as to how individuals should be treated by the government and by the justice system?
Well, our motto at Whistleblower Aid is report government and corporate lawbreaking without breaking the law. So we are a legal organization. We would never help anyone to leak classified information. With that said, these are very difficult questions. There aren't easy answers. And I think reasonable people can disagree on some of this stuff. We created this organization so that people wouldn't have to choose between following their conscience and, avoiding harm to themselves. So we try to help people follow the available lawful disclosure process. There are often more options available than many people realize. And, open up more options so that people can keep their careers, don't have to go to prison, and still try to inform the public about what's going wrong. With those cases you mentioned, those people didn't feel like they had other options. And we are here to try to help people not have to put their career or their freedom in jeopardy.
Not to be overly conspiratorial or dystopian or whatever, but one can imagine situations where one would believe that the information they are trying to disclose, or what they are trying to blow the whistle on, is so damaging to the government that going through the process you describe might put them in jeopardy, might put them in danger, might allow them maybe to be silenced. So is it at least theoretically conceivable that people could be in a position where they want to go the route that you help people go, but they believe that starting that process actually puts them at risk or may prevent the information from going public?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a risk. There's no easy things here. And the more important the disclosure, the more significant it is, the more risky it is for the individual. And there's no way around that. We're doing everything we can to minimize those risks. But the very first thing I tell people when they come to me is, look, the safest thing you can do is go home and never talk to anyone about this again. So, most people, by the time they get to me, they've crossed that bridge and they want to explore their options for going forward. But, it's risky, and I would never say otherwise.
Can you talk a little bit for folks in our audience who might be thinking about WikiLeaks and the way that WikiLeaks has been an intermediary with much information that have been released? Can you talk about how what you do is completely different than what WikiLeaks does?
Absolutely. We are not WikiLeaks. We do not help people leak classified information. We would never, help someone. Julian Assange has been accused of attempting to help someone to hack a government database. We would never help anyone try to do that. Look, that organization has been credibly accused of, working wittingly or unwittingly with Russian intelligence. We would never do anything like that. I swore an oath to the U.S. Constitution when I was at the State Department. I'm still bound by that oath and take that very seriously. So we are very different from that approach. With that said, I'll say I don't agree with all of the charges against Assange in the sense that, if the allegations are true, and I don't know the facts, it certainly would be illegal to try to help someone hack a government database. I think publishing things received from someone else is not illegal and should not be illegal. So it's a complicated legal matter.
When it comes to the Ukraine whistleblower, can you talk a little bit about, do you believe that, this is an individual who became the target of so many prominent people in the public eye in the lead up to Donald Trump's eventual impeachment, et cetera. From your perspective, what did they go through this process in the correct way?
Absolutely. So they immediately sought legal counsel. My colleague Andrew Buckeye and Mark Zaid were the lawyers for that, who are a part of our team here at Whistleblower Aid. From the very beginning, they were planning how to do this in a lawful way that would not expose the client to criminal prosecution or even dismissal from their job inside a U.S. intelligence agency. That person is still employed. They did follow all the rules. They are entitled to legal protections. I think they're an example of how the system, of how people do sometimes have more options than they know about. The legal processes here are very obscure. Some of these statutes haven't been tested very often, and so we saw that with the attempts to get this disclosure to Congress. It was bumpy. The White House did try to block Congress from receiving this in violation of the laws, but ultimately the lawyers, Andrew and Mark, were able to get it to Congress. So I certainly wouldn't say that our system is flawless, but there are often more options than people understand. And in this case, the client did an amazing job and is a true hero.
Were you able to, or let me phrase it a different way, before the attempts to out and create backlash against the whistleblower started, had you already anticipated that it would reach the degree that it did? And how did you advise the client to be prepared for that in terms of security, in terms of practical things?
Well, I have to be a little circumspect here. First of all, I never had any direct contact with the client. Andrew and Mark, my colleagues, were the ones representing the client.
Yeah, you as a firm,
were in direct
I'm saying,
touch. Yeah, our firm. So I can't confirm or deny any kind of things about that person's identity or anything like that. Broadly speaking, as soon as it was clear that this implicated the president and the 2020 election,
yes,
it was obvious that this was going to be a very high-profile matter, that there were going to be security concerns. From day one, we brought in top-level security people on the digital side, on the physical side. As you may know, Mark Zaid, one of the lawyers, he was getting death threats. We had armed guards on Mark Zaid 24 hours a day for months. And now the Department of Justice is bringing a criminal prosecution against one of the individuals who was threatening to hurt Mark. So it was a very serious situation. We knew that from the beginning. And from the beginning, we were taking steps. That's really all I can say.
Is this, once you understand the scope of what is going on, and again, without revealing anything particular in general terms, do you do extra? I mean, I know that you say, you always say to a lot of the folks that come to you, the easiest thing for you is to go back home and never speak about this again. But are there more conversations than normal of that type, given these particular circumstances?
I was not. I never had a conversation with this client, so I'm not going to speak to that.
Fair enough. When we look going forward, is there anything that you believe took place in or surrounding the Ukraine whistleblower situation that may sort of change the way these things are potentially handled in the future, both by a firm like yours representing someone like this, but also the way that Congress, the House of Representatives, and others worked in receiving the information?
Yeah, clearly threats, intimidation, starting with the President of the United States, the President's family, senior officials, U.S. senators, attempts to identify, intimidate this person are extremely harmful, arguably illegal in some cases. You could make the argument that any kind of presidential effort to intimidate a whistleblower itself constitutes, an offense. And so there were serious problems here. Some of those people should be held accountable for their actions. it is never right to try to identify a whistleblower with the knowledge that some extremists would threaten that person, possibly act violently against that person. There need to be stronger protections in place. Arguably, that kind of behavior should be criminalized, which it's not today, except in certain narrow circumstances. And Congress needs to identify the gaps that were apparent in the system and fill them with legislation. And certainly there need to be reforms. Andrew and Mark published a New York Times op-ed 2 or 3 weeks ago that laid out some of their ideas for that. So clearly there's room for improvement.
Yes, certainly an understatement, I would say. Room for improvement for sure, as in regards to a lot of the elements of how this all went down. John Tai, former NSA whistleblower and attorney, who in 2017 founded Whistleblower Aid. John, so great to speak to you, and I really appreciate your time today.
Thanks, David.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com. The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So we've been covering the sham treatments and cures for the virus from all sorts of different grifters. We've looked at some well-known Christian televangelist grifters like Jim Bakker. He's been selling a so-called silver solution. We've looked at propagandist and conspiracy theorist Alex Jones. He's selling a coronavirus toothpaste that he claims kills coronavirus. We've also seen people like Kenneth Copeland, who are making money by receiving donations for praying away coronavirus through the television. Today, I have something very, very different. Today, I have video of Okeechobee Commissioner Bryant Culpepper. This is Okeechobee County in Florida. This guy says the virus can't survive high temperatures. So what you can do is you take a hairdryer and you blow hot air down your throat, aspirate the hot air coming out of the blow dryer to kill the virus. Now, this is real, this guy says. He says, I was a paramedic, and this makes sense to him. Take a look.
This might sound kind of silly, but being in the medical field that I was as a paramedic, it started to make a lot of sense. One of the things that was pointed out in this interview with one of the doctors, foremost doctors that has studied the coronavirus, says that the nasal passages and the nasal membranes are the coolest part of the body. That's why the virus tends to go there until it then becomes healthy enough to go into the lungs. This sounds really goofy, and it did to me too, but it works. Once the temperature reaches 136 degrees Fahrenheit, the virus falls apart and just disintegrates, okay? And I said, well, how would you get the temperature up to 132 degrees? The answer was you use a blow dryer because it's capable of doing that. So you hold a blow dryer in front of your face and you inhale with your nose, and it kills all the viruses in your nose.
Okay. There's an idea, right? Now, another person in the room immediately warned people about disinformation that is spreading quickly. This is not just dumb. It's incredibly dangerous and irresponsible to say. And here's the key part, okay? So he talks about this so-called cure or treatment. Someone else in the room says, you've got to be really careful about nonsense you hear on social media. And he says, no. I didn't get it from social media. I got it from OAN, One America News. That's that insane right-wing propaganda channel, which Donald Trump increasingly has been promoting. Take a look at this.
Social media, I would not even have brought that up. This was on OAN and One American News Network, which is the fastest growing national network on cable. And it's the new Fox News, if you want to know the truth. And it was a doctor, and it did have his credentials, that he has been one of the foremost doctors in studying, how this is transmitted. And that's where that came from. And I agree with you. There's a lot of baloney out there on social media. You've got to be very careful.
Proudly saying, I got this from OAN. Culpepper was ultimately shamed into apologizing for this. He posted to his personal Facebook page, I am sorry for comments I made. I was only trying to give comfort to those in Okeechobee who have no insurance to treat their families, THERE. I should have ignored the comments that I perceived as hateful and the embarrassment I caused to my fellow commissioners and our administrator and her staff. I will not offer any more suggestions unless they are tried, are proven, I ask all of you for forgiveness for anything offensive I've uttered during these exchanges. Now, I looked at this guy's Facebook page. It may not shock you that this guy's Facebook page is riddled with insane pro-Trump propaganda. For example, a few days before his apology, he posted absolutely when he tried to stop Chinese from coming into America, the left called him racist, capital L on left. When he tried to build a wall to protect Americans, the left called him racist, capital R on racist. His posts look just like Trump's tweets. Racist is the left's favorite word to destroy a Republican, when they, in fact, are the true racist. They didn't call Obama a racist when he locked up little kids in cages and separated them from their parents, and he deported more Mexicans, the Trump. And then once more, I mean, it's just like the capitalization, the grammar, the spelling, it's all like Trump's tweets. Just to give you a little more context about the guy tweeting, suggesting rather that you inhale hot air from a blow dryer to treat coronavirus, he posted about an MSNBC dolt, as he called them, saying, does this talk from a liberal surprise anyone? Let's charge Obama for the deaths occurring in his tenure like Zika, H1N1, Ebola, and swine flu, in which he did nothing. So that's Bryant Culpepper. Now, serious question. Why is it that lunatic Trumpists are disproportionately the ones spreading these insane cure ideas? Is it political? Like, in other words, they're so desperate to defend Trump no matter what that they'll tweet, hey, we've got a simple cure for this. This isn't really as serious as some people are telling you. Is it that if you're gullible enough to vote for Trump, you're gullible enough to fall for some of these sham cures? Like, what is it that is making this nonsense spread disproportionately and overwhelmingly from Trump supporters than from the left? I want to hear from you. Why is coronavirus killing more men than women, at a higher rate killing men than women? Early, we had just the case numbers and death numbers from China, and we immediately saw a much higher rate of death for men than for women. And the suggestion was that in China, culturally, men smoke more than women. Men are much more likely to be smoking cigarettes. And we know cigarettes weaken your respiratory system. They can depress your immune system. And because coronavirus seems to vary a lot depending on the underlying health condition of the person infected, men were more likely to die in China because men are much more likely to be smokers. It seemed plausible in any case. The trend, though, is continuing in a lot of different countries. And we are now seeing that in Italy, men are 60% of the cases, but 70% of the deaths. In South Korea, more women have tested positive, but yet the deaths are 54% men. The U.S. so far is not releasing this detailed level of information, so we don't know what's going on here. The U.S. should start releasing that data. But in total, for all countries where we have data, men are about 50% more likely than women to die after being diagnosed. Now, remember, 50% can mean if women have a 2% death rate, men have a 3% death rate. That's 50% more. I don't want people to misunderstand the numbers around that. So what's at play here? The smoking issue does seem to be a factor, and possibly alcohol consumption as well. We have world data from 5 years ago. And as of 5 years ago, 36% of men over age 15 smoke, where only 7% of women over age 15 smoke. That's a big difference. And if indeed smoking is essentially a comorbidity with coronavirus, that is important. Meanwhile, alcohol consumption for men is 11 liters, where it's 2 liters for women. That may be a factor. We saw that SARS and MERS also had higher death rates for men than women. So it seems not unique to COVID-19. And there's also a general evolutionary idea that maybe women have stronger immune responses to viruses in general because of pregnancy essentially being living 9 months of your life with a foreign body inside of you. It may confer some kind of survival advantage. There could be a hormonal element to this. And then also actual pre-existing conditions appear to be a factor. We know that pre-existing conditions increase mortality for COVID patients. Check out some of the gender differences. Men more likely to have heart disease than women, stroke than women, COPD, a lung disease, and slightly more likely to have high blood pressure. All of these conditions are known to increase the death rate from coronavirus. So the takeaways are The death rate is remaining higher for men than women in all of the countries providing data. We initially heard this out of China. Other countries providing us this data seem to be confirming the same thing. Number two, the U.S. is not providing data of this type, and the U.S. really should start. So that's the second takeaway. We're going to continue following this and see sort of where we come up as we get more data. We have a voicemail number. That number is 219-2-DAVID-P. We are trying to keep the voicemails non-virus focused. Here is a Biden voter saying she liked Bernie better, but voted Biden because she does not believe Bernie can win. Take a look.
My name's Mary O'Brien. I'm living in a large facility, and I'm voting for Biden. I wanted to vote for Bernie, but I didn't think he could win. I like him better, but I want Trump defeated. Thank you.
So I am hearing this from a fair number of people. The latest polls suggest either that Biden and Bernie are doing equally well against Donald Trump in hypothetical matchups, or that Biden's doing a little better than Bernie. But I'll tell you, with everything going on with the virus, I believe that the polling is going to be thrown completely out of whack. Joe Biden, his press conferences about the virus have not been great. His interviews about the virus have not been great. Bernie's been doing live streams and talking about solutions. I have no idea whether this will reopen the window of opportunity for Bernie. But there is one person explaining their vote for Biden despite liking Bernie more. Tonight, chess tournament, 8 p.m. Eastern. I'll be streaming it. It'll be on leechess.org. I invite you to join me. Otherwise, I will speak to you on the bonus show in mere minutes or tomorrow back on the program.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So this is the Brattleboro Planning Commission called to order at 6:06 p.m. on March 2nd. And are there any announcements?
I'll just make a couple of announcements. First of all, I want to let you all know, and the viewing public, that the U.S. Census is right around the corner. They're going to begin mailing census information March 16th, I think. And you'll be able to take the census online by phone or paper copy. Please take it in some format when it comes out. And then, because otherwise they have to send enumerators out to get in touch with you. I think there's 7 questions. Your answers are confidential. You are taking the census as of April 1st, so on that date it's asking how many people reside in your house. So if you've got roommates, if you've got children, if you've got parents, any kind of arrangement, whoever is in your house, even if, if you're renting your house, and I think you can include people like that. So please respond, it's important. A lot of federal funding gets directed to the state and then the county and the towns that way, so we really want an accurate count. So you'll be seeing and hearing more information about it, but just a heads up, it's right around the corner.
Thank you.
Cool. Anybody else got any announcements?
Do you have any other?
Oh, I had one more. Yeah. Save the date, April 25th. The Conservation Commission is planning kind of an Earth Day festival. There'll be more information coming out about that, but kind of ways that you can connect to different advocacy organizations or changes, little things that you can do in your backyard to improve better. And there will be some outreach. We're planning on holding it at 250 Birch Street, and so there's going to be some outreach about that project at that event.
Okay. And then on March 24th, me and Sue are traveling to Montpelier to present in front of the Downtown Board for the Neighborhood Development Area designation. We're hoping to find out that day or soon after if we will get that designation to continue our housing efforts. So we'll keep you updated on that.
Super. Anything else? Alrighty, public comments.
Oh, too bad.
No public. And did everybody get a chance to review the minutes?
Just to note, Andrew sent out a revised copy that had more information about the public comment that was received at that meeting. So if you didn't see that at the end of the day, that's what you would be voting on.
Do you need a copy, Tom? Or okay, great.
Got it.
Okay.
I had one question.
Sure.
That there is a comment where you say, or the recorder says, one commissioner. A commissioner said something. And everybody else has their names attached?
Oh, I see. I know what you mean. So you want the name of the commissioner?
Well, no. I was just curious. I actually am curious about whether or not it.
Is it something embarrassing?
No. It was just the sort of notion that some people are attributed to their comments and some people aren't, and I.
Yes. You want to be more consistent?
Well, no.
Okay.
I just as a matter of principle.
Mm-hmm.
The last time I was in charge of taking minutes, it became clear that it was good to not say who said what.
Okay.
So that the information would then just be information as opposed to sort of attributed to some individual versus another. And I figured that maybe you two had to be cited because that was some kind of something having to do with the fact that you're officials of the municipality. But anyway, I mean, it was more just a sort of question about whether or not it was useful for us to have our minutes attributed or unattributed. Yeah.
We had had that discussion probably a year or more ago, and I didn't relay that information, so you can fix that.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you want to fix it in these minutes and we can bring them back in April?
No. I mean, unless
or just
anybody
moving
feels
forward.
strong, just, yeah.
Or I could go through and I can also edit just to say commissioner, and then we could publish them. Okay, all right. For next time.
There was one other thing. I feel like when we were talking about the Congress of New Urbanism, what the Planning Commission had requested was recommendations for updating the zoning. Did I remember that wrong?
Yes, I thought that was when we got that letter back from them?
Yeah. That we had that really great discussion, and the next step was that you guys are going to bring proposals and changes.
Yes.
So I just wanted to make sure that
What does it say in there?
I don't think it
Oh,
it's
okay.
not
very
next,
clear, yeah.
All right,
Next,
well,
yeah.
But
Okay.
just so that it's recorded and we're accountable to it.
I'll just add a sentence at the end. I was guessing it's a paragraph for the
Yeah,
last one.
the second to
Yep,
the last
yep.
paragraph.
Anything else? Do I have a motion to accept the minutes as amended?
I'll make that motion to accept them as amended.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, the minutes are passed as amended. And we are on to you, I believe. All of a sudden, my agenda went nowhere, but I'm pretty sure that that's the next thing. Yes.
Handout for tonight, just to help us stay a little more organized.
Nice paper.
Yeah, I'm just too lazy to go down and put good paper in, take good paper out, I just leave it in there. So, you are benefiting from my recent printing of proposals. So, I am here tonight to update you on the progress of the downtown design plan, present to you a little more detail some of the pieces that were not put together yet the last time I was here, and get a bit of feedback and discussion around a few of the issues as we're moving into the recommendations phase. And Sue let me know that you guys are working with the Just City index and criteria, and would be interested in seeing how that fits with this plan. So I did take a look at that. You'll remember, I don't know, have you guys had a chance to wander through this at all? I think you sent the link, right?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, so in the introduction, we do have a piece about what is good public space here. And there is this piece, the 12 criteria for public space. And these are based on criteria that the Gale Institute has put together. And so some of the survey work we did and stuff around the charrette, I used and looked at their framework for doing that kind of assessment of public space. But there are actually quite a few variations on this theme out there. So there are lots of different lists, you know, the 10, elements of good public space, top 3, qualities of good public space. It goes on like that. So, and it all kind of feeds back to the same sort of original research that was done in New York City in the 70s around what is good public space that William Holly White did, and then eventually led to Bryant Park. So that's actually, if you were to go back and look at the history of studying this
It all
field.
goes back to that one article.
It really is essentially, it's a field that he created. It didn't really exist before. So he went out and basically filmed and monitored how people acted and behaved and used public space, and then did a lot of publishing and talking about it, and influenced a whole generation designers after that. And so when you're looking at some of the Just City pieces, I think there's quite a bit of overlap, because it's really looking at a lot of the same issues, maybe through a different lens. And that's what you see when you look at the different types of, the different lists of criteria. It's really what lens are people coming at it from. You know, are you looking at it from an economic development perspective? Are you looking at it from an arts and culture perspective? The Just City stuff is really more of a, a social psychology, sociology perspective, and probably these GEL criteria are a bit more on the actual physical design end of that perspective, and because they come from a more of an urban design, urban planning group. So, I just looked through to sort of see what was there as an overlap, but you can certainly look at this and then look at the things that you're going to be looking at in the Just City and see, I think, more than just these overlaps. But I was committed to making this fit on my page, so I didn't continue the laundry list. But the criteria around welfare and Just City line up with the criteria around protection in the GEL set of criteria. Mobility lines up with opportunities to walk, cycle, etc. And there's even some of those pieces around identity, like authenticity, beauty, character, come through in the set of criteria too. And there were others, but it really is, I think you'll see quite a bit of overlap. And I'm trying to, as I put together the recommendations, refer back to this idea of what is good public space, and so that there is a linkage between what's being recommended and this set of criteria up here at the front too. I'm going to, what I wanted to focus on was the actual strategies tonight. There's, obviously, if you've looked through this, you've seen that the front matter of this document you can call it a document, have been filled in largely. And so there's a lot of existing condition and background and information consolidated in here, sort of a repository. There will be, in the not too distant future, but it's still not available yet, a way to sort of put in a navigation bar that's not there yet. Right now you sort of got to look at it from top to bottom, which is a bit annoying. But what is happening is that Esri, the ArcGIS software people, are transitioning from one set of templates for this type of story map to another. And we're making this in the new one because they're going to not support the old one anymore. And they're sort of moving the tools over a few pieces at a time. So they very excitedly added my ability to turn text different colors a month ago. I got really excited about that. And they added a few features a month ago that we were able to take advantage of. And they're doing updates every 2 to 3 months. So the next one is supposed to include the navigation. So I suspect that before the project needs to be technically done, you're going to get the navigation piece, which will make this a lot more user-friendly. There also, just what I assume, so there's going to be a way to transfer it. That is not, I don't know when, but there will be. So even if it's 6 months down the road or whatever, we can, when it's available, we can move it from my ArcGIS account to yours. Cool. So
that was really lovely with this space.
Yes, it's fun to zoom into that map, isn't it? And look and see what's there. So I'm gonna, yes, I have to move all the way through to get to where I need to be here. If you zoom too fast, it really gets upset, and then it starts to misbehave, and that's not something we want tonight. So here we are at the strategies piece. So at this point, the strategies are organized both geographically, and then there's some that are kind of theme-based. So the first set is the way around, which is the multimodal path going from the bridge to Brattleboro Common, and that's broken down into 15 segments along the way. So we're hitting a lot of the public spaces that way by going through. So we're hitting the parking lots and the transportation center as we go along. And then it's almost like the idea that you're on tour and you come back down Main Street, and it runs down along Main Street and talks about the municipal lands and buildings along there. We looked at some of those pieces the last time I was here. There's been a little bit more filling in around that, but the bones of that you saw before. And then there's discussion of the bike lanes and the sidewalks on Main Street. And then there's going to be shorter pieces for Elliott Street and Flat Street. And then the intersection has a section in here, and that's going to talk about potential physical changes to the intersection and the optimization of the traffic lights. Those pieces are not sitting in there yet, but they were in the presentation, the final wrap-up presentation for the charrette. So it's essentially those set of recommendations around the intersection. And I think the drawing that you saw in here for Bridge Street includes the curb radius change at the Main Street, Bridge Street intersection, which is sort of one of the major physical changes that's being recommended. Then there's going to be a piece talking about the West River Trail, and this is one that I've got down here on my discussion questions to talk a little bit about. There's sort of two options that I think could be presented in here. One is the rail trail idea of trying to get from where the West River Trail ends at the marina and connect that down through downtown. There's interest in extending the trail along the railroad. And then the other option is to look at using your existing streets to get bicycle traffic from the marina into downtown and connect to the common, so that you can then use the way around piece to ferry the bicycle traffic through and down to the Hinsdale Bridge and continue that loop. So,
sorry, is there an option on the table for the use of the trail that goes around the retreat meadows?
I don't think so. I mean, my sense of those trails, and maybe I'm wrong about that, is that they are not probably particularly bike friendly in terms of terrain.
Unless you have a mountain bike.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would also say those are outside of the scope. I mean, I know she's talking right now about the marina, but that's because that was the idea of the West River Trail, is how do you get up there?
It's an important connection to think about. So I think what we heard from the public comments is that technically the common itself is not within our downtown study area, but it clearly needs to be sort of the terminal point of the path network, and it is feasible that could then provide that connection to make a further trail link to an existing planned trail. So we've got some looking at the railroad and the feasibility of that, which is in our study area, but I think presenting another way to get there as well and to make that connect in makes sense. And, so we can talk about that. I don't have those drawings in here yet, but those are coming. And then that sort of ends the geographic clusters of things that we're looking at. And then there's going to be a little bit on parking. There's obviously a lot about parking in here. Yeah. In some ways, the downtown design plan ends up being a lot about parking because of the existing dominance of parking downtown, and and the need to figure out, it's a sort of a trade-off question. So there have been sort of there's individual one-off ideas, right? Like convert Preston to a park, or convert Harmony or a portion of it to a park, or get rid of parking on Main Street, the on-street parking. But that also needs to be looked at holistically. There's a certain amount of parking that needs to be provided downtown. And so while you could eliminate one public parking lot, in terms of the number of spaces and the demand numbers, you can't do every single one of the full-fledged recommendations all the way along the way through the plan and still have enough parking. So it's a question of making some choices, and that needs to get discussed in terms of figuring out what the priorities are and sort of the next steps for making decisions about how to balance the parking, public space, green space needs.
Right here, are you suggesting that's for discussion with the Planning Commission?
I think it should be something that could be on the Planning Commission's discussion list, and I think it's a necessary component to kind of wrap up and tie up the plan. I've tried, as I've been writing along, to at least introduce the idea that, you know, there are a lot of ideas being presented here. You can't, and there's a need there is going to have to be decisions about which ones to do 100% of. So I think I talked about that around the Preston Park idea. And the same is sort of true of the ideas around Harmony, because there are, you know, have been ideas floated to, you know, make the entire thing green space and eliminate all the parking spaces, down to eliminate some portion of them, you know. So, and the way around piece, if you follow that through, you'll see that it requires fairly small reductions of parking all the way along, right, to make it happen. So, you know, taking 5 on-street spaces here to make room for a bike area, some reconfiguration in the parking lot to make room. It's not a wholesale elimination of parking, but it's a series of reductions. And so there needs to be, as you think about what the community's priorities are going to be for implementation, a recognition that you probably can't do every single idea until the, you know, demand for public parking changes substantially. There's some other parking option.
So can I, when would we have that discussion, and how would we get the public engaged in that conversation? Because we obviously, given people's anxiety around not enough parking, even though we know we have substantially more than enough parking, how do we make sure that if we started taking parking spaces away, people wouldn't go nuts?
I mean, it's definitely a next step after the plan, after this plan is done.
Yeah.
But I think it needs to be part of your envisioning how you might move pieces of it forward.
I think it can come in kind of pieces, and
so not to be discussed within the next 2 months.
I don't think so.
I don't think
necessarily.
no. I don't think we're going to be able to kind of rally consent around.
Yeah, and it could, you know, it's also probably true that each of the ideas could end up with sort of a group of core supporters. You know, there's people with different interests and level of support and different approaches. So
I feel like we'd have to look at, you know, the benefits, like, so if we're talking Preston Lot versus Harmony versus, I don't know, something else, and kind of figure out what are the pros and cons of each, and kind of work through it that way, and then bring it out to the public.
Okay.
As we try to move a project forward or something.
Okay.
And then also sort of in the wrap-up end of the strategies would be recommendations related to programming, and then a set of recommendations related to public art. Really more focused on funding and managing those, rather than necessarily specific, you know, recommendations for, you know, put some murals here or sculpture there, or, you know, have live music here on, you know, there's been some of that. There's been a lot of discussion in the recommendations around doing those type of activities in various places downtown, but you know, it's not going to be that kind of a strategy where it's detailed to that level. It's really more about how the town can fund and manage that going ahead. So I threw out 5 questions, and I don't necessarily mean that we have to discuss and resolve them all tonight, and I only gave them to you here now. I actually just wanted to think that these are important ones to have on your radar and to be thinking about. I'm assuming I'm here tonight presenting this we sort of have, we have a May type deadline.
Yeah, we have a May.
So one of the questions I had is an administrative one, is whether you want to see me again next month, with hopefully the rest of the material filled in at that point. And then there was the idea of scheduling a public presentation. So just in terms of the pieces that are left to accomplish, it probably isn't absolutely necessary that the public presentation happen before the, whatever the May cutoff grant date is. But you know, we need to have the product essentially ready by then. So these are things that I think are kind of the more critical policy points that the design plan is encountering. In some ways, we can present more than one option for a couple of these things, but should we be making a recommendation? So the bike lane question on Main Street, as it's written now, the plan makes a recommendation against doing the bike lanes on Main Street and for doing the other option, the way around option, based on that, the fact that it would be probably not possible to get bike lanes the full length of Main Street, and if you did put them in, you wouldn't be able to widen the sidewalks. Where they are pressable, you couldn't widen the sidewalks. So it's sort of a question of, it's a trade-off question again, so it's the bike lane or the sidewalk question. The same one comes up with the rail trail pathway connection and whether you even want to go into that with this. The question is also, I think, ties to where do you want to put time and energy on the municipality's part, and try to also maybe guide community activity towards the projects that you think are going to move the overall vision forward more effectively or are more productive uses. The rail trail concept has some significant challenges and costs. There may be a way to get to a lot of the benefits of the rail trail without that, at least the connection, without having to encounter those challenges at first. And there could be, energy and resources put to other components of the project instead of to a bigger, more difficult piece. So I think that's some of the choices you have to make. It's like what the plan, by setting forth implementation and trying to help structure priorities, you're kind of hoping to direct community energy and resources. Municipal, yes, but also community, the public community as well. So in some ways, I was trying to give some sense of the feasibility. Here, I have both the feasibility and the challenges. So for some of these things, to lay those out in so that people have some better information about, or some more complete information for making these kind of decisions.
I remember that we talked about the Main Street bike lanes when you were here before, but I don't remember us talking about the rail trail.
No, we didn't, because that's sort of come up since I was here last.
Yeah, actually, Stephen Dotson, who is our sustainability coordinator, just walked in. He's been doing research on the rail trail. Stephen, this is Brandy Saxton.
Hi, Brandy. Nice to meet you.
So it's actually great that he walked into the room and the rail trail discussion being him. I've shared your information with Stephen. Stephen's also had some conversations with the Friends of the West River Trail. I don't know if you want to back up and take these one by one. I'm kind of anxious to jump in on a couple of them, but also want to hear from you.
Yeah, I like the idea one by one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should we start with number one?
Yeah.
Sure. That's always a good place to start.
I think that, just for me going through this, the piece of information that was the most telling for deciding one way or the other on that is just the you said there isn't room at all the intersections to accommodate this infrastructure all the way up and down Main Street.
Right, so let me get to that.
Yeah. And the pictures of the sidewalks were really like, oh, they hit me really hard. I was like, oh boy, those sidewalks are so narrow.
They are narrow.
And having had to navigate them with a stroller. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like the idea of focusing on pedestrian and expanding public space on the sidewalks on Main Street and moving this transportation line for multimodal stuff back.
I agree with you, Jess. I know when we were doing the charrette, I think trying to play around and figure out how to fit them on Main Street was really, really challenging, and I would rather see wider sidewalks so that you can walk more than two people, side by side and somebody coming the other way, or so that if a restaurant wanted to have outside seating or some sort of parklet or something, I think the social interaction would be better. I think that certainly, there are some bicyclists that would use bike lanes maybe, but I think the greater benefit would be towards pedestrians.
It'd be easier to walk a bike on a wider sidewalk.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, I would like to make sure that we have a path into downtown on bicycles. We had the pop-up on Flat Street. I think that there is room
or the track and identified that there's a safety issue here. And now we've moved through the railroad safety person into their real estate branch, and they have drawing that lays out on the map where the proposed trail would go, and we're trying to push them to grant an easement or some sort of right-of-way or some lease agreement that could enable that trail to go in. I and others in the planning department have skepticism about where this trail is running exactly and how Friends of the West River Trail plans on.
Can I ask, are they putting it on the water side? Is their vision is it's on the water side?
Indeed.
Do they think that the second, are they ignoring the second track and hoping that they will not have to measure off the second track for their setback, but off the primary?
No, the second track, center of that track, 11-foot offset is what
they came back with 11.
Yeah, or
from the railroad.
That's what the ask is 11.
The ask was 11, but the trail itself is farther away from that on 90%.
Taking that West River and attaching it here and going.
And I can share drawings too if people are curious of seeing. Are they looking at it right now?
No, she's looking.
Yeah, I'm looking at the map that's here.
Oh, sure.
Not this map.
So it would come here,
Yeah.
across Putney Road.
I can pull it.
No, it would come.
Let's
up
get
here,
to us
kinda go
to a map
under-
situation.
Yeah, I can point and grab.
I just need to get to a page.
Up onto the sidewalk
And then
down.
hit the West River.
So.
I was on the walk around, make around, whatever that thing was.
Yeah. Sounds like a song. Yeah. Way around.
The way around, yes. There's a simple name for it. No, I can't get it back to where it was. Go back.
So then would it continue down along the Connecticut?
Until the Whetstone Station, and that would be a place for parking and.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
And how would it interact with the summer residents that are in that area?
Down by the river?
Mm-hmm.
I think they would have a much more direct route to downtown, and that they'd be able to get back and forth from where they live to downtown that much quicker, like any resident. And safer.
Yeah.
And there will be more people along that area, which means it's more better kept, and people less nefarious fewer nefarious things could happen there. I'll say this, that I think it's less of a challenge at this point to get the easement. I think the bigger challenge is going to be them designing where the trail runs and figuring out how to manage all the different pieces of the floodplain and the different. Yeah, and the actually engineering of the trail to make it work for that location.
I was looking for the files I sent you.
Would it be a dirt track? It's not going to be.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be an impermeable surface, right? I think it could be, I don't know, maybe a gravel or some sort of rough, but that part hasn't been crossed yet. There's a need for a bridge to go over a stream at certain points.
There's a lot of grade issues.
Yes.
Because if you haven't walked along the railroad tracks, it falls off again to the water. So the railroad tracks, it sort of like comes down a cliff. There's the tracks that are flat, and then there's another dam along a lot of it.
Yeah.
Walnut Street or whatever.
Yeah.
Roughly how far would it be from the active track?
So what they've been working from is there's on the west side of there's an active line, then there's a fence, and then there's an inactive line on the river side, right? And then we've been going 11-foot offset from the center of those two tracks.
Oh, okay.
And then even further is where the trail is based, but that 11-foot mark is the bare minimum that they think they could get away with ever. However, we did see.
Where did they come up with 11 feet?
Jason Cooper.
I think it's kind of federal, like there's been meetings with rails with trails.
Yeah, as far as I can find, it's 15, but okay. We'll give them their 4 feet.
Okay.
Well, you said it's 11 feet off of the center, so track 1, track 2, they're going 11 feet from the middle, or 11 feet
from
off
the center of the second.
Second.
So
Okay.
that may end up being 15 feet dead center from both. Right.
No, they're not. They're 15 feet apart from each other. From center to center, they're
Okay.
15 feet apart.
Okay. So
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't know where that number came from, but
Yeah, the one I gave you the example of in the Massachusetts one, that the fence was at the 15-foot mark. And so that's the other thing, is that it would require a fence as well. So there's a lot of
I know that there's
Friends
a
of the
lot
West River
of
Trail.
They have money.
I don't know these things, but they continue to be gung-ho for this. I think they could raise money rather convincingly for this project, though.
I know that there's a lot of challenges to this. I am not in favor of taking it out, recommending against the trail, because I think that having a trail along the river is an entirely different experience of, rather than using the way around in One-Tastic. I mean, I love to walk on One-Tastic, but they're really kind of two different
it's
things.
achieving the connection. It's not giving you the waterfront amenity.
Yeah, no, and all the benefits
We're
that
never
come
going
with
to get
trails.
the waterfront amenity, right? I mean, because the railroad's going to always keep that property.
Right, but you might get a right of way or some sort of easement or something to have a trail there. I mean, I think that that's.
Right, but the trail, I guess I'm saying the trail is the best we can do.
Right, right.
In order to get.
Because it's active, yeah.
Is this an either-or
It's
conversation?
not.
Okay.
So the question I have, because we did on the question of the Main Street bike lanes make a recommendation, because it is kind of like there isn't room for both. The amount of sidewalks and the bike lanes, we make a recommendation in here. Sue had asked that we incorporate, because of the work you guys are doing, the rail trail. My thought was, if we're going to incorporate the rail trail, we should point out that you could actually get the connection that you need over the existing street network without the rail trail still. But there isn't a need necessarily to recommend that the town focus on one over the other.
In any of the public outreach, did you, I mean, I just feel like anytime I talk to people, they've said, get us close to the river. We want to have the river. We want to have access to the river. I mean, it just seems like that's a lot. Yeah, this would answer that question.
I think it helps revitalize a part of the town that's kind of forgotten, and people are pushed to the margins there. If you bring more people in, it's going to revitalize that area. It's going to make it feel safer, feel more alive.
I think when you think about it in context of the Hinsdale Bridge becoming a pedestrian and kind of creating this trails hub down there, I know it's challenging, but I wouldn't want to recommend against it.
Yeah. And I like that there's already community energy and leadership around. So it's like, it can actually happen, maybe.
Right.
And why not get behind that?
And it seems like it would also play right into the museum development if that's going to happen as well.
I do want to say I don't dislike the way around path. I mean, people are using that on foot anyway. I use it. You mentioned you use it. I've seen people doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, this would be an addition.
This is
This is.
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to keep both on the table.
But what was the? Well, this is separate from that though. But what's the One-Tastic Drive proposal? Like, what would
So
that
you could
entail?
come up from the marina.
Right.
You just have a short distance to make up on the main road.
Well, I know,
and then you get onto One-Tastic.
I know what the route is, but what would it entail the town doing?
You
Putting
can,
a sign up?
basically it's a sign and maybe some
Saying,
sheriff.
hey, this road already exists, but it's a good one. So take
So
it around
It's
there.
probably a crosswalk improvement.
Crosswalk improvements,
which
and
is not so easy because visibility is poor.
it is. It's not the bestest crossing point, but I mean, there's all. I don't know how they're thinking they're going to get across by the substation with the rail trail plan.
Right.
But whatever that plan is, you could actually still do that and still come out into Wolfwood.
No, I think that's the idea. You would come up and then come under.
Under the bridges.
Under the bridge.
Both
or you
bridges.
come up on the other side.
Oh, wow. Cool.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I mean, there's.
So you stay on the west side of the driving bridge, on the shoulder.
That's what Jason Cooper's talking about. Just for the record, that's what Jason Cooper's talking about.
So there could be other ways to get onto I can never say it. One-Tastic drive Let's just face it,
not accuse you.
I'm not from Brattleboro. I can't say it. There are ways to get, there could potentially be a way to get on there if you can get around the substation, around the backside of the substation or something like that, right? So you could put the crossing further down the hill or something than where it is. So that there is some possibilities there that could be looked at. But basically the traffic levels are so low, it's just a residential street, that it is actually appropriate to be a sharo. So you could sign it to be a sharo, and then it comes up through, I think then you go on to Harris or North or something like that. You basically come out right at the common.
Yeah, you come in.
It's a pretty common neighborhood to walk through.
It is.
I know I enjoy it when I go downtown. So I don't think the neighbors will have much of an issue with all the pedestrian traffic, because it should be much of a difference. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So,
I mean, even if that's an interim improvement to make the connection, to help get people from one end to the other, it's well, if they raise the millions of dollars it's going to take to build the rail trail. So that's there.
Maybe when we have the Green Mountain Power people back again talking about the redesign of the substation, we can ask them about that.
Oh well.
Yeah. Okay.
So do you feel you have direction on that?
Yes, so we'll lay out the options, but we'll avoid making a recommendation.
We don't want to recommend against the rail trail.
Yeah. So the next one talks about how far, as I'm starting to work with Andrew on the implementation program, how far down the path of talking about the money do you want to go, I guess?
Yes.
As far as you can go.
So there is obviously the improvement district taxes that could be used to further the recommendations of the plan. So that's something that the implementation program could look at, is how those monies are allocated, and suggest some, perhaps not, some distribution of them amongst some of these goals.
And do we have some idea of what that distribution looks like now?
They have, I think it increased. I think it's around $80,000 that is collected from the downtown property owners in the district, and they are all DBA, Downtown Brattleboro Alliance, is their funding. So, yeah, I mean, I don't have it with me, but they have a distribution of it for programs that they do.
So in some ways, it's this plan making a recommendation about how the DBA allocates its resources, which are technically the municipality's resources.
So, yeah.
Well, but the municipality made the decision that DBA is their downtown.
Right. Right. So it's sort of a weird line, I guess.
It is a weird line.
Trying to point out.
Oh, wait a minute.
Does the DBA ever justify their spending and stuff, and
every year.
some?
Every year. It's approved by representative town meeting.
Right.
It's on the ballot.
As a separate ballot question? It's standalone, or just part of the $15 million?
I believe it's standalone.
I think it's
Yeah, that's been contentious.
So if, well, what if the DBA hasn't been much of a participant in this process? Have they?
We had early discussions with them.
Yeah.
So would you characterize them as enthusiastic participants who would say, oh great, we have a plan, now we're going to implement it using our money?
I don't have any evidence to support that.
I don't think that I would want to be an organization that would be told how to spend my money. I mean, I think we'd have to have those conversations with them. I don't think it's fair to say, here's our plan, and you should take 50,000 of your operating funds and do it.
Is there a follow-up plan with them to share
Not right now, but definitely there's a plan to share the information. I guess for me, I feel like those conversations need to be had, and I think that taking even DBA out of it, I don't know how I don't think the support would be there for the property owners that pay that tax, that they are responsible for infrastructure or betterment projects, just them. I think they benefit the entire town. I mean, as it is, the whole flower program, which, is people enjoy the flowers in this, all 4 seasons or 3 seasons, and, visitors come to Brattleboro and recognize it. It's primarily paid by those downtown property owners. So I think there's a bigger discussion of what is the benefit and what does downtown bring to the entire community, and is it fair that there's just those property owners paying?
But they've also had a program the last year that activates public spaces.
They did?
They've brought in musicians and artists and community game leaders and paid them a small amount of money to perform or do their thing.
So that's the sort of thing that could come out of the recommendations is, to provide support for that type of programming, how to, basically recommendations about how to allocate some of those resources amongst the competing priorities. So.
I just do want to say I am an ex officio member of the DBA board.
Okay. So I guess I need some clarification on this point 3 then. Is some portion of the improvement district taxes, is that money, basically is that DBA money? Or is there other improvement district taxes that we might be able to play with? In other words, so this recommendation is essentially doing what you said, which is this is going to say, DBA, you should do X, Y, Z, here's our plan. And so we should tell you not to do that, based on what you just said. We won't tell them what to do.
The DBA gets 100% of the improvement.
That's how it's been allocated up till now. So us putting forward a recommendation would be, we're suggesting you not give DBA full
funding.
You see what I'm saying?
We're suggesting that you use...
Because it wouldn't be DBA spending the money to implement these things.
Okay. So all right, so rather us recommending to DBA, we're recommending to the town, give us some of that money and we're going to execute our plan.
And I guess, to me, a piece of that would be like mission-based. Do we think that the improvement district taxes, the DBA is really focused on economic development and economic vibrancy and activity, focused on the small businesses downtown? And I think that if we were to think about making a recommendation of a different use of those funds, then it would need to come with a different motivation for activating a space, right?
Right.
Particularly, I think one of the things that you identified in here was this sense of safety and not feeling comfortable, not knowing the weird people that are downtown or the people that are panhandling. And I don't know if that might fall under an inclusivity sort of program or investment that might not directly relate to the economic development piece that the DBA really is focused on.
I wouldn't say the DBA is just focused on the economic development. I mean, it's property owners in the downtown, so there's residential as well. So it is a quality of life in the downtown. There is a large focus on economic development because we want our downtown to be successful and the stores successful, because that's good for everybody. But I would, okay. Just be careful. I wouldn't just say that they're.
I didn't know that it included
economic development.
Residents.
Yeah, residents can be members.
Yeah, my understanding is that DBA does allocate some of those resources towards things like programming and supporting community events and programming and arts and things like that. But probably right now there isn't money necessarily being directed to the actual physical improvements, perhaps, that could be used. So like, say, fixing sidewalks. Right.
No,
right now
doesn't. I mean, that's
none of that business improvement district tax money goes to, say, fix sidewalks. But that is under the umbrella of what you can do with business improvement tax or district money, that's one of the things that you could spend that money on legitimately. You know, that's enough. It's an improvement to the area, right? Mm-hmm. So it would qualify. So that's the kind of question to look at. So as we're looking at identifying potential funding sources for some of the recommendations in here, do those tax dollars, are they on the table to be something to be talked about as to how they're spent?
That seems like such a bigger conversation. I mean, that
it is bigger, and I wouldn't want to have it without having DBA.
Right. I mean, the DBA ought to be here, and probably other stakeholders as well. I'm curious about. I mean, it seems to me I guess I'm curious why you only pick the improvement district taxes as opposed to all the other potential sources for income.
Well, I feel that those are legitimately on the table to be discussed in the plan. This is the one where it's a question of whether you want to talk about how that money is being used now. I mean, I think we can legitimately say, yes, the town should be allocating more just property tax dollars to sidewalk repair, right? Without having a policy discussion around that to the same degree, I guess.
It seems to make sense to have these in there because people don't know necessarily where that money is coming from and where that money is going. And as long as the DBA isn't going to get shirty about us talking about their money.
Well,
people do. No, that's not happening sometimes. Yeah. Feels like that.
I don't disagree. I just never heard that word.
Oh.
I'm gonna look it up later. So
yeah.
Take
Okay.
up any time
Okay. No, I mean, because it does seem to me. I mean, any kind of public conversation is an opportunity for people to be informed about various different sorts of things. And $80,000 is not a small amount of money. I mean, it's nice to know that that money is there. And in the off chance that the DBA would like to collaborate with us on taking forward some of these recommendations, then that's worth having a conversation.
It's worth having a conversation. I mean, we can definitely invite the executive director here. I will tell you that $80,000 is not their entire budget. They fundraise, they seek grants to do their work as well. So as a downtown, having a designated downtown, you are required to have some sort of organization that's providing these certain types of programs. That is a requirement of the designated downtown. I think that maybe some things that are on the table would be what if the downtown district was expanded? There's been some discussion about that. We looked at it the last time we were. No, actually, it was a while ago. Should the designated downtown be expanded? Maybe that brings in more tax dollars. Maybe it gets allocated in a different way. But I just think I don't know.
So do you think
it's a big discussion that would be.
I'm getting a distinct impression.
I would rather have DBA here to kind of make the argument as to why I don't want to speak on their behalf. But I just think it's a tricky one.
And I don't necessarily think this is something you have to answer tonight. I think as we come around to look at the recommendations in the next round of looking at this, I'm just highlighting this as a potential policy area where there could be some issues to be resolved.
Great, super. Shall we go on?
And I think I would just add, it's if the planning commission wanted to take that discussion up with the select board when DBA is submitting their, they submit the budget, it gets approved by the select board. There's a whole process for it. Just something to think about.
Is there any wording anywhere that says what improvement district taxes have to be used for?
Not what. No.
I'll look that up.
Well, there is some statutory requirements around what they can be used for, or regular. And probably isn't statute.
It's the state, right?
It's the state.
So the state has the rule about you have to have a designated downtown improvement group. I don't know what the term is. And there's some rules about that.
Yeah, if you look at the authorizing language for the taxes, I think there is some
We might have it. We might have an ordinance as well that
list of what you can use the money.
I know we definitely have a downtown improvement district ordinance.
That'd be good to see.
Wow.
Yeah.
In statute.
But what's nice about you identifying like this particular money source is that it makes it really tangible. Instead of saying, you know, the town should invest in doing better sidewalks. And then throw that on the town to figure out. I like the tangibility of some sort of sourcing money plan.
Yeah, we probably need more than just this one.
Yeah, it's clearly not to fund the.
No, can't fund very much.
Yeah, so
that's municipal government, that's finding grants, that's using the downtown transportation program to, you know, get funding for new sidewalks.
So I think is where we're landing on, it seems like where we're landing on three is not necessarily to make a recommendation, but that we do want to keep it open for discussion and to include DBA in that discussion. I think that's a good idea.
Great. So, are we ready to go on to 4?
Yeah, so I bring up 4 because one of the things that Andrew and I talked about when we talked about how the implementation strategy piece, the next steps in here is going to get put together, is one way to think about it would be to run through sort of and organize it by who's responsible, basically, to carry out some of these elements. So, you know, what are you looking for from, you know, in terms of how Public Works is, what they might prioritize downtown, recreation, you know, might do with some of the public spaces downtown, you know, how the policing strategy is set up for downtown. There's a lot of places where you could make more specific recommendations on municipal either work, investment approach.
Given the nature of the conversations that have gone on in this town for the last year and a half, it seems to me it would be extraordinarily presumptuous of the Planning Commission, or maybe I'll just say personalizing this presumption from me, to start telling the police or the maintenance departments sort of how to carry out their work. I mean, it seems like this is sort of similar to the last question, and if we wanted to move forward, it might be worthwhile for us to say, well, we kind of like some of these ideas. Let's talk to the people responsible in those areas about how feasible these things are, what their thoughts are on them, as opposed to telling, I mean, I wouldn't want to, you know.
I think I would push back a little bit on that, because with the full town plan that we have, there are definitely jobs assigned to committees, assigned to departments, and that was part of the whole planning and implementation. Like, it's not just a plan to get people interested and excited about the vision of our town. It's actually to accomplish these things. And I think that, I mean, as the structure exists with the town plan, it's not like we're treading into new territory necessarily by including some recommendations there.
So I think there's probably a fine line. So if we're talking about vegetation management, you know, I'm much more comfortable saying, okay, we have departments in town, or, you know, we've got a tree warden, or whatever, we've got this process that we can work through. I do not think we should be here telling the police department how they should be staffing and where they should be sending police officers. I think that is out of our purview and is not any, you know, I don't want to tell them how to police downtown.
Yeah.
I think there's been enough discussion about how they police in downtown that I just don't think that.
But just like you wouldn't tell somebody how or when to water plants and what sort of fertilizer to give.
Exactly.
you would say, we want some plants, can you take care of that? The best way that you know how. I think there are some safety and feelings that were identified in here that we can say, hey, community members feel like this is a problem.
But
here.
Those recommendations, I mean, we've heard those both in the plan and also in the daily newspapers about, you know, some people feel anxious about the underhoused population wandering the streets. Other people feel like it's not an issue. And I mean, I gather that, I mean, the police from the select board have been going around and around in circles in the respectful way to make sure that as many people can be made happy by what they're doing. And I guess that's what I'm concerned about, is this sort of notion that we get the feeling there are a lot of people had strong opinions and they responded to our survey about it's icky, it's grungy, I hate it, I'm not going there anymore. Why would I sit in those spaces? They're unpleasant. And how do we make a recommendation to sort of, I mean, we should make a recommendation to say that we should have more pleasant spaces, but how to accomplish that pleasantness, I think it would be nice to have a conversation.
Yeah, I just think, I agree with you. And I think there's ways we can address those things other than policing, like crime prevention through environmental design, more lighting on some of the side streets, brightening up the transportation center that Brandy has pointed out in this plan. And I think if we highlight those, we need to highlight the programmatic ways of making downtown safer than having to police it, when obviously there, like Sue said, there has been those discussions. There is a police officer, I believe, or one or two that are downtown a lot of the hours, and there's Project Care. And I think if we can highlight what this plan is trying to get at, really in this plan, and then the priority, if that's a high priority, maybe that's a way we could do it.
I mean, I agree. This is a public design plan. Like, it's a design for the public spaces.
Yeah, no, I'm responding to the language here that says town departments and/or policing.
It's maintenance and/or. So I wanted to get the policing one in there because there is some language around the, patrol, approaches to patrol, basically.
Right.
So it is kind of the question of how far beyond physical design do you want to go with the recommendations?
And I guess that's where I think that there's so much work that's been going on. I mean, it's sort of similar to the parking study. There's plenty of parking, but there are still people who say that we don't have enough parking in this town. We have to decide that those people just are always going to feel like there's not enough parking, because we know there's enough parking and we're sort of moving ahead. There's people who think that the town is unsafe. Everybody's trying to work to make it safer. We're just going to have to move ahead without telling the police what to do, assuming that some people who are always going to feel unsafe, because we're always going to feel unsafe. Rather than, I agree with more lighting, all those sorts of things, the classical music and the album. But I wouldn't put recommendations for maintenance activities by town departments and or policing.
I wonder if there is a set of positive recommendations we could make on policing. For example, when there are rallies or parades or walks, or encouraging more support, or other, I'm not sure.
I think that they are professionals, and I don't feel like I'm in a position to tell them how to police. They're very prepared, they're very professional. They've got their protocol. I'm not sure the planning commission is the right place to be putting that out there. Well, actually, I'm sure that the planning commission is not the right place.
So I think that, if I'm understanding right, the question is really how to focus this effort, right? This report that we're coming up with, and I think, I'm not sure I'm totally closed. I'm still open to a persuasive argument, but I think where I'm landing is I think I would focus on programmatic things like you were describing earlier in this report, and not focus the energy as much on I don't know what to call it. What did you call it? The recommendations for activities by town departments. I would maybe not focus as much on that stuff, so not as much on maintenance or policing activities, and focus more on the programmatic things like the lighting or the increased visibility in areas for as ways of improving safety in terms of things that feel to me more closely aligned to what the Planning Commission's mission is.
In that, I hear work for Public Works, I hear work for the Rec Department, I hear work for the Town Arts Council. So we'd be making recommendations for those groups.
Yeah, I was thinking more about the safety, and maybe I misunderstood the question, but I was focusing my head on the safety question.
Oh, you said programmatic, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, the plan obviously requires people to do work. There's no question about that.
And maintain.
And, yeah, I mean, but it's more, I think, sort of telling them where to go and how to do their jobs that we want to shy away from. There's also, I think, the plan as written can go towards making sure those people who say the place is unsafe we've heard that, and we can talk about, eyes on the street and this sort of Jane Jacobs sort of thing. When we make these public spaces, we have more people out here, they're going to feel safer. It's not necessarily about having a cop there. It can also be, we do these programmatic things, and that way I think if people feel, they do need to know that we've heard that. So the plan has to reflect it in some way, but I guess it should reflect it not in a way that sort of says we need more.
I think in the point that I was trying to make before with the public gatherings and protests and things like that is that sometimes it can be a burden on activating space to have the police say, yes, but you need an officer there and you need to pay this fee to have that happen.
That's true.
So that can be a burden on activating space, and that would be something that a policy that they could change or a value system that they could amend to support more public activity.
That's interesting.
Well, I need to check that because I'm not sure, not every use of public space in that manner requires a police officer. So I think it's, and the town has certainly waived fees. The climate change march last year, there was no fees on that. There's a rally coming up, I don't know, in Plenty Park that, was small, doesn't need, so I guess I need to understand when it is that some safety protection is required.
Maybe I can just offer a question. From what I hear here, I think what you guys are really wrestling with is, does this plan change anything in public space and in this design that should be made aware to these departments and would change the way it's maintained or policed currently? Is there anything that should be brought out as, this is different, it may need new consideration from such and such and such and such to handle it differently? I don't know that there is that in this plan, but I think that's the question that this is trying to get at. Like, is there something new here that's being presented that changes the physical space enough that we need to point at it and say, hey, think about this, because this just changed in how we maintain our physical space and police it. I don't know that there is. That would be where I plan. But I also think your question's valid, but I don't I don't know that I don't see the design process so much playing into that question. Like, I think barriers to using public spaces is a really important concern to take forward, but maybe it belongs in different communication or a different effort. I don't know. I'm new to this as well, so I get to play the new guy
But
card.
it's I mean, the point is well taken. I mean, because I think, I don't know that we can anticipate that these spaces are going to be dramatically transformed in such a way that it's going to change the way the police and the maintenance department needs to do their work. I mean,
I think there's basic maintenance that maybe, there's been some discussion of pruning back.
Yes, say like the riverfront area. So the community effort to clear the riverfront here. I think I have photos of it.
Yeah. I got the
See?
poison ivy
People
cigars
clearing,
to prove it. Oh, yeah.
Right, people clearing out the
It's
bank.
awful.
That hasn't been kept up.
Right.
So that's, it has grown back in substantially over to
So
growing
this is an
season.
example of you wondering, should we state that in the plan or
Yeah,
not,
it's sort of,
not
I'm
push
trying to
buttons?
figure out the tone and
Well,
the
I think
structure
when
and
it
how we're
comes
going
to
to move forward.
vegetation and maintenance and public space, I think that is okay to mention that nobody is currently doing that right now. Is it Public Works? Is it Rec and Parks? Is it some other group? I think that's perfectly. I think that is perfectly legitimate.
Because I just remembered that when we did that, there was a big question about whether or not we were supposed to be doing that, and if we were hurting, the
cap.
Yeah, something.
Mhm.
So I think that there's a chance that in fact we were, and that's why the maintenance department said, well, we're not going to keep that up because in fact we need all that growth in order to. Well, anyway.
We don't need all those invasives.
Okay. All right.
No one needs the grapevine.
Yeah.
No one
needs
needs
knotweed.
grapevine. There's no knotweed there yet.
Okay.
Yeah, just
Plenty of poison ivy.
Yeah, so I think that's good. And I do hear, if it is the barriers to public space, I think then maybe that works its way into a recommendation. I mean, you've talked about your experience putting on arts events and, that the cost can be a barrier. And so if we are trying to program these public spaces, then maybe it is a recommendation that the town should look at its policies or ordinances and that. Like, I think that is
Just not take away the benches.
I'm okay with that being in a recommendation. There should be benches, I think those are all the public space programmatic things that
Who's going to take
I'm
away the
just-
benches?
People say that's happening.
They
Oh,
have
Places downtown over the years.
It's a solution to loitering. You take away the benches.
I mean, I see this plan as like not directing one body, but directing the town as a whole, like the departments, elected officials, town officials. That's how committees. That's how I see these plans and just the plan process and plan creation in the first place. It's it's not some plans maybe they tell direct groups what to do, but in this plan it's more about downtown. How can we make these changes without directly saying that Public Works has to maintain them, or I feel like there's ways we can use that kind of language to say, look at what we did in the past. We would love to, how can we recreate these efforts to maintain invasives?
Or it's, it's either recreating or it's saying, this is really important to us and we think that we should prioritize this kind of stuff in the downtown or elsewhere.
Sure, yeah.
So that gets
Government
us
needs
to
to
number
look at it.
5.
Yeah, so I thought just getting a sense if you have walked through what's written so far, just what folks in the room see as priorities. I'm willing to share what I think are priorities, and then
Oh, gosh, why don't you kick us off? That would be good.
see where we go. So if you're thinking about, as we're thinking about the implementation matrix, one of the things we're going to do is sort of sort them in terms of importance or priority or time frame. And
So we're doing matrix.
yeah, huh?
Okay, we are doing
I don't know if it's going to be a matrix. I just call it implementation. We have a bit of a challenge, which we have to get through here in the design plan, is that the design plan, the story map thing, doesn't accept a table very well. And so we normally do implementations in this table format. So we're hitting our heads here to
The
figure
town
out.
plan definitely has one.
Yes, this is a real planner problem. But anyway.
Well, another thing that I like, kind of spinning off this question is, what do you guys think of like short-term and long-term priorities?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
In
terms of like things that might take a little longer in terms of getting funding, like
I'd like to-
redesigning Harmony Lot, or something quicker like adding lighting, better lighting to downtown, for example.
So basically synonymous with easy and easily achievable and more complex.
Exactly. Kind of. What do you think of that idea? I'm curious because I've been thinking about it lately. So.
Yeah. So I mean, having worked through.
Four sector grid of
I think it's helpful to see that.
easy and fast and what's
It could be
slow and
helpful
hard.
for prioritization. Just, obviously some things are going to take longer to implement.
Yeah, is anybody, any of the commissioners prepared to articulate the priorities? Yeah.
I don't know if something jumped out at you as you looked through that you were like, we should get on that right away, or that's like, I think that's sort of a critical first step, or anything of that nature.
I didn't feel ready to.
Well, you can think about that until we meet again.
Can you throw some options out there?
So,
I mean, I have some floating around in my head, but maybe it's just because they're the ones that I remember.
Yeah. So it seems to me that, the impetus for doing the plan was the change to the bridge. So the work around the intersection in Bridge Street, that seems to be, those are big projects and expensive projects and complex projects, but those seem to be kind of priority pieces, I would think, there. And then I come back to the transportation center. It seems to me that the transportation center and getting people to park there is critical to doing anything else that follows.
That's a good point.
So some of that is, some physical changes. It's trying to shift public opinion, and it's not going to be easy to do. If you look at the parking numbers in that facility, it's horrible. And the only way you're going to get the cars off the surface parking and off the on-street parking and into the garage is if there is a very significant public perception shift in the use of the garage. So it seems to me like that. It probably actually, I think they're gonna fix the elevator, right?
Yes, the parts have been on order.
Yes. So that is like, there are some things there, and I think the conversation around lighting of the interior lighting has been bounced around.
DBA has had lots of discussions about placemaking. Not only the Ask the River art, but some art on the different levels of the floor, like that was seen at the pop-up. Active community alley and activating the transportation center some more.
Yeah. So that seems to me to be a pretty critical step. And then, unfortunately, just circle back to just the basic maintenance, just cleaning and trimming and tidying and maintaining what's there now. Because there's actually a lot of really good stuff there now that could be better utilized. And start to create a more it's as much a public perception problem at this point as anything, and so those aspects to me seem like they're pretty important piece of the puzzle, and they're not hard to do either. I mean, in terms of the short-term easy question, you've got the resources, the town has the resources to do it. It's a commitment of the resource question, I guess.
Yeah, tacked on to that, I'd love Harmony parking lot to be a park and the rail trail to go in.
I would love bigger sidewalks on Main Street.
Oh yeah, that too.
Are we putting a hyperloop in there too? Like you just?
Oh come on, now you're being.
I'm sorry.
What's a century plan?
I'm supposed to be long-term strategic.
I think the whetstone pathway too is, some sort of redesign of the space that is there that doesn't function very well.
Yeah, maybe that's something that we should actually talk about a little bit, because that's one that's got sort of two very different options ahead, and sort of two very different ways to think about the space. And I'd be curious to see what your response was to that. They both came out of the charrette. That we had feedback from people. in terms of what it would take to do this, to make this into a good public space. So there were really these two competing ideas. One is it's a path, and it should just be people moving on it, and it shouldn't be a gathering space so much. And so there is the this design idea, which really takes a bunch of that plaza space away and puts green space there. There was also a lot of sentiment, if you remember, in the public survey responses and people who came through, that people would like to see more green. The hard surfaced places in downtown are not particularly popular. We can say whether we think this works or doesn't work, given how those spaces are supposed to function, but a lot of people expressed an interest in seeing more green. So this really just makes it more of, this is a pathway approach. Yes, there might be some seating to overlook the river and that type of thing, but it's not sort of envisioned as that public gathering space. And then, let's see here.
It serves as such a great public gathering space right now.
Yeah, I don't actually have the drawing in, apparently, for the other one. I did start on. So the other one.
Is that sarcastic?
No, it was
yeah.
totally
Yeah, there are some good.
Boom boxes and people making music and
Yeah.
like people selling stuff.
I'm gonna just check and see if it's actually down here, and I didn't drop it in yet,
But you
or
think this
if
will
it ate it
enhance
again.
it, or
Every now and then
muddy
this
it?
thing eats a drawing. You put something in and it goes away. So let's see.
Is this section, this is owned by
maybe
the
that's why
town,
you
not by
bring
the
that up.
village?
Yes, it is owned by the town.
Because you had thoughts about that.
I should probably go within 15 minutes. I'm looking at the times.
Okay.
Well, I don't see it sitting right here easily, so why don't I'll just, so anyway, the other plan takes a different approach where it takes the parking that's here in front of the entrance to the store and shoves it down there. So taking out this walkway, so you push the parking that way. You still end up with fewer parking spaces, but you could sort of figure out how many you could manage to do away with. I think I said 7 or so might go away, and that would allow this whole space in front of the store to not have any parking. So, and then really extend the whetstone pathway that way, so it interfaces with the front of the store a lot more. I mean, if you notice that part is paved, as if it's meant to be a pedestrian zone, right? But it really, given the parking and the, let's see, where's the, do I not have the area? Okay, I don't know how to do that. But anyway, to really sort of make that more of a pedestrian plaza space with the cars, yes, would still be coming by, but it wouldn't be the parking.
It wouldn't be the parking and all the movement.
All the movement going back and forth there. So, if you could think about the co-op could extend their outdoor seating for their cafe across. There could be, you could still leave it hard surfaced. You could have food truck or food cart type activity. That kind of thing could fill into that space instead of using it for parking. And in that way, really open up the whetstone to the pathway to the front of the store. There's something, the difference in the elevation and the cars is just enough to really make it kind of hidden. By the time you're in this corner, yes, you are visible from the parking lot, but you're not really highly visible, I guess I would say, if you're in that area, because of the slight difference in the elevations and then the parked cars. So in some ways, that goes back to that whole surveillance and public visibility, and so all those kinds of changes and the opening up of the vegetation in there as well, that's also interesting, this vegetation along the back rows. If you go back and look at some of the earlier air photos, it's pretty obvious that this stuff in earlier actual photos, even when the store was just built. It's obvious that this stuff has grown up an awful lot in, less than 10 years. Basically, probably since Irene, there was probably a change to the how much sediment there is down there and stuff to hold in and stuff. There's a lot of that. Basically, everything that's on the riverside is young for the most part, and is bushing quite a bit at this point in terms of blocking it around.
That area, that parking area, strikes me as accident prone too. But maybe it hasn't been. But I wonder if anyone's heard of car accidents being frequent there.
In the parking lot?
The first
row.
The first row.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I mean, there's times when I walk cars coming in, I'm like, should I go or not? Yeah.
But I think I'm cognizant of the time. So I want to know how we want to go forward. Do you have some?
Yeah, I did. I had this really novel thought that I wanted to share, but related to this. Was there ever the thought of us, maybe it's kind of a sacred cow, but a taboo thing to bring up, but that we have public spaces that are so underutilized and that relinquishing them, selling them, would free up resources to apply to a better spot? In the same way that we are entertaining the idea of relinquishing some parking spaces because they're excessive or unused.
That is not something that's necessarily, didn't really come up in the discussions we've had, I guess, from the community, but it's certainly a valid idea. I think there was some thoughts around Harris, wasn't there, of trying to get some buildings back?
Nothing serious. I think it's plain fantasy that Harris would be a great place to put some housing.
Oh, good.
Okay. It has a nice view.
It has a nice view. Nice flat parking lot. Like, we always thought that would be a great place for when Melrose was being closed. Like, that would be a great place, Who wouldn't want to live downtown?
The other question, the question is, what would you be able to relinquish? You wouldn't be able to relinquish the riverfront area because of the pollution issues with that.
Maybe some really strange building could go in at Plaza Park.
That's got, I think, I haven't tracked it down or looked it up, but there is some historical.
It's on the National Register now.
Because of the fountain?
What?
Wow, really?
Or more than that, the wall that goes around and everything.
Yep, it's part of the
downtown district.
The downtown district, and yeah, so
that's amazing.
See, with
I would give some thought to your any consideration of selling public spaces.
Because if it's so hard to find funding and stuff for additions, and there's
always Preston. We can have that as an option.
Things we have that don't satisfy, then we're saying cycle things in
an adopt-a-park.
Right.
Museum, take that Malfunction Junction Park again. Do something cool with it.
So, outside of selling off some of our real estate, do you need anything else from us this evening?
I need a decision about whether you want to see me next time in April, or if I don't know what else you've got from an agenda perspective and things like that. So,
well, we have the pressing issue of we need to work on our zoning, and before we work on our zoning, we were going to have our values conversation and get that out of the way so that we could make more rapid decisions on our zoning, because we've had our values all set.
We are, the only thing I would say is that we are on a deadline. The municipal planning grant is up in May. I'm not exact. I think it's the end of May, and then I've got a month to kind of close it out. I don't have the exact deadline, but
I don't know the exact.
So your recommendation is we do this again in April.
Well, my I think if you want more time with Brandy and we want to be checking in on our work, then
yes.
Maybe we can do more than one thing at a meeting. I don't know.
There's also the question, if you wanted to do another time slot too, if you had other agenda items.
Or if we wanted to do a special meeting to do values or something like that. That's an option too.
Would another meeting with Brandy, we would still be looking at the draft?
Within another month, I should have the strategy stuff done.
So it'd be like a final draft.
It'd be a final draft
And
version.
meeting in April would be a final draft-ish version?
Yeah.
Would that be a chance to maybe gently invite some other people in to take a look?
Sure, absolutely.
So maybe not that we are having those conversations that we talked about potentially having, but at least including.
Yeah, the DBA and some other, maybe.
Rec department, I don't know.
Right, the maintenance, people who are in charge of maintenance, it seems like.
Rec department.
Rec department.
Yeah. Not as a presentation of a final anything.
But just as a discussion as we try to
this is
finalize
where we're
things.
at.
I would say if we take that approach, we should not have anything else on the agenda.
And the one issue might be to think about, if we invite people who haven't looked at it at all before, they're going to need some time in advance, probably, to have the option of familiarizing themselves.
Yeah, lots of previews.
So that affects sort of how quickly I gotta turn this around.
Well, is there a chance that we can, we meaning the two of you, introduce those people to this?
Yes.
Before that?
Not just what's on Brandy, like when is the deadline? Should we do this in April? Should we do it in May?
Well, I don't know that we should push all the way into May, but if you thought you had too full of an agenda to take it on, and you wanted to push this into a little later into April, that could assist with the
Well, it all
having
depends on
it more complete.
commissioners, whether or not you guys can do it 2 meetings in April.
So the only thing I will say is that I am on vacation the week of April 20th, and I would want to be here for the discussion.
And then I'm on vacation the week before that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
I don't,
think we
as
can
long
still
as one
have a
of us
meeting
is
the
here.
week before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't have to be here.
But we could, I mean, the DBA and the rec department could see this.
Yes.
And
this is live,
go
so
a long way towards.
And it would also give them a feeling of, okay, this is still in
It's
progress.
Still in, yeah, and then
I don't have to
and
have
then
it
if they
all.
see the finalized whatever you've got in April at the same time we do, then we're actually really collaborating with them instead of saying we're sort of just bringing you in when we've already chewed it.
So I can check
Six.
with those that we want to bring into the discussion.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
is that okay?
Yeah,
I feel
no.
like you were trying to push for a later April.
Well,
meeting,
I was just
so
worried that if you want them to look, but if you're happy with just having them walk through what's here now, you know, I'm like.
Well, because I think it's going to be a discussion. I'm going to show it to them and explain where the conversation went and.
Yeah. So, I do keep adding things. So.
Yeah.
I know. Every time you look at it, there might be some new stuff.
And I think that it was really helpful for us to react to it with having some guiding questions to react to.
So you can keep those in the back of your mind, because as I've gone through it, those seem to be the more pressing policy questions. So as we go forward.
Great.
Okay.
All right. So, are there any other issues? Anything else? Anything else for tonight? Is there a motion to adjourn?
Sure.
You can make this.
I'll make it. Move the way adjourn.
I will second the motion.
Are all those in favor?
Aye.
The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Andrea can, I think, hand hosting back over to me so that I can continue to do what I need to do. And then Tucker and Betsy Ann, I don't know if you have a preference on who should go first in terms of walking us through the work that the Senate is moving towards the floor. But I'll welcome you to raise your hand if you have a sense of who wants to go first.
Madam Chair, this is Betsy Ann. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great. All right. I don't have a hand raising capability though at this point.
Okay. Well, you and Tucker both weighed in at the same time. But if you're ready to go first, then we'll wait and have Tucker go second.
All right. Thanks. For the record, Betsy Ann Rask, Legislative Counsel. Looking at what's now listed as an H742 amendment, that draft 2.1. Apparently, we've been looking at the Senate this morning as well. They're currently meeting. And what I understand happened is that this language was actually instead placed on H681 on its own as a strike-all to H681, and the Senate voted it out today. So all of this language, as I understand it, is coming your way, not on H742, but on its own as H681, if I got that number correct. But the Senate made two changes to the language, the elections language that you reviewed before. Section 1, the legislative intent does not change. In Section 2, this is in regard to the voter signatures in the primary, general, and local elections. Madam Chair, as you already indicated, the Senate ultimately did not recommend any further changes to this language. Specifically, the Senate did not move forward with prohibiting a person from submitting more than one candidate consent in the primary or general election. But as you did indicate, Madam Chair, Senate Gov Ops did discuss that this issue could be discussed further in the future, since candidate consents don't have to start to be filed for the state level offices until May 14th.
Okay, Betsy Ann, Jim Harrison has a question. Jim, go ahead.
Yeah, Betsy Ann, do you have a way of bringing up the actual amendment? I'm afraid to switch screens because I will lose it altogether, and I don't know that I can split screen as easily because I'm not on an iPad.
Are you looking at draft 2.1 that's labeled as an amendment to H742?
Well, that I was looking at it before, but right now I'm just looking at all of you folks. Sarah had done something, but again, Sarah's on Zoom, but she had done something with sharing a document. I don't know if you have that capability or not.
Oh, I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay, Sarah, is it possible for you to do it? I'm afraid I'm going to lose everything if I try it.
Yeah, let me see what I can do. I found the Senate calendar. It still has the language appearing as an amendment to 742, but I believe that this should be the correct language. And Betsy Ann, are you able to see what we're sharing on screen, or are you on cell phone only?
I'm cell phone only at this point.
Okay, so I have in the Senate calendar proposal of amendment offered by Senators White, Bray, Clarkson, Collimore, and Polina, and I'm assuming that this is the final language that they worked on last night. Section 1 being legislative intent. Folks, are you able to see what I'm sharing with you? Nod if you're able to. Okay, I'm seeing a few nods. Good. So I will go ahead and scroll through, Betsy Ann. I'll scroll through as you are talking about what we're looking at, and hopefully that will be helpful for folks. If you're able to navigate away from your Zoom call, you can also go to the Senate calendar for today and find this language yourself if you would like to. Otherwise, I will scroll along with it. So Betsy Ann, I have section 2 in front of me right now.
Perfect. All right. So no changes to that section 2 in regard to voter signatures and candidate consents. I will move on to section 3 if that works for you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
All right, there were 2 changes in section 3 that the Senate GovOps Committee ultimately proposed. The first change is in section 3, subsection A, dealing with the ability of the Secretary of State to order or permit temporary elections procedures. And the question was what sort of involvement the governor should have in that order or permitting election procedures. So the original language that Senate GovOps was considering was just to say that the Secretary of State is authorized in consultation with the governor to order or permit these temporary elections procedures. Instead, after hearing feedback from House GovOps about Secretary of State and the governor working together in this during this time, the Senate GovOps Committee ultimately proposed the language that you see here, which is that the Secretary of State is authorized in consultation and agreement with the governor to order or permit these temporary elections procedures, so that the governor would need to agree with what the Secretary of State would order or permit during the emergency time for the rest of 2020.
Any questions on that committee? I don't see any hands raised, but I have a slightly different view now that I'm navigating a document instead of looking at all of your tiles. Warren Kitzmiller, go ahead.
I very strongly agree with what the Secretary of State said the last time we were speaking. I mean, and agreement only invites impasse. And I think somebody has to be in charge of that decision. And I think it should be the Secretary of State who oversees elections, not the governor. That's nothing against Phil Scott at all. They're just those 2 offices can be at odds and then nothing happens.
Yes. So this was a compromise worked out because there was concern about wanting to make sure that when we get to the end of the balloting period, that there could be no allegation that there was any partisan wrangling. And so the governor's people are willing to take on this role, and we can continue to watch this and see if we are concerned that that we don't like the way it's playing out. Anyone else want to talk about that change in section 3? I see Jim Harrison. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, hi, sorry. You have to figure out how to scroll the mute and unmute. The Secretary of State was, from what I know personally, and also in listening to the committee, was involved in the conversations, and the Director of Elections, as I heard on the Senate GovOps committee last night, agreed to the language which was suggested by the chair in the Senate.
Okay. Any other questions on section 3? All right, Betsy Ann, take it away.
Thank you. And the other change here in this section 3 is adding this subsection B, which would provide that for any of the temporary elections procedure, the Secretary of State orders or permits under this section, the Secretary would be required to adopt any necessary corresponding procedures that ensure the public can monitor polling places and the counting of votes. This is just supplemental language to ensure that when an election procedure in the year 2020 would differ from current law, that there would still be the ability of the public to monitor the polling places and the counting of votes as they, consistent with how they normally would under current law.
Great. Seeing no hands raised. Section 4.
Finally, there were no changes to Section 4. This is that Australian ballot authority for municipalities so that they can move toward Australian ballot more easily with just a vote of the legislative body instead of a vote of the whole municipality. And as a reminder, subsection B allows the Secretary of State to waive deadlines in statute or school district articles of agreement as necessary to allow that move to Australian ballot, with the municipality needing to request it if the relevant provisions are set forth in a municipal charter or articles of agreement. No change there to that language that you originally saw from Senate GovOps. And that's the end of the elections provisions.
Excellent. So shall we hand it over to open meeting law? Tucker? Tucker can unmute himself.
Yes, I am here.
There you
Sorry,
go.
I was annotating the shared screen that was in front of me and getting used to this excellent new technology. So for those listening, Tucker Anderson, Legislative Counsel. I will start in section 6.
So Tucker, hold on just a second. Warren, did you have a question before we begin?
Yes, I'm hoping that Tucker can increase the volume. His
yeah.
voice is very, very low.
Thanks, Tucker, for speaking up.
Is this an improvement?
Yes.
There may be some limitations with the age of the laptop that I am using, so I apologize. But thankfully, you will not hear my dog squeaking toys and my wife whistling for the dog to stop squeaking toys. I will start in section 6 and cover the changes that were made in Senate GovOps. The first change is going to be in subsection B. This is dealing with these emergency open meeting law provisions and the technology that must be used by a public body when they are meeting electronically. The first change is a small one that starts on line 3, and this deals with telephone access to meetings. As you may recall, there is a piece in here that states that the public body shall allow the public to access meetings by telephone. Senate GovOps took some testimony and decided to add the following 2 words: whenever feasible. So the public bodies shall allow the public to access the meeting by telephone whenever feasible. There was some recognition while it was snowing during yesterday's meeting that telephone access is not always guaranteed, and they did not want to have meetings closed because telephone access was not possible. The next change is in the last 3 lines, subsection B, as you're looking at it. This is an entirely new sentence. It was proposed by House GovOps and modified Senate GovOps. So this new line reads, unless unusual circumstances make it impossible for them to do so, the legislative body of each municipality and each school board shall record its meetings held pursuant to this section. So this was the recording requirement that was discussed just the other day. Senate GovOps determined that this should be applied to legislative bodies of municipalities and school boards, and that there should be an exception built in for when there are unusual circumstances that make it impossible to record the meeting.
John Gannon has a question.
So Tucker, I mean, what does whenever feasible mean? I mean, does that mean, okay, the phone lines are down, so therefore you can't use the phone? Or is it like the town manager in Colchester who needed to hire an additional IT person to do telephonic public meetings?
The duty to allow telephone access is going to be dependent on the feasibility of providing that access. There was not a discussion about what the parameters of feasibility would be, but if you have the opportunity to provide telephone access, then there is this mandatory duty to do so.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if there are no other questions, we'll let Tucker continue. Go ahead, Tucker.
We may move on to the next section. This was the Department of Fish and Wildlife meetings language that you reviewed on Sunday. Senate GovOps made one change to this language, which was to state that the department shall hold not less than 5 meetings by electronic means. So the language that you proposed to Senate GovOps required the department to hold an adequate number of meetings. Senate GovOps determined, it's a policy choice, that they should set the minimum number of meetings that must be held. And they set it at 5.
All right. Marcia, go ahead. Nope. But I'm going to unmute you right now, if I can. Or go ahead and... Marcia, go ahead and unmute yourself, because I think you unmuted yourself and I remuted you while I was trying to unmute you. Okay, go ahead.
Are we good?
Yep.
Okay. So is that for all the different types of meetings that they brought up, the deer and moose and antlerless bird, etc.?
As applied, this would be 5 meetings for all. So in total, 5 meetings that cover those subject areas. As you may recall, they were required by a combination of statute and rule to hold an annual meeting in each of the 5 regions over the next few months or summer for each of these subjects. So in total, by my count, that would have been a minimum of 15. And I don't want to speak for the commissioner, but if you go back to Sunday's discussion, I believe that the testimony said that they do multiple meetings to make sure that they can get public involvement. So you may have been looking at, 3 meetings for each of the 5 regions for each of these subjects, 40 or so meetings that would typically be held.
Right. Yes, my understanding was that they had 5 for the deer and 3 for moose, etc. So I just wanted to confirm that this is 5 total for all types of wildlife.
Confirmed.
Thank you.
Great. If there are no other questions, we'll let Tucker continue.
Section 8, there is one change to the language governing these deadlines that are applicable to municipal corporations and regional planning commissions. And that was the suggestion from Representative Gannon that permit be added in each instance where a license is covered by these subsections. So you'll notice that permit has been added after license in each instance. That is all for that section. In section 9, this, I believe, is new to the committee. So I will take a bit more time to walk through what is happening here. Overall, this is operating as a moratorium on disconnections from public water systems and wastewater systems. Each of the subsections that I'll walk you through deals with a different type of system provider. And at the end, we'll deal with the division of enforcement. So in subsection A, this is covering municipal water and wastewater providers. And that notwithstanding clause at the beginning, notwithstanding 24 VSA Chapter 129, is the generally applicable utility disconnect chapter for these municipal providers. So setting that aside, a municipality shall be prohibited from disconnecting a person from water or sewer services during a declared state of emergency due to COVID-19. Similarly, in subsection B, we are notwithstanding any provision of law to the contrary and stating that a person, which includes companies, businesses, corporations, person who is permitted as a public water system pursuant to 10 VSA Chapter 56, which is the chapter that covers licensed public water system operators, and who provides another person water as part of the operation of that public water system shall be prohibited from disconnection during the state of emergency. We move on to subsection C. This is the same moratorium on disconnections applied to those utility providers that are regulated by the Public Utility Commission. The Public Utility Commission put out some guidance and a moratorium on disconnects from other forms of utilities, and this subsection C would extend this to those water system providers. Subsection D explains who's going to be responsible for any violation of this section. Subsections A and B will be enforced by the Agency of Natural Resources, and subsection C will be enforced by the Public Utility Commission. And that is that.
Any questions? All right, I don't see any hands raised. Great. All right. Jim Harrison raised a hand. Yes, Jim.
Yeah, not really a question, more of a process question.
Yep.
So the Senate, as I think I heard Betsy Ann say this morning, that this language has been added to H681 as a strike all, and I assume is on its way back to the House for the floor session tomorrow. Is the expectation, if we're in agreement with this, that as a committee, that the House will take it up and pass it tomorrow, and it will be effective as soon as the governor signs it?
That's our goal, yes.
Okay, no, that's good. I mean, I just, obviously, especially on the open meeting requirements, there's been a lot of concern raised by towns.
And I think, ooh, somebody's got some loud stuff going on. They made the call to segregate out the GovOps things from the UI and the healthcare provisions. They did that strategically last night just because it wasn't until 7 or 7:30 last night that Senate GovOps finished their work on this language, and it wasn't 100% clear whether they were accommodating enough of the concerns that that had come from the House side with respect to this language. And so that's why they made the decision to segregate this out in a different bill. But I believe that we have met enough of the concerns at this point that that we can give this the green light. Anybody else have any questions? All right, moving on. Tucker, are you done with your section? Oh, is that the end
Yes,
of the bill?
Madam Chair, I am done.
All right, look at that. All right, any questions, committee? Mike, I'm going to consider that a raised hand. So why don't you unmute yourself and go ahead and share your thoughts. Let me see if I can okay.
Okay, how's that?
There we go.
This is a process question as well. I raised a concern at Sunday's meeting, and I had Betsy drop an amendment. I realized there's a sense of expediency to get this done, and I'm not ready to push for that amendment right now, but I would like to discuss it a little bit and perhaps withdraw it, just so we have some sort of record that this is something we're considering, or that we're mindful of it.
Yep. So I'm going to go ahead and let you give us sort of remind us again of your thought process. But one legislative process statement about this issue, and that is that we do have until the middle of May to move forward a separate piece of legislation if we find a way that we can move this forward, that the Senate can agree with. And in this abbreviated time frame where we're trying to get this, this emergency open meeting law and Australian ballot stuff out into our communities, we didn't really have time to slow down and look at what we might do for candidates filing for multiple offices. I will tell you all as a committee that I have heard from other House members who also have concerns about the same thing that Mike has concerns about the free-for-all of having, candidates file for every office that there is simply because it's easy to do. So Mike, I'm going to throw it back to you. And then as folks have thoughts, please raise your hand and we'll have a committee discussion about this.
Thank you. And Betsy did draw up an amendment, and I wonder if she could put that up, or if you just want me to explain this.
Well, why don't you explain what the amendment did, or if you would like to phone a friend, we can ask Betsy Ann to share as well. There's a number of different ways that we might consider doing some sort of limitation on filing. But
if we could, I don't want to muddy the waters more. I think you shared a little bit, or shared the gist of my concern, and if we could have Betsy just present that, it might be the easiest way to put it out there.
Okay. So Betsy Ann, why don't you, if you have the ability to call up Mike's amendment and just walk us through it.
Hello, it's Betsy Ann. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. House GovOps members, I just re-forwarded to you the proposed amendment from RepRealWiki. This is a amendment that you got in your email yesterday, and so I just resent that. I don't know if you're able to pull it up. I'm sorry, I have technological limitations today with not being able to provide that document for you directly on Zoom. But I can explain what it would do. It would amend that section of the elections draft, which is section 2 in regard to that voter signature elimination, so that it would add in subsection B, which starts out by saying in the year 2020, adding a new subdivision 4 that provides that a person shall be prohibited from having the person's name printed on the ballot for more than one office in either the primary or general election. And then it would go on to say, accordingly, a person shall be prohibited from filing more than one consent of candidate form for either the primary or general, because that's how you get your name printed on the ballot, by filing a candidate consent. And under this temporary election law language, that's all that is required to get your name printed on the ballot, filing a candidate consent, since the voter signature requirement is lifted for these elections in 2020. But it would make explicit in the last sentence to say that, however, such a person may still win any office in the primary or general election as a write-in candidate. Just make it clear that a person could still run or win office as a write-in, even though their name's not actually printed on the ballot.
All right, Mike, anything else you want to say in way of sparking conversation about limiting the number of candidates?
Well, it's a concern, and as I said, I don't want to stand in the way of the whole bill getting sidelined because of this. It sounds like there is an intention to perhaps look at this further, and I think that alongside that, I would hope that once we get past this piece, we might look at establishing a study committee in general to look at these kind of considerations for elections and counting, should something like this happen in the future again. So we have something in the green books ready to go, that we don't have to reinvent the wheel.
thoughts, committee? Jim. Unmute yourself. There you go.
Sorry. I appreciate Mike's amendment. I did listen into the Senate GovOps, and I think as you mentioned before, they indicated because of all the concerns and possible constitutional questions that maybe they could consider that later. And if that's, you know, what we're going to do, that would be fine with me as well. This year is very unique and on so many fronts, but clearly, I'm not sure the public good is being served if each of us put our name on, you know, 10 different offices that we might, you know, I tell my grandchildren, this is the year I ran for governor someday. So sounds good, but it's not really practical. I like the sentiment of Mike's amendment. And if there is an opportunity in the next month and a half to or month to consider it, I would certainly like to do that as well.
Great. I appreciate you guys offering to work on that, and I would recommend that you go ahead and continue to do some research into how to do that. I know that the Secretary of State in our discussion, and I think also in the Senate discussion, had talked about being uncomfortable with requiring, for instance, some sort of electronic list of signatures, just because the town clerks would then need to verify them as being registered voters in that community or in that district. But if you want to continue to work on this, I would welcome you to do that. Any other committee members have thoughts about this issue of candidates filing for multiple offices? All right, I don't see any names or hands popping up virtually. All right. Excellent. Well, we've run into the end of our hour of allotted committee time. Oh, Marcia, go ahead.
We had another piece of legislation, proposed legislation that we looked at on Sunday, and that was about the extension of deadlines for municipalities. What's the status of that language?
Did we see that? Tucker or Betsy Ann?
Madam Chair, this is Tucker. We did see that. That was the discussion about adding permits to the list of licenses, programs, and plans that would be extended for the municipalities.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Warren, you're on unmute.
Oh, am I? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be. I was just sitting there quietly.
That's quite all right. We're all attuned to hearing when people cough now that we're all a little paranoid about it. Any other questions about what we looked at for language today? Okay, so feel free to raise your hand. I'm just going to say a few sort of summarizing words here about what we're doing. We have, there's a grand chart of when House committees are allowed to meet over the next couple of days. And we have a few time slots that have been allotted to us tomorrow. I have not yet put together an agenda for those time slots. And so I'll be working on that later on today. But just so you know, our agenda includes a meeting time tomorrow from 10:30 to 12:30 and or a meeting time from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock. So just pencil those into your busy calendars, and we may meet during one or both of those times. And Thursday, we are again allotted some Zoom time from 2:15 to 4. And so please pencil that in as well. And we will we'll see if we can put together some agenda items for that. We sort of left off last week when we were last in person with just getting the last few pre-crossover bills out the door through the floor and all of that. We have not yet really jumped in earnest with post-crossover work, although we had a few things around the police data collection and use of force issues that we had anticipated doing post-crossover on a Senate vehicle that has not yet arrived, obviously. So what we do over the next couple of days is still a little bit unclear since we're not yet able to officially vote bills out of committee in this virtual manner. Bob Hooper has a question.
I may have missed it, but did the actual crossover date come out?
Well, we pushed the pause button on the session basically at the end of Thursday, because all day Friday we were dealing with emergency response legislation. And so I don't know what official negotiations the House and Senate leadership have had around what constitutes an extension of crossover. But for right now, we're going to consider that all of the things we intended to do before crossover are still able to be in play. And we will come back to them when we need to and in the manner that we need to. Any other questions? No questions. Excellent. All right. Well, I want to thank all of the support folks who've been here to help hold our hand as we accomplish our very first Zoom meeting. Hi, there's Andrea back. I think we can go ahead and turn off the live stream. So I'm going to see if I can do that since technically I'm the host right now.
Special meeting of the Brattleboro Select Board Thursday, April 2nd, 2020. Have we confirmed that the meeting has been officially warned, Peter?
It has. Thank you.
Thank you. So welcome to this strange and difficult time we are all in. And this strange, and we'll get used to this method of meeting, I think, in the next few weeks. And I hope everybody is well, and I hope everyone's haircuts are holding out for the time being. So I'd like to start us off with new business, and our one main new business is going to be a discussion of COVID-19 and its effects specifically to Brattleboro, and steps we've been taking and potential steps we could take. So I'm going to turn things over to our town manager, Peter Elwell, and to go ahead and ask you to give us a little bit of an update concerning town operations.
Sure. Thank you, Tim. I'm going to focus mainly on the period since March 24th, because that is when the governor issued the stay home, stay safe order. And that the operation of town government between the last sort of live update like this, as opposed to the daily updates that are being posted on the website, the operations between March 17th, when that last live update happened at a select board meeting that evening, until a week later on March 24th, the operations were not fully normal for sure, but continued in much the same manner as we had been in our adjusted operations through the middle of March. On March 24th, of course, things changed very significantly, both for town government and everyone else, in terms of the necessity to stay at home as much as possible, and for many people to be doing that virtually full time. And so town government also had to adjust operations significantly. We went from not just having the facilities closed, but actually to not performing our usual work in those facilities. And so a quick summary of where we stand, where we powered down to over the next couple of days after March 24th has been pretty stable since then, with slight adjustments. The adjustments have been almost entirely in field work, as we have come to better understand what can be done safely and what needs to be done in order to protect the public. And so I'll speak to that in a minute, but I'd like to just quickly summarize sort of how the different services that we provide and different administrative support services are in fact functional now, the degrees to which each one is functional. So above all else, emergency services are being provided 24/7 as ever, with some modified procedures. So there are some ways in which fire and rescue crews arriving at the scene of a medical call are addressing, there's procedures they're following that are specific to COVID-19 precautions, but they are still responding to any call for assistance that comes in. Likewise, the police department is receiving all calls in the normal manner through the dispatch center. There is an adjustment in how the police department is responding to those calls. If there is anything life-threatening in the nature of the incident that has brought the call, then the police are responding as normal. If it is not a life-threatening situation or a harm-threatening situation, not a situation where someone's safety is of immediate concern, then the police department is following up on that through communications other than dispatching a police officer directly to that scene. And those decisions are being made on a case-by-case basis by the officers who are in charge of each shift as they receive those calls that are of a less emergency nature. And if one thing I should say about that, and it applies to everything that I'm summarizing, and as we go through discussion this evening, if there's ever a time where the amount of detail that I'm able to share is less than what you're seeking, all of the department heads are in this meeting and can be called upon to provide additional detail. So for instance, if you wanted to hear from Chief Fitzgerald about how those determinations are being made, about how to follow up on a call that doesn't need an urgent emergency response, then he'd be able to address that.
Thank you, Peter.
The one other type of sort of essential 24/7 service, so we often think of it in terms of the public safety operations. We often take for granted the public utilities operations of water and sewer, but they are similar in nature in that the community depends on them literally just for basic functioning. And so we have to take particular precautions to keep the employees who are operating those facilities safe, and to make sure that the facilities stay continuously operational in a safe manner. We're doing that. And so while there are special procedures in place, both for the water and the sewer operation, for those of us when we're opening our taps or flushing our toilets, you should see no change at all from normal life. To administrative operations and non-emergency operations, on the administrative side and the ways that the public communicates with town government, while it is awkward and a little disconcerting to not be able to interact directly and face-to-face in town facilities and out in the community, we are still available, fully available in the administrative contacts that people often have with us. Email is fully functional, and we're spending a lot of time on it, communicating with folks. I would urge people to use our email as a way of staying in touch. And also all the normal telephone numbers at which people receive or reach out to us, usually in all the different administrative functions of town government, are working. And they're working in the normal manner. We forwarded all of the direct dial lines so that the person who you would normally reach on that direct dial line, you can still reach directly by calling it. Doesn't mean you won't ever get a voicemail, just like in normal business, you might sometimes get a voicemail, but the person that you're trying to reach is the person you will either reach directly or reach through your voicemail so that they can get promptly back to you. The direct dial numbers, we intended to do the same thing with, the numbers that are the main number for each office, and we learned that our telephone system just won't accommodate that. So instead, those numbers are receiving messages, and employees are checking them regularly throughout the day to pick up any messages that are left on the main office numbers. Moving to field operation, and I would say one other thing about the administrative operations. So in terms of the ability for folks to stay busy and productive and doing the work of town government, there is a significant degree to which employees are doing, completing the normal tasks that are part of daily operations, even from our many remote locations. So working from home, a lot of the administrative work of town government can continue really as it would if we were in our offices, just our communication methods are different. To the degree that some departments are less able to continue conducting all of the normal business they would conduct, we have repurposed some employees, and we have other employees who are working on projects that are specific to their department, that are part of sort of a longer term perspective, things that maybe there had not been time to get to, or things that otherwise would be beneficial to town operations when we gear back up to full and normal service. And so there is a significant degree to which town government work is just continuing, but in this unusual way. There are some employees who are less than working at less than full capacity, and there are very few employees, but there are a few in specific town functions that are no longer operating, who are actually at home and not working. But out of our 140 or so members of the team, there are fewer than 10 in the status of at home and not working. The field operations, I'll just remind everyone something that's obvious and doesn't any longer seem very important because life has changed so much, but back on the 17th when you met, we announced that parking enforcement had been discontinued indefinitely. That was an important early action that we could take and did take. It continues and will continue. Parking enforcement will continue to be suspended until we resume any kind of normal operations. And then the field activities of Public Works and the Parks Maintenance team are something that's an important factor here. In our initial powering down, when we got the governor's order, in that first day or two at the end of last week, we more fully brought those crews off the street as well. And we're initially responding in an on-call manner. We quickly realized that it was going to be important for public safety out in the community, and that it was going to be important for public safety that we continue some level of service delivery from the field crews of Public Works and Parks Maintenance, and that we could perform that work in a manner that was safe both for the employees and for society. And so each unit has made adjustments as we went into the weekend and then during the course of this week in order to be able to continue to keep the transportation system functioning safely, in order to make sure that green spaces in the parks are available for public use, and otherwise just performing work where the vast majority of the work being done by those units is being done by individual employees with a piece of equipment and a single person, so there's not social interaction going on, but the work is being performed. And then there are rare occasions when more than one employee is teaming up on something when it's necessary for them to do that for their own safety and in order to perform a task that maintains public safety. So our adjustment of that has meant that we still have employees that are on call. We're not bringing in whole shifts of people in the normal manner, but all of the employees are staying busy, and the work is getting done that needs to get done for maintaining the safety of the community. And the reserve employees on any given day are available on call at any time to come out for an emergency. And we know that we could have a water main break, we could have some other kind of significant issue arise where we actually have to bring a sort of a normal crew of people out that might involve 4 people or 6 people working together in order to solve something, and we will do that as needed as emergencies may arise. The parks side, where they're working individually in order to keep the green spaces safe, I want to stress that we can't keep the equipment safe. So the basketball courts should not be used. The playground equipment should not be used. Even park benches should not be used. But we want to encourage the public to come out and use the green spaces in this time when life is so stressful and we are for so much of our days confined indoors. It's important for people to get exercise and get some fresh air, and the town can help in that by having the green spaces maintained in a safe manner. So whether that's a park space where you can go to the park but not use the equipment, whether it's the Brattleboro Common where folks can come and enjoy the open space, we want people to come out and use those facilities, and we want to assure you that as long as you don't use the equipment while you're there, we are keeping those spaces safe for public use.
Peter?
Yes.
Could I just ask a question related to what you just spoke about?
Please.
I'm just curious because I haven't been able to get out much. I'm curious if the equipment is marked and how you've done so,
Yes.
and maybe Carol can chime in or however you'd like to handle that.
Sure, thank you. So yes, at the playgrounds especially, and Carol can jump in if there's a broader, more complete answer she'd like to provide, but at the playgrounds, we were quick to put out signs that said, please don't use the equipment. We're not able to keep it sanitized. We were especially concerned about that because of the likelihood that, with schools closed and kids needing to work off some energy, that parents would want to come and use the playground equipment. And there's just no way for us to ensure that it stays clean enough for that to be safe. In fact, it's almost certain that it wouldn't stay clean enough for it to be safe. So we've simply said, stay off of it.
Thank you.
So forgive me for this. I want to just mention one thing about how we are learning from using GoToMeeting. I'm realizing that I have this odd sort of dim spotlight effect going on. I pulled a blind in where I am in my house in order to not have glare, and I've turned out instead to be sort of hiding in the shadows. So I'll address that for next time.
It's dramatic. Yeah, it's got a little bit of a underworld boss, crime boss thing going on.
Yeah, something I never really imagined I would ever project, but thank you. Anyway, I'll address that.
I think we're all figuring.
Couple of last things that I'd like to share, and then staff is happy to shed any additional detailed light you might want us to, and certainly to participate in discussions about how things are going and what more can be done. But I do want to stress that the two enrichment departments, the Brooks Memorial Library and the Recreation Department, both are staying investing a lot of creative energy in trying to stay in service to the community during this time when the way they usually are is impossible. And so even though we've got all the recreation programming canceled, there are ways in which the Recreation Department is working online and communicating with their program participants, looking ahead to the time when we can gear back up, but even to keep people entertained and engaged during this time as well. The most recent example of that, just announced today, is a virtual Easter egg hunt that folks can go online and get more information about at the Recreation Department's website. That'll hopefully be fun for children and families. And the library, because it does a lot of online programming already as part of normal services, is actually able to provide quite a lot of service and quite a lot of access to resources, even though we're not able to have people come to the library to access physical resources in this time. So I'd urge people to use both websites and stay in touch with the library staff and the recreation staff about the services that they are providing. A reminder about a couple of things that are normal. Very little is normal these days, but if you're going to have an outside fire, you need to obtain a burn permit from the fire department. That's an important thing at this time of year. We have a lot of people cleaning up yards and burning off the collected leaves and stuff, and an open air fire requires a burn permit. So please be sure to contact the fire department to get one. And the annual leaf pickup, spring leaf pickup, is going to happen on Friday, April 17th and Friday, May 1st. The hardware stores and agricultural supply stores remain available, so you can buy the brown leaf bags in those locations. Fill them up, bring them out to the curb, and they'll be picked up on Friday the 17th, townwide, Friday the 17th of April, Friday the 1st of May. That again is an activity that we're really encouraging people. If you're someone with a yard to take care of, take advantage of that one tiny bit of normalcy and to get some exercise as well as to clean up your yard. And you'll receive the normal curbside pickup of those leaves that happens at this time of year. We have been asked by many people in the community about suspending pay-as-you-throw, and the answer may feel a little bureaucratic to people. I'm sorry if it does, but it's we have asked the state of Vermont for permission to stop. Whether it would be possible for the board to make a decision to suspend pay-as-you-throw temporarily, and the answer we got from the state is no. And the reason, the explanation, I think people need to understand about that, because it seems kind of crazy. Like, why can't we just do that? It's a local program. Why wouldn't we decide it locally? Is because the state law related to solid waste collection and disposal requires what they call variable rate pricing, so that the more someone throws away, the more they pay for the collection and disposal of that garbage. It's intended in normal times and has been very successful in normal times in diverting what would have been garbage in years past into the recycling waste stream and the compost waste stream. Better, more sustainable, just a proper way to run that part of public service in normal times. The because the state law requires variable rate pricing, and because the sale of the purple and yellow bags is the way that Brattleboro complies with that state requirement, we need the state's permission if we're going to suspend pay-as-you-throw, and therefore suspend variable rate pricing. Randy?
Let me get unmuted. I do want to just respond to our community members that asked about this, and just from the heart say that I am disappointed in this decision from the state. I feel like this is a time where we need to be able to be responsive and to be pulling as much burden off of humans that are in our community as possible. And I feel like this is a burden that we could have been able to pull back on. And my heart is with myself and our entire community in the fact that we aren't able to do this. I'm disappointed in the decision.
Thanks, Brandy.
And the last thing I wanted to mention is just one thing that also has been news out in the community, but just in case anybody had not heard who might be affected by this, and to make sure that it's the reminders out there, the select board on March 17th took an action that indefinitely deferred the obligation for small businesses who have loans from our small business assistance program to pay those loans back. So there's usually monthly payments required. Those are suspended until further notice, until we get far enough along that we not only are getting out on the other side of COVID, but also able to assess what other supports the business community needs in recovering from the economic impacts of COVID-19. And there'll be a time in the future when the board will make a determination it's appropriate to resume the requirement of those monthly payments. But in the meantime, each month that goes by when those businesses are not making a payment on those loans will simply be added to the far side of the end of the loan period for repayment, subject to any future action that the board may take otherwise regarding those loans. But as of right now, the most important news is that it was an action you took quickly, recognizing that businesses are being immediately and significantly impacted by this, to say that those who had relied on this assistance from the town, as far as either starting or expanding their businesses here in Brattleboro, would be free of the obligation to pay those loans back for the foreseeable future.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah, I know it's it can be a pretty significant thing. A couple of loan recipients have thanked me for that, and if only we could all have our mortgage companies do that for us as well. I know it's something I'm working on.
That's my report. I'm happy to assist in your discussion, or any of the department heads can chime in if you need more details.
Okay, thank you. I did want to just say two things. This is a special meeting, so it doesn't always follow the exact protocol of regular meetings. But I did want to open it up to our 5 board members with just a platform right now, in case you wanted to address anything, have additional questions, or just make a comment about the state of the times, just because it didn't appear on the agenda. And then also wanted to point out that I did have a conversation with our ESL interpreter and pretty much promised that it would only go to about an hour, because Elizabeth is here on her own right now. But I think a lot of the discussions that we're going to have will be continuing to roll over to next Tuesday, which is not far away. So feel free to, I'll try to keep us tidy with the time if the questions get fast and furious. But having said that, any other board members want to say a couple words or have a question? Oh, Brandy.
I'm still figuring out the mute, unmute. So I wanted to piggyback on we had talked about some of the things that the library was able to do for the community. And I wanted to give some accolades to the Brattleboro Police Department for this fun thing that they're doing for the kids, where I think Officer Stanley has been out doing some scavenger hunts and seeking things. And I know that I'm trying to find ways to bring normalcy into my kid's life, and having that connection there has been really good. And I have a lot of more serious things to say about things that I want to see done during this time. But at this very second, I actually just want to give a shout out to the police department for such a thoughtful and creative way to engage our kiddos who do not, as much as we don't know what's going on, they've just been dragged and plunked into the middle of this. And I'm really appreciative to the police department for that.
Thank you, Brandy. Anyone else? I think I had a very quick follow-up question, if you don't mind, Peter, because it occurred to me with the burn permits, maybe Mike could chime in. I'm curious if it doesn't apply to those fairly small contained units that people have on legs, you know? Can you just clarify that? Because, you know, if people want to go out back and have a small burn, does it apply to small, you know, under 3 foot units?
Mike is on the screen, and he's the fellow who's going to need to answer this one.
This is awesome. Yes.
How's that?
Chief Bukowski. Did you hear my question?
Hi, everybody. So Tim, what we do ask is, even if it's a contained fire in those fire pits, that they at least call the station and let us know, because a lot of times we'll get a report for a column of smoke, and those burn permits get plotted on a map, so we can, even though we'll check them, at least we got a good idea where they are. So we do ask people to get a burn permit whenever they want to burn something.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
And so it sounds like that's it for the update and board members' comments. So our only other...
Ken, excuse me for interrupting. Liz, trying to get your attention.
Sorry.
Patrick, maybe we can unmute the select board members.
I just had a question about Public Works. Will the spring street cleaning occur?
Yes, the street sweeping.
Yes.
Oh, it's occurring very loudly.
Oh,
yeah, I
well, I haven't seen it, but I have seen a lot of debris on the streets.
Right, and I really appreciate you asking that. I meant to mention that in my summary. That's exactly the kind of activity that is ideal for this unusual moment in time, because the single operator can, come into work in their own vehicle, get into the sweeper, do the work that is, beneficial to safety and cleanliness in the community, go back, sanitize the sweeper, get in their car and go home. And so it's not creating any additional risk for the person or for the community. And it's an important task at this time of year. And I see Steve has come on. Do you have something you want to add to that?
Yeah, Peter, I think you covered it quite well. We've also been doing the parking lots downtown. We've seen some broken glass, there's dog debris. So we're trying to keep the streets clean. Those are done on weekends. And then throughout the week, the sweeper has been actively out they'll end up doing all the streets in town.
Thanks, Steve. I just realized the great thing about this is that, often at meetings when we're at the municipal center, I feel guilty if people stay past their long work days to be with us at the meeting, people like Steve or Chief Bukowski or whoever, or police chiefs. And now I don't have to feel guilty that we're bringing them away from their home to not get a question asked. And now I filled time and Daniel has a question.
Yeah, so that is a good segue, because I think, one of the challenges with the whole working from home thing is that the work-life balance has become pretty imbalanced for a lot of folks. I'm fairly privileged in that, I don't know, I mean, I don't have too much to worry about right now other than the obvious big things that everybody has to worry about. I don't have kids to take care of. I don't have a dog to take care of. And I guess I'm thinking about those employees that are working from home. And we sort of talked a little bit earlier about like productivity and, you know, and how we're kind of providing services, in some ways business as usual. Like, I don't know, this is kind of a tricky question to ask, I guess, because I want our taxpayers to get value for their money, but I also want our staff to be taken care of and like their mental health to be considered and their family situations to be considered as we're thinking about like productivity at this time. So
thank you.
I just wanted to kind of put that out there.
May I speak to that? I really appreciate that. Thank you. And it is something that we're paying some particular attention to just in our relationships that we maintain with one another as a team of people serving the community. The public service that we provide, the fact that we're town employees in a small town, doing what we do is important to us. So maintaining as much of that is, I think, both not just a sense of obligation that we feel, but it's also a there is reward in that. There's comfort in that during this time when so much else is upside down. At the same time, yes, certainly the stresses of working from home, especially if you have children who are home from school, and so you're dealing with the intensity of you know, not being able to have any kind of normal routine that gets you out and you know, into different settings like usual is a real issue. And so as a team working together in town government, we've tried to pay particular attention to that and make sure that families and individuals are well supported. I think it's also important that the legislation that has come out of both the state and the federal government is mindful of those things. So there's some aspects to it that, frankly, without getting political, I was a little surprised at how far some of it went. I was pleasantly surprised at how far some of it goes to protect family interests at this time when that boundary between work and home is completely blurred. And we're also mindful, and this is not something that we in town government are able to address very fully, but it is a situation that is being experienced by some of our employees at the lower wage levels, and we're very mindful of that and trying to attend to it as best we can. That you mentioned privilege, Daniel, and there's some of us who are experiencing certainly a terrific degree of stress and change from this, but in relatively more comfortable circumstances, and others who are more vulnerable, both in normal day-to-day life and now especially during COVID. And we have members of our town employee team who are among those too. And so we're trying to make sure that we're attentive to that as we make decisions and take actions, you know, both for the services that we provide and for the way in which we communicate as a team.
Thanks to both of you.
I just had a question that, Peter, maybe you would like to explain all the various things on the new website that people can understand the services that are done by ourselves and beyond us.
Great, thank you again, Liz. People are gonna think we scripted it. Throw Peter another softball. No, yes, thank you for that. The website, on the homepage of the website, first of all, as it related directly to this meeting, which is now something that those of us who have joined us are well aware of, but in case the broader community needs to know, we did today, and we will every day when there is a select board meeting, post right at the top of the homepage the one-click link that'll get you into this meeting. So for people who do have computer access and are able to join the meeting online, that'll be as easy as going to the town's website anytime at 6 o'clock or after, in the 15 minutes prior to a 6:15 select board meeting. Click on that one click and you enter the meeting. The day-to-day, what was just down below that today and what is there every day is a 6-box COVID-19 information center that we've created, where the upper left-hand box is the town updates. So every day the town is pushing out whatever is new that day. There are days, there have been just a few of them, but there are days when the update is no change today. Most days there's at least 1 or 2 or 3 things that need to be shared about how things are changing related to this whole situation and related to town government. So those daily updates are posted there, and the whole history of them is there for people to go down and look at something old if they want to. Because it has now been a while, and because we know it's going to be weeks longer, it also occurred to us that there needed to be a summary of sort of how things evolved that people could look at. And so right up at the top of that list now is a timeline. So the timeline is for if people want to sort of trace the history. If you want the latest of it, what's actually the current status of town government, you want to go into the latest daily update. And that not only has the 2 or 3 bits of new information, but the current status of all town operations. The second box down is resources for businesses. And that is provides links. One thing I should say before moving on into talking about the other 5 boxes is the only box that we are posting information to is the town updates box. We've made a very conscious decision that we're adhering to strictly that I think is really important in times that are so much driven by public health issues and so fluid in all different ways of different parts of our society. We're not There's information that we learn about what other people are doing, but we're not presuming to speak for them, even when we think we've got something that is accurate and reliable, because things are changing so quickly that we might have good information in the morning, shared in the afternoon, and end up being wrong. And so what we're doing instead, when it relates to Brattleboro Memorial Hospital, when it relates to business supports, when it relates to social supports for individuals and families, is we're posting links. And then people can access from the town's website the resources that are available from those who are keeping their information current about what they are doing in their area of specialty related to the emergency. So, so you got the town information up in that upper left-hand corner. You've got business information, several different links, both to BDCC locally, providing supports to businesses in southeastern Vermont, as well as to other business helps beyond out at state government and so on. Down below that is an array of different links to help for resources that are available for individuals and families. And over on the right side, the 3 tiers are just in state, national, and global related to the health issues that are driving this whole situation. So the Vermont Department of Health link, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention link in the center box, and then in the lower right, the World Health Organization. So people can come to the town's website and get straight out into literally, any scope or scale of health information about this through those links. And on the left-hand side, we're trying to provide the information that is helping people cope with the situation, the non-health aspect.
Thank you, Peter. And I think Ian wanted to chime in.
Yeah, quickly. Peter, can you speak to how individuals can participate in the select board meetings going forward if they don't have internet access at home?
Yes, thank you. So the information at the top of the website today and in a more detailed way on the warnings for every meeting will not only reference the way to link in with a computer, but also a telephone number you can call to participate by phone. So, and also BCTV, probably a lot of folks in town are seeing us right now on BCTV in the way that they normally do when the select board meets. Every select board meeting will be on BCTV, and we encourage people strongly who have computer access to please join the meeting online rather than by phone, because the way in which we're all going to communicate with one another is, as we'll see in a few moments when Tim invites public comment and questions, for folks who are going to come in and get on the screen and make a comment because they're connected online, that's going to be really easy for them and easier for us to manage in the sort of logistics of the meeting. It's much more cumbersome to deal with a phone call coming in, but we know that it's important that we allow that as another means of access to the meeting, because not everybody will be able to connect online. And so, frankly, there's going to have to be probably a little trial and error on that. I can call up the screen. I don't have the town's website in front of me, but in a minute, when somebody else is talking, I will call up the screen so we can announce to folks that telephone number in case there is anybody watching on BCTV who doesn't have a computer but would like to call in when it's time for public comment. We'll let folks know how they can do that. And as we experience it all together tonight, we're going to find out whether it's in the manner in which we think we can have that be orderly and helpful for people to participate. We're going to find out together whether that works or whether we need to adjust that part of the meeting, you know, how we hold the meeting.
Thank you very much, Peter.
And I can give that number now. Will that not change?
That number will not change. We give But just one quick thing. So none of the link information or phone information is going to change. One of the things that we did in establishing a relationship with GoToMeeting is, you know, with the provider of the platform that we're on, is that we can have the same link work every time for a select board meeting. It is the select board meeting link. It'll be made active when there's going to be a select board meeting, and it'll be dormant when there's not. But people who are you know, saving it and clicking in other than through the town's website will be able to keep doing that just by having the link any one time. And likewise with the telephone number for calling in, it'll always be the same telephone number.
Okay, thank you. Let me just give that telephone number really quick. That's going to be a toll-free number, 866-899-4679. So it's 866-899-4679, and that comes with an access code. That's 804-762-765. And we'll be writing that and announcing it more and more. I do want to move us along, being conscious of time here a little bit, and remind people that the way we're doing it right now, we're trying to have people, if you want to make a comment or have a question, just use the chat function to let me know. I'm keeping an eye on it, and a couple of people have asked to ask a question already. So that's our form of raising hand. I'm not familiar if GoToMeeting has that function that some systems do. So that's how you raise your hand to ask a question right now. And I just also wanted to say, unless there's another board member that wanted to say something, just to make two notes, because things are moving so fast with this new world that we're dealing with. We normally would have some sort of recognition for David Scholes. He served here on this board for 7 years, and I think we want to recognize that. But of course, this COVID-19 situation went down, and we haven't made any official actions or recognitions for that. But I did want to speak that out loud because I think it's important to thank him for his service. And also a shout out right to Ian, who is here with us, and because this is his first official board meeting. So welcome, Ian. And,
thank you very much.
Yeah, great.
Thank you, David, and welcome, Ian.
With that, I think I'd like to move into public participation. I do have a short queue, and the first person that asked me to ask a question was Olga Peters. So I think I do want to also shout out to Patrick, who is really behind the curtain. He is operating all of the strings and the bells and the whistles. So Patrick is assisting me, I hope, in bringing up Olga so she can, there she is, so she can ask us a question. So go ahead and let's follow the same protocol of where you're from, and I don't know, you could give us street or if you're a resident.
Hi, I'm Olga Peters. I'm actually in Dummerston, but I am a writer for the Commons, so I am here reporting tonight. I don't know if this question goes to Peter or Steve Barrett. I know there's still a lot that's really uncertain right now, but when it comes to town projects, especially our construction projects, this is usually this time where we're starting to send out bids and we're planning and all those sorts of things. what's going to happen to those projects? Are they just getting pushed back? Are things moving forward as planned?
The answer is some of both. Steve's on, and I'd like him to speak. We've got one in particular we're going to be bringing forward for an award on April 21st because we know it is a public health matter in and of itself. So it's a good example of the kind of things we will be continuing forward with. But certainly there will also be delays of some projects, either because it's just not practical to organize that work under these circumstances, or in some cases because out-of-state contractors would be coming in to provide to do the work, and it would not be appropriate under the governor's order. But Steve?
Yeah, Peter summed that up quite well. It's things that would affect health and safety that we're going to focus on. And again, in the wastewater, we have some manholes that we're going to reline. We'll be bringing that to the board. We're uncertain of the hot mix contracts, and we're aware how rough the roads are. So that's definitely a safety concern. But these are things that we'll go over with the town manager and the board to decide which projects we'll move forward with.
Thank you, Steve. Thanks, Peter. And then my other question was Millicent Cooley has also asked, so about representative town meeting.
Oh. Do you think it's the same question? We could just.
I don't know. Well, I'm wondering about what's the plan for representative town meeting. Do we have? I know we kind of pushed back the date, but are any more plans to make a remote one? Any more plans for a new date? Like, just what's happening?
May I speak to that, Tim?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I think that the best thing, because of the time frame for tonight, I will say a quick snapshot comment on it, but because the goal was to be an hour or so tonight and we're 45 minutes in, and I think the RTM conversation itself is likely to take a while with some, good observations about could we do this or could we do that, or, the different statutory deadlines for getting certain things accomplished. That it would be better to save that for next Tuesday evening. It is an item of its own on the agenda for the select board meeting on Tuesday evening at 6:15. So if the folks who are asking about that don't mind waiting until then, we'll have a good, complete conversation. I can tell you now that it won't involve warning the meeting on April 7th to be held on May 9th, as we had hoped it would, because of the length of time that we expect the impacts of COVID-19 to be continuing to affect how we interact with one another. But we'll have a lot more to say about that on Tuesday.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Peter. I think that's a good summary. It's not looking good for May 9th, in my opinion. So we also have Millicent wanted to ask a question. And Millicent, I think we'll make you live and you can tell us if that was the exact question and we'll move on. If you're still with us, I haven't looked.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Yes, that was my question. The fact that we're meeting next week, I think is the, I'll just wait because it's as Peter said, there's a lot to that one. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. Gosh, I don't want to jinx anything, but this is working remarkably well, in my opinion. Does anybody else have it? Randy says. I know, I had to do it. I had to do it. Chris Grotke also had a question. And maybe, Patrick, if you could magically make Chris live. Or maybe I can, if you'd like me to.
Hello,
Chris,
hello.
can you hear us?
Yep, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hey, I'm really enjoying this
Yes,
meeting. First
absolutely.
of all, because you can see everyone's face and their names are spelled out underneath them, which is great for typing it up. My question is a really general one. Are there any known cases of COVID-19 in Brattleboro?
There have been, I don't know whether there are at this moment. That's one of the pieces of tricky business in terms of the publicness of the role that we all play in the community, and our interaction with others who are responsible for certain major aspects of how both the public health aspects of this and other, the business aspects, the family supports, all of that goes on in ways that are beyond the reach of town government, but we become aware of certain things. We aren't speaking for other organizations about that. So I know that the hospital has information that it is intending to make available in the form of a dashboard of some sort. I don't know any more detail than that. That will be posted soon on the hospital's website that's going to have that kind of information more continuously available to the community. I don't know whether it will include broader sort of health department level data about cases that haven't been seen or treated at the hospital, but are people who are isolating in the community. The Vermont Health Department is really the best source of information related to where cases have occurred and how many have occurred. And that data is being published daily on a county by county basis, but is much less readily available on a town by town basis.
Gotcha. Thanks. I've been checking the hospital site and it's been woefully inadequate so far. So I'm glad to hear that they're planning that.
Yeah, and I'll just say that, we have 12,000 people here in town, but it's essentially a very small town with a lot of interconnected Venn diagrams and interconnected people. And there's obvious reticence to release information because of HIPAA rules and all that stuff, but a lot of people know of certain cases happening, and it's a little frustrating, I think, at the town level, because we can't be spreading rumors, but I think it's important for us to all remember that we do know that it is here in Brattleboro, Vermont, and that we have to just go forward and act safely and practice our distancing and just realize that it is here like it is almost everywhere in the world. We can't feel like we're in any kind of special bubble. If we did for a little while, I don't know. And we'll be receiving some more concrete numbers hopefully soon about that. So I guess I'll ask, is there anybody out there who would like to make a comment or ask a question? We have, unless the names are made up, I have a lot of names, people watching, which is terrific. We don't have any call-ins, which I'm kind of relieved at because we were all worried about how to handle that, but we certainly can handle it. We're just not sure how it's going to work logistically. At least the way I interpret it, Peter, I don't see anybody with a phone symbol. Do you?
Tim, this is
I don't know.
Yeah.
This is Peter May. I was just going to say, probably figuring out a way for future meetings for people to raise their hand. Maybe we just have to use the chat here, but someone need to get some resources so that people can be recognized, in the future.
Thank you. Yeah, we said that on the chat feature. I did mention that chat would be a great way to raise your hand for a comment or a question. And speaking to that, I just see that Millicent would like to make a comment, and that's fine.
Hi, this is to Ian's question about people's participation. So there are people here in the community who are aware of the fact that not everybody has access to a computer and are trying to help. So Stephen Dotson, who is our new sustainability coordinator, one of the things that he is working on is trying to figure out how to get devices or internet access to people who don't have that. It's not a promise that we can do that, but I know he's working on it. And then I'm working through the BAMA organization, Brattleboro Area Mutual Aid, to look for volunteers who can provide tech help, because some of those people have those things, but they don't work in this context. So none of those things are promises, but there is an awareness that that sort of, quote, digital divide really matters in this situation. And
Thank you,
there's
Melissa.
people working on it.
Yeah, thank you for both of those, especially the Brattleboro Area Mutual Aid. That's something we should all talk about. That it's a great forum to both offer your services and help, and also request help, which is important too. There's some great examples of our community coming together, and it's not involving the select board or even town staff. Sometimes it's just people stepping up, and it's terrific. So I don't see any other comments. And it is coming up on exactly an hour, which would make my promise be true, which would be awesome. So I think we're getting ready to wrap this up, and I realize that we have not had anybody make a motion yet because we haven't needed one. But somebody here who may or may not be our new member might want to make the very first motion to adjourn, if you'd like. Ian?
I would. Yeah, I move to adjourn.
Awesome. Let's see. We'll test the hands thing. All those in favor, say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
All right. That's unanimous, 5-0. Thanks everybody for tuning in. The 40 of you that came in on GoToMeeting and BCTV, as always. Hopefully we'll see that out there. And thanks to town staff too for taking the time. Thank you, Peter.
Stay safe. We love you.
Hey, everybody. Can you hear me? Hello, Ken, you're shaking your head. Thank you. I got Ken, Dana West, Mark. We have Austin and Brian from BCTV. We have Dana West, Lori Langren. Langevin is our assistant business manager. At Leland and Gray, we have myself, Bill Antone, and Lori Garland. And I think Beth from Wyndham was on somewhere. Hey, Dana and Mark, can you mute your mics for me? Anji is coming in. Oh, I gotta use my, this is not a touch. Anji, are you there?
Hi,
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Good. So we're gonna ask everybody to mute themselves.
Okay.
Emily, how are you? Oh, I got a minute. Emily, are you joined us? Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Hi, Emily. Are you there?
I had to unmute myself. This is usually I'm on Zoom, so I'm trying to figure this one out.
Okay. So after you unmuted yourself, we're going to ask you to mute yourself again.
Got it.
Peter Barris? Peter Barris, can you hear me? Wants to join the meeting. HI. Who's that?
There it is. Hello.
Hey, Peter, how are you?
Hey, man. We're good. I don't know if you can see me, but you can hear me. Let's see.
I can hear you.
Let's see me.
Hi, Peter. Hey, if you could mute your mic for us.
Will do.
I see Al joined us. Dana, can you mute yourself, please?
Trying.
Okay. Who's David H? David. Oh, from Marlboro. David, you're here? Can you hear us? Joe Winrich is here.
I am.
I don't see Dan MacArthur. I see Al Clausen. I see Joe. Hi, Joe. Who's a cookie? Oh. Lisa Harris. Who's that, Marlboro? Lisa Harris is Marlboro? I'm sorry. Lisa Harris, are you there? Gilson, Leanne Gilson. No, Leanne Gilson, are you there? Thank you. If you could mute yourself, please. Thank you. You did. Peter and Beth. Peter and Beth McDonald is on. Lisa Harris. Somebody said Dan MacArthur is on.
I'm on. I don't see my I believe that I've signed in, so it may come up soon.
Okay, I hear you, Dan, so you're there. How about Doug? Dan or Dave?
Yeah, Doug had to take a leak, but he'll be here when he's done.
Okay, is he with you?
No, he's home.
Oh, I wondered how you knew that.
Well, we just finished our previous meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Dan. Hey, if you could mute your mic, I would appreciate it, sir. Is Rick from River Valleys on anywhere? Doug did join me up. I see Doug Korb. Hi, Doug. How are you?
Rich, I'm on.
Who's this?
Beth McDonald.
Yep, I got you, Beth.
I'm on, Rich. This is Mike Foley.
Mike? Okay, so West River, all your West River people are here.
Bill, you're too close to Rich.
You have to help me think technologically.
I thought that too.
Hey, is Allison from Stratton on? Or Rick Thorpe from River Valleys? Okay, so we have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 13 people. If I miss you, let me know. But what I see is I have Joe, Emily, Al, Mike, Ken, and Leanne from West River. I have Angie and Beth from Wyndham. Marlboro, I have, pardon?
It's Antia.
Angia, okay. I'm going to always say it wrong, so you keep correcting. And then from Marlboro, I have Dan, Doug, and David as the voting members, and I have Liza as a member. Celine Romo.
There should only be 2 voting members, correct?
You have, oh yeah, there's only 2 voting members, you and Doug, right?
Me and Dan.
Yeah, you are Doug, you and Dan, okay.
Yeah, Doug and Doug.
And then from River Valleys, I have myself and Mark. And then we also have 2 people from BCTV, Austin and Brian. Dana West was a non-voting member from West River. I know he was having trouble muting himself. I don't know if he's still there. We have Peter Barris, who's going to be recording secretary. We have Lori Garland and Bill Antone up here with me, and then Lori from the central office. Is there anybody I missed? Okay, so if you have, so we're asking everybody to mute themselves. If you're on by phone, I guess you have to press *6 and just say you have a question. If you're on computer and you want to ask a question, you can unmute yourself and then we'll be able to see you and we'll recognize you. It's, I guess some of you, Joe, you've run a couple meetings like this, so it's not impossible, but bear with me because I still have my flip phone. So if you guys are ready, we'll get going. Doug Cord needs to mute. Doug, can you mute yourself?
I can't find the button. You can mute me.
We don't know how to do it. So it's not just me. So I think we got everybody covered who's here. If I see somebody else come in, we'll recognize them when we go there. The first thing we had.
Rich,
go ahead, Joe.
You should be able to mute them by clicking on their name and then just muting them, because as the organizer, you're in control.
Okay, well, Bill and I got to get close.
It's right next to Pin.
Doug figured it out. Good job, Doug. Okay. So the first thing we have is correspondence. So the first thing on the correspondence, everybody should have gotten the cabinet report from Bill. And unless, I don't want to go through it or read it or make Bill rehash it, but if anybody has any questions or any comments, can they let us know? Okay, hearing none. We have a couple letters that I want to read that came into WCSU. The first one's dated March 17th, 2020. And it's addressed to the WCSU board. With the pandemic on our hands, we, the undersigned, would like the WCSU to adopt a policy that allows all hourly employees to be paid for the duration of the school year, regardless of whether school is in session. As teachers who are on salary, we are distressed that the WCSU would only pay hourly employees if they chose to come into work. All of us are doing what we can to take care of our students, each other, our families, and our community. The best thing we can do is to take this pandemic as seriously as possible. We should be doing what our surrounding districts are doing, not being in the building as much as possible. We should be in our homes practicing social distancing. We will do everything we can to interact with students and their families virtually and support them during their time away from school. Of course, we all do our best to serve the students in our community. The hourly employees are not taking advantage of the situation by staying home. Currently, they are having to make a choice between getting a paycheck or being a responsible citizen by social distancing. We would all rather be working with our students and fulfilling our contracts in the traditional and expected way. However, we are in a pandemic and flexibility of expectations is a must. Please take this pandemic seriously. Please take the federal government's request seriously to limit gatherings of 10 people. Please allow all employees to go home, stay home, take care of themselves, and be creative in how they communicate with their classes and their students. Slowing the pandemic should be the first priority. Or second priority should be helping our community feel calm, supported, safe, and engaged at home. Governor Phil Scott has called for all school employees to be paid during this closure. The hourly employees are our most financially vulnerable adults on our staff. We should not be asking them to choose between their health and work. We have a moral and ethical obligation to take care of them in this time of crisis. Please take the necessary steps to be the kind leaders we know you can be. Please allow all employees to work from home in the capacity they are able and pay them to ensure that they will be able to weather the economic fallout of the public health crisis. Michelle Bostrom, Pat Brandley, Fiona Creed Chevalier, Jenna Colafino, Brian Cuttings, Suzanne Alf, Suzanne Gunther Moore, Michael McKinney, Jason Gragan, Heather Sperling, Joyce Van Tamlin, and Kate Coleman. I was notified of this letter, and the following day, it's actually dated the 21st, we got a follow-up letter. And again, it's to the WCSU board. As a follow-up to our last letter sent to them on March 17, 2020, we'd like to offer this. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused an environment of unique and continually changing circumstances and directives. Since the last letter was crafted, we feel that the potential issue of our educational support staff being required to go into the school building and other public places in order to receive their hourly pay has been resolved. We believe that our district staff, teachers, and leaders are doing the best they can at responding to these rapid changes in our communities and workplaces. We also realize the importance of working as a team in order to ensure continued learning for our students during our school's dismissal. We'd like to thank our superintendent, Bill Anton, for his positive leadership. He has had a proactive approach while making important decisions in response to the ever-changing directives coming from our governor and the Vermont Department of Education. Thanks to our other district leaders as well as you, our board, for leading the WCSU in a responsive way that ensures the health and well-being of our community during this time. And this one was signed, I believe, by all the same people. So everybody is aware the Department of Education is giving guidance about hourly employees, and the Wyndham Central received an email. So I just want to read that email. And it's all hourly employees will be paid their regular hours per order of Governor Scott until at least April 6, 2020. Hourly employees are expected to report to work. This is worked out with their supervisor as to how and when. Any hourly employee who chooses not to accept their work assignment must use sick personal time and fill out an exemption form to be kept confidentially on file in the HR office. They should scan the form directly to the person at Wyndham Central. If hourly employees who choose not to accept the work assignment run out of sick personal time, they will still receive a check until at least 4/6/2020. Further guidance will be released at that time. It's important to know that we receive new information hourly and the guidance can change. We will update you as more information comes in concerning labor challenges arise. And this is just for the WCSU people and the West River people that are under contract, non-certified contract that this letter was about. So we will also have an executive session at the end of the meeting to talk about some specifics on specific issues that can't be discussed in public. So those were the 2 letters we received. Is there any discussion on those? Are we all set to move on then?
We're set to move on. Thank you.
Okay. That's the one thing that's a little hard with this. I can't tell what everybody's doing. I know some of you are sitting at home drinking a beer. Number 4 was review and revise agendas may be advisable. Because the West River elections haven't occurred, we felt, and I discussed this with Al and Emily and Bill, we felt it didn't make sense to reorganize until the West River elections happened, because I believe there is a contested race. So I hope nobody has an issue with that. And the next thing, on to old business. And we had the waiting study updates. And this was kind of, I had been in there as a placeholder before the pandemic got really bad, or before we were staying apart. So my understanding is there hasn't been a lot of discussion about this in legislature. I don't know if anybody has any comments or thoughts or concerns about it, but I thought I'd leave it in there in case there was anything going on that anybody was aware of. So does anybody have any comments, questions, thoughts about that? Oh, you have to put it in the chat if you want to, and then you can unmute yourself. So moving on then, I guess the SU boundaries, again, this was just a placeholder. And if everybody remembers, there was a paper written proposed statewide plan in June 1st of 2018 and talked about redoing the district boundaries for the supervisory union. And the Board of Ed has some ability to just do that based on recommendations of the Commissioner of Education. So that, again, is just a placeholder. We're not aware of anything happening, but yes, we are. Laura Sibilia has just joined the meeting too. Okay, so under new business, we have school updates. So I don't know if anybody has any updates or anything they'd like to talk about, but Marlboro, Doug, or your group, do you have anything that you'd like to comment on? Yep. Hey, Dan.
Yes, I agree with Doug. He chats in saying nothing of note. I think Wayne has done a terrific job of organizing the people working at the school, but really nothing to report. We're muddling our way through this like everybody else, I imagine.
Hey, Dan, while we've got you unmuted, between you and Mark, is there anything from VSBA going on that we should be aware of?
You know, Mark, you can weigh in on this also, but they also are in crisis mode, essentially. They're just trying to keep people up to date with what's happening one place or another. They essentially have said all legislation may as well be on hold until God knows when. They're trying to pass legislation now that makes it possible, for example, for West River to hold its upcoming elections and things like that. So crisis mode, both at VSBA and at the legislature. Unless you've seen anything else, Mark, I think they're just trying to keep us up to date, but there is no incentive to move forward whatsoever.
Yeah, I've got nothing to add to that.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Thank you, Dan. There's nobody here from Stratton, so we'll skip over that. And Wyndham, Beth, or who's it? Oh, Antje is the chair. Do you have anything you'd like to throw out there?
Yeah, I just had to find the unmute button. Yes, so here I am, the chair now. Wyndham's budget did not pass, as you probably all well know. And there is a tentative date to revote on the budget, which we have changed and brought significantly down for April 18th. So that is still in somehow, it's very unsure whether or not this meeting or this vote will happen. We had tentatively thought of having it outdoors, but with the governor's order that there shouldn't be any congregation more than 10 people. So we don't know yet if there's a possibility to do it by Australian ballot or whether or not the vote has to be postponed. So however, even if we don't have a vote or if the budget gets voted out or not voted at all, the state would mandate a budget for 87% of last year's budget. And so in knowing that, the Wyndham board just recently, actually last week, signed the teachers' contracts. We had down to just having Mickey Parker Jennings as our only teacher, being supported by Sarah Wunderly, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce her last name. Anyway, so the two of them, with the aid of services from the WCSU, will be teaching the Wyndham School for this coming year, which was approved by the superintendent, and we're very excited about that option and to have brought the budget down to below the penalty threshold. So that's where Wyndham is at right now, so we're all kind of in limbo. Beth, I don't know if you have anything to add to that. That's pretty much the news from Wyndham. Hearing nothing, I think I'm going to mute myself again. Is that okay?
Yes, thank you.
Does anyone?
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. I'm totally behind you.
If I can add one thing while I'm still unmuted, since Laura is here right now, Laura Sebelius, I wonder if she has anything to add to the dating study, if we can sneak that in or at some other time, because she's here now and she's very involved in that topic. So if at some point we might ask her to comment on what may be happening on that waiting study front, that would be really great. Thank you so much.
So what I was going to do, if it's okay with everybody, is under River Valleys. I was going to let Laura speak on behalf of River Valleys as to what's going on, and then I thought she could cover the waiting study too, if nobody objects. I see, Doug, you try to type something in. Were you trying to get a point across, or?
No, Rich, I was just trying to share with Anjay that the Secretary of State just issued budget revote instructions, so she should read that. I tried to post them, but she said it basically says if you're facing a revote of your budget, there's no time frame in election law in which the budget revote must be held. So there's an email that came out from VSBA today she should read.
Okay, and Bill was shaking his head like he just got it, so I'm sure we'll get that out to Wyndham, and I think that's important, probably West River also. So, Laura, are you there? Can you unmute yourself?
Hello.
So can you do a report on what's happening at River Valleys, and also we had the waiting study earlier just before you signed on, so I thought we'd let you kind of talk about River Valleys and then talk about the waiting study.
Yes, I'm going to try and pull the pieces of River Valleys out of my head. Because I'm trying to remember the last time that we met. I think we met in person the last time we met, right?
Yeah, it was the middle of March. It was our last regular March meeting.
Yeah, and I think we had some discussions about connectivity. We were talking, of course, that's the thing that sticks in my head. And some staffing changes, hiring of some staff. Oh, look, there's two things. And I think I don't know if there's anything else pertinent that I should put in there. We did talk about the waiting study and the town of Dover's focus on that and thoughts on that. Here's what I would have to say about that. I think right now, with all of the uncertainty, we're looking at what I've been hearing legislative leaders say is we need to be looking at budgets in the, maybe 3 to 4 month time frame, and perhaps coming back and doing another budget until we get a sense of the revenues. There is testimony that is taking place in both education and Ways and Means with regards to the yield. And I think that is definitely worthy of looking at. I think we need to remember that sales tax, all of the sales tax goes into the education fund. So I think we're not clear on what is going to happen there. With regard to the waiting study, I think it would be inappropriate right this minute to try and be as forceful as I had intended, but the Senate did take action. I think we'll get some pretty significant pushback on doing anything with the wait. It would be my intention that to let a 3-month, I don't know how we would do a 3-month yield. So it would definitely be my intention to try and push for some of the Senate's language, which I, prior to this found to be completely, really, well, not completely, but really unacceptable. It's just looking for a study to come back next year. But it feels like we need to take some action to acknowledge that we had an inequity going, and this situation now is exacerbating it. I've been spending most of my days this week on the connectivity issue. And so that's another highlight for all of us on rural and poor students and the inequities they're facing. So I don't think we can, I think we have to monitor, watch what's going on. I mean, it's great. If you haven't been on the legislative website, you can, all of the hearings are now streamed on YouTube. So you can literally go, if you're bored or lying awake at night and fretting, you can go dial up at 1 a.m. And if you have connectivity, you can dial up at 1 a.m. and look at the YouTube video for the hearing that was had. So short-term pause. Yeah, Doug, I agree, Doug. It's this, but I think so many things are being highlighted right now. And I also think this whole situation is going to, there's no way this situation is not going to radically change how we think about education in the state. So,
Laura, can you just say what Doug said too, so everybody, maybe somebody missed it?
Doug said, here, something along those lines. Here, this situation is only going to worsen the inequity.
Okay. Is there any questions or anybody wants to make a comment?
Please see that, Rich.
I'm sorry, what?
There's a chat window that can be opened up and you can see where people are commenting.
Well, I could just make a quick comment, Laura. I don't want to take up too much time, but I just feel like any relief packages that the state's thinking about might factor this in, could it not, in a change? I mean, in terms of at least the towns that are going to be, the districts that are known to have been, basically, underfunded for 20 years. I mean, why would?
So here's what I would say. I'm gonna interrupt you just because right now the whole legislature is operating remotely. So, and I don't know if Emily's on or not, but it's my sense from the messages that we've been getting from the speaker that it's her intention. We're also going to be voting and debating remotely. And I want you to think about trying to manage that conversation, those of you who have witnessed debate in the House for 150 people virtually. And so it's my sense that we're going to be going real slow, and anything that is contentious is not going to be taken up, which is why I'm suggesting we would have to at least point to the Senate legislation. That does not mean that towns cannot act, in terms of trying to seek some legal remedy. But I think we were going to have a floor fight on this. That's what was going to happen in the House. We were going to have a floor fight, between the folks that were going to have their taxes go up and the folks that weren't. It's just not going to happen that we're not going to have a floor fight anytime soon. If this drags on and we're doing remote voting in the fall, and we're, good at online debate, it's possible. And I do see that Emily's on there. She may want to give some more insight in terms of, I don't know if you want to get into this, in terms of what the speaker is talking about in terms of bills that are going to come forward.
Emily, did you want to comment?
I'll just quickly say that there's nothing that I would dispute with what Laura's saying. I would also just add that we have not actually even authorized remote voting for the body yet. We've only authorized remote voting for committees. So the body still, the Senate, it's easier for the Senate with 30 people to do the training that it takes to do remote voting, and they're on the process. So are we. We're trying to do it by committee, trying to understand what the process is. There are a lot of 150 people who need to be comfortable with it before we're even going to take it up. And it has been pretty challenging to get there. But I will say that I expect it within, if we're lucky, within the next couple of weeks, to be able to hold a vote as to whether we can even vote by the body. So I just wanted to clarify that we're not actually even there yet. We have not done that process yet. And it's a big deal. There are a lot of people reaching out to me saying, I have no clue. You can't do this. And people are very, very concerned as well about taking up any legislation of any kind that doesn't directly impact health and economy of the impacts of this horrible disease we're dealing with right now. So it's a fine path that needs to be walked, and I don't know what we'll take up, but the body in the end will decide. We have to get to a place where we're ready to vote remotely to do it, because we can't get together in any other way. So
the only other thing that I would add, Rich, is I just want to reassure everyone that's on this call that there is absolutely zero chance that I am letting this go. I think we have to, and I don't expect anyone on this call will be. I think we just have to take a breath and get through this immediate moment.
And Al Clausen made a comment, and I don't know if everybody can see it, but he 100% agrees that something should be part of the relief package. So maybe just some consideration. And while we have you two, if I could just indulge the group for one more second, is there a big issue with connectivity? Do any of the schools have that as an issue? I know we do a little bit in Dover in some places, in Wardsboro. What about the other schools, and what can we do to help with that?
So I want to jump in really quick, Emily, because we took some testimony on this. Okay.
It's your committee, Laura. You should be jumping in.
Yeah. Sorry, my dog and my son are barking. Our chairman of the Energy and Technology Committee has asked us, and Bill, I meant to reach out to you, and then also Wyndham Southwest. It would be really helpful for our committee to have some understanding of principals are able to give us some sense of how many of their students don't have access at home, can't get access at home, and how many can't afford access at home.
So Bill just handed me a note that says 83 out of 800 students have indicated they don't have access,
so 10%.
Or they don't have internet.
Yeah, 10%. And then the whole affordability issue is also really important. I will just tell folks, Consolidated had offered 2 months free for students. That came forward to me because our principal was trying to troubleshoot some 6-week installation times for some families. And so we haven't seen that get trouble. We haven't seen effective troubleshooting yet of that. So just being a little little cautious there. Mark is asking if we should separate adequate access versus access. Can student participate? Here's what I think is important. First of all, if teachers are teaching online classes and students can't participate, or utilizing online resources, and students are having to park outside the school, for instance, or outside the library, that would say to me that they don't have access at home. If they could get access at home but they can't afford it, that is a different issue. So understanding both of those factors would be helpful.
We all set then, everybody? Any of the other schools that have already reported, do you have any issues with connectivity that you want to discuss, or is everybody pretty good? Okay, why don't we move on? Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Emily. Hey, Joe from West River, you got anything you want to report out?
We're doing the same as everybody else, just slogging our way through this. We did postpone our annual meeting and budget vote and the Australian ballot for our at-large director. Right now it's set for May 5th and May 6th, but depending on how things go with coronavirus, we have another 40-day window to push it back until the end of June and still get it voted ahead of the July 1 deadline. But I had seen that email from Doug, or that Doug had shared, saying that we may even be able to go beyond that. Other than that, I think our principals and administration is doing a pretty good job. I actually got to speak with some teachers last night, and they were giving some feedback about how things are going. And I've talked to a few kids, Girl Scouts and things, because my wife is the leader, and they're getting through it. They actually miss school, which they're all surprised to hear. But it's working. It's working.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Anybody any questions for Joe? Or okay, moving right along. The audit. So Wyndham Central hires RHR Smith and Company. What we've always been told in the past is you want to look at the letter from the auditors. And if you read their 2-page letter, which was dated March 17th, it talks about planning the audit and during the audit, the comments they made. So basically, district-wide, there was they commented on I-9 compliance. While performing the audit for the above-mentioned year, it was noted that several of the I-9s that were selected for testing were either missing or not filled out correctly. It's recommended that central office review their I-9s to ensure all employees that have I-9s that they're in compliance with federal guidelines. There was an issue with the Leland and Gray year-end accounts payable. While performing the audit for the above-mentioned year-end, it was noted that there was an accounts payable posting that was posted twice. Adjustments were made to correct this posting. It is recommended the client review their year-end balance sheet to ensure that there are no duplicate postings and that all numbers are properly stated year-end. In Townsend, there's a student activity fund that was noted, and while performing the audit for the above-mentioned year-end, it was noted that there are several reimbursements made out of student activity account to a single employee equaling approximately $14,000 over the course of the fiscal year. It is recommended that the student activities be brought into the central office in order to monitor the activity and reimbursements that are being made. And I can tell you for these 3 items, it's very minor. The first audit I remember seeing in Dover, we were 20 pages of recommendations. So I think, Lori, it's a really good indication of the good work you guys are doing. Do you want to comment to any of them, or you can talk?
Sure. So I just want to clarify that a management letter is different than a significant finding or a material weakness. So none of the entities had either of those. So all three have been actually taken care of. We've had a team of people going through our I-9, so that's done. All student activities are being brought into the SU. These were accounts that for many, many years would run at school. And there still are some out there. Marlboro still has one that we'll be bringing in this year. Dover, working on that well. So we're working on those, bring them all in so that they'll follow our purchasing procedures. That's basically the main here is that it was done outside of procedure. Does anybody have any questions about that bit or the letter?
Okay, thank you, Lori. Also, thanks, Lori. You got to thank me too, Lori. Somebody else. Okay, so moving right along. The audit is available if anybody wants to read all, what was it, 76 pages, I think, Lori? So I didn't make copies of it, and I didn't print the whole thing, but if you want it, Lori will get it to you. Oh, no, we sent it. Oh, you sent it. Everybody should have gotten it sent to them. So moving along then, agency fund. So one of the reasons we decided to hold this meeting, one of the important ones is that several years ago we decided we used to vote the agency fund. I'm sure Dan can tell you about it back in the olden days, and Emily. We used to vote agency fund in December, and then a couple schools made a point of what if our budget doesn't become what we thought it was going to be? Should we not vote the agency fund until after town meeting? So in case there was a reduction in the budget at town meeting, the schools could adjust maybe some agency fund items. So that's kind of been the standard probably for the last 18, 20 years. So the problem is if we don't vote the agency fund by April 15th, then the central office can't issue contracts until they know that we intend to fund that. Excuse me. So that's why we had the agency fund. We had to have the meeting today to discuss agency fund. So if there, I believe, or if you feel like I'm not going, you are muted. Okay, so if everybody would just, if they have their agency fund paperwork, and if not, they're looking for an agency funding, $2,409,178. Everything had been discussed, should have been discussed by the administrators bring to Bill what they're looking for the year. And then it should be discussed with all the boards, so it shouldn't be anything new to any of the boards. So hopefully, if there's any questions, somebody can just unmute themselves and ask a question.
Hi, Rich. I got a question.
Go ahead, Tim.
Recently, while trying to do our last budget, a lot of townspeople were upset that the WCSU meetings pertaining to votes were not either publicized well enough or put on BCTV for them to look at. So apparently, I think in the future we should have those budget meetings televised, is a suggestion.
Okay, I thought we were recording through BCTV because I believe they're recording us tonight, or they're doing something with all our, but they're making it so that it will be available. So I think we were agreeing that I think the last couple of Wyndham Central meetings we were recording, weren't we?
I believe we were in the last couple.
But I thought it went back to the budget when we were voting on the budget. I thought we were recorded for that one too.
I can't say for sure, but I'm just telling you what public concerns are.
Okay, so we'll take that. I think too is with this virus has taught us a little bit is that to get things out to people is a lot better. So hopefully, that may be something. I know at River Valleys we record all ours. Joe, nod your head. I think you guys record all your West River, right? Yeah. So I think pretty much everything is recorded. Marlboro or Wyndham, do you guys record your meetings? No. Okay. Bill tells me they don't.
We don't. No. There is actually a recording now that is being done by the new board member for the minutes. He records everything to write his minutes from that recording, but we do not officially record our board meetings.
Okay, and Doug Korb said we don't. We Zoom and allow people in. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So as of now, that'll be the way it is. In the past, we have not recorded.
So Ken, I think that's a good point. And then, like you said, the more we can get this out, the less there should be shock with people. So is there any other questions or discussion about agency fund?
Thanks, all.
Ken, since you're unmuted, do you mind making a motion for us?
I'll make a motion that we approve the agency fund in the amount of, I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, $2 million and change.
$2,409,178.
That sounds good to me.
Dan MacArthur, second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ken and Dan seconded. Peter, are you all good with that motion? You got your numbers? Okay, I haven't heard from Peter, but I believe we've got it. We can get it to him. Is there anybody that'd like to make any comments before we vote? I'm not sure, Joe, Bill, what is the best way to vote? Do a roll call vote? Okay. Okay, so if everybody's ready to vote, Ken, you look like you're suffering, so I'll let you vote first.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Joe? Joe
Wouldn't unmute. Aye, sorry. It just
Thank
wouldn't
you.
unmute for me.
Okay. Emily?
Aye.
Al Clausen?
Aye.
Mike? See, Mike was in and out a couple times. Mike? Okay, we'll come back to Mike. Leanne?
Aye.
Thank you. Anzi?
Aye.
Thank you. Beth?
Aye.
Dan?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Thank you, Doug. Mark?
Aye.
And I'll go back to Mike. Mike, are you there somewhere? Oh, okay. Mike isn't working, but he said that he was an aye. Okay. Sorry, Mike, we can't count you, but I'll note that you ayed.
Yeah, he did. He texted that he ayed.
Yeah, Bill's saying it doesn't matter if the Secretary of State's saying that we need to hear him say aye. But that's okay because the vote carries unanimously. So good job, everybody, on that. The next item is we have the minutes from the February 10th meeting. And I believe that was sent out with the packet. And if I could get a motion to approve.
I make a motion to approve the February 10th meeting minutes.
Thank you, Ken. Do I have a second?
Dan, I'll second it.
Okay, Dan seconded. Again, I guess we got to do a roll call vote on this too. Okay, sorry about this, guys. Let's do a roll call vote. Joe?
Aye.
Emily?
Aye.
Al?
How about now? Can you hear me say aye?
Yes, Mike. I'm going to put you in for a vote yes. I saw you left us for a minute.
Sorry about that.
So will you vote for the minutes too?
I will.
Okay, thank you. Al?
Aye. Sorry.
Nope, thank you, Al. Ken?
Aye.
And Leanne?
Aye.
Angie?
Aye.
Beth?
Aye.
Dan from Marlboro?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Mark?
I abstain.
Okay, so it's unanimous with one abstention. So that takes us through the minutes. Is there anything that I missed? Does anybody have any comments before we go into executive session for a legal issue?
Back to the reorganization. I know you didn't want to reorganize WCSU. We're going to wait until possibly into the next year after July 1st for West Rivers. People are sitting on that board now who I believe have the authority to make that vote now. I don't know. I haven't been part of the discussion, but it is. I'm just wondering, bringing that back up.
I was 5 items. Okay, so 5 out of the 6 that serve on the Super Board or the Wyndham Central are not up for re-election. The only reason I thought it would make more sense was that because there was going to be an election, it's usually after elections that we reorganize, after everybody's elected. I guess I would say whatever the board feels. I mean, if they want to reorganize, I don't know if I would do it tonight because we actually didn't warn that we were going to reorganize. Now, some people could argue that we talked about it, but we said it was going to be postponed. Joe, go ahead.
Rich, our board, the West River Board, won't reorganize until that election's held. So even though only one of us that serve on this board is up for re-election, there may be some turnover in the representation on this board just because of the reorganization. Unless there's a real need to reorganize, I'd just wait.
Okay. Dan, does that make sense to you?
Yes, as long as the current situation means that we have people in place. Those terms, as I understand it, will go until such date as we reorganize. There's no termination.
Yes. So it's usually once the elections are done, that's when you reorganize and everybody starts from square one. We just felt that since there was one board that hadn't got to vote yet, that it would make sense not to try to reorganize. And that was a discussion I had with Emily and with Al. So it was hard to decide if we should just do it, or it kind of almost felt like I was just trying to become the benevolent dictator. But I'm extending my term. So, but it was that's just.
Let's let it go. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
Rich, I do have a question.
Yep.
I don't know if this is the appropriate place to ask it or not, but a question of Bill. What are we doing as an SU to protect student privacy with online conferencing, especially in regards to Zoom, which is a disaster when it comes to privacy?
How about, since that's kind of off the key, it's not something we had on the agenda, let's ask Bill to give us something, send us something at the end of the week about that, if that's okay.
Yep.
Because he has a technology person too that's probably a little more up to speed. So if everybody's okay, but that's a good question, we'll ask Bill to send something out to all the boards.
Thank you.
Okay. Joe, did you want to say something, or were you just scratching?
Oh no, I just touched my face.
Okay. Okay, so if there's nothing else,
I have something.
Ken waving like a madman.
Okay, Ken, go ahead.
Yeah, you got any aspirin? No. I've had a couple of people tell me that they want to know what the district is doing for the mental health of parents and students during this time of stay-at-home schooling, because apparently it seems to be a big issue with a lot of agencies. And what do we have in plan? What plan do we have to assist in that?
Okay, so what is the district doing for the mental health for both parents and students during this time, and what do we plan to do? So what are we doing now, and what are we going to do in the future?
Right.
Okay, so if it's okay, Ken, I'll ask Bill to put that in that same memo about because I think it all kind of works together.
That's fine. Just task the administration with letting us know what's going on.
Can we get that by Monday? Okay, so we'll get something out he'll get something out to everybody by Monday. We'll send it to all the boards, okay?
Thanks, Rich. Thanks, Bill.
Anybody else?
I actually had one question. It's sort of off topic, but it's on the email that went out SU-wide to parents today regarding the meal delivery. And it was just something I meant to email someone about, actually. The bus schedule needs some clarification within that email that went out. It notes in Brookline, Merrill Drive as a stop. There are actually two sections of Merrill Drive that both connect with Grassy Brook Road. So some clarification may want to be done on that.
Okay, hey, I'm not sure who that was.
It's Leanne.
Oh, Leanne, okay. Do you mind, can you just drop an email to Bill?
Yep.
And he'll take care of that?
No problem.
Okay. Thank you. Bill says thank you. Anybody else? Okay, hearing none, could I get, and I don't know how this all works, so somebody's going to have to explain it to me, hopefully Joe or Bill. Okay.
Hey, so we're going to all leave this meeting, and I'm going to re-invite only the board into the executive session meeting. Okay, Rich will do the process to get us there, but only the board will get re-invited to a new meeting. So just wait for it, and it'll come to you. I've got it prepped, okay? So Austin and BCTV and anybody who's not on the board, you're not going to get the request, all right? So thank you very much, everybody, and giving it back to Richard.
We have a couple board members who aren't on the WCSU board. They can come back in. Okay. Can I get a motion for somebody to move into the executive session for contractual issues?
Ken moved.
Hey, Ken moved. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Hey, Mark, seconds. Okay, so all of you on mute. And do you all vote in favor of that? Say aye, please.
Aye.
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 That was cool here. Is there anybody opposed? Okay, so we are in executive session, so everybody leave the meeting and Bill's gonna invite you right back.
Welcome to this bonus edition of the Montpelier Happy Hour here on WVEW 107.7 LP Brattleboro, your community radio station, as well as YouTube and some other various places on the internet. We shall be hiding it, as well as BCTV. I'm your host, Olga Peters. Welcome, Emily Kornheiser, representative for Brattleboro. How are you doing?
I am doing well today, Olga. Thank you. I am settling into some strange new rhythm. And yeah, feeling like there's some possibility in all of this confusion.
I have to say, the only time Emily and I are seeing each other is, basically over these video chats recently. And I have to say, your very pretty kind of ethereal outfit today is much more uplifted than the heavier, but very nice outfits you've been wearing in our previous chats.
No, I'm feeling the possibilities this today. We're seeing a lot of opportunities for policy change. We're seeing a lot of possibilities for social change. Yeah.
Isn't that exciting?
It is exciting.
I'm really curious to see, for years we've had conversations in Vermont about affordability. And I think what I find is not everyone's definition of affordability is the same thing, especially the governors.
We've talked about that a lot. Yes.
Yes, we have. And I'm just really curious to see how that word and the definitions attached to it and the policies attached to it change.
Yes.
After COVID. That's kind of a benchmark I'm going to be using for marking things.
Absolutely. I mean, it's possible this will be the benchmark of our entire lives, to be perfectly honest, certainly, some of our children's lives.
I know we thought the 2008 Great Recession was a biggie.
Yeah. No.
This feels bigger.
It does feel bigger on a lot of different levels. And one piece, and we've talked on previous episodes about how this has helped sort of illuminate some existing cracks in the system.
Yes.
Or challenges in our communities or whatever, however we want to phrase that. And I think one of them is our dependence on a tourist economy.
Yes.
And our the fact that Vermont has fashioned itself for, I think, more than 100 years as a apocalypse refuge. And
yeah, I don't know that is the exact word all the marketers would use.
Probably I shouldn't have even said it, but there
I liked
you go.
It though. I liked it because even like back in the grand old days when people would summer elsewhere, I remember reading all these stories about artists who would come up to Vermont to take the air.
Yeah, that's what Madame Cherise was, right?
Exactly. And so still that idea that it's the healthy place to get away to. But it also means the flip side of that is it's not necessarily a place, I think sometimes in the minds of visitors where real people live.
Absolutely.
And,
And so when I think about, I think there's a lot of people who moved here in the 60s and 70s for the sort of promise of a new beginning and the opportunity to craft a new life. I think about sort of, the first stage of colonialism here, when white people came to create a new beginning and wiped out an existing population. And, I think a lot of people who came here, whether that was in that sort of first colonial expansion or, you know, many that followed, or the 60s and 70s. Some people did it out of sort of this dream and this new hope and this creativity. And some folks did it out of like real fear and desperation from what they were escaping, right?
Yes.
Whether that was fear and desperation about what was happening in America, or fear and desperation from what they were facing in cities, whether that was illness or economic struggles or social struggles. That's been, you know, those are sort of the two reasons that people have immigrated throughout the world for all these years. And Vermont has really, that's how Vermont has become Vermont. And so on those historical waves, the way that exists, and Vermonters, people who are already in Vermont, have pushed back against that in various ways, right? And I think, you know, even the Take Back Vermont reaction to civil unions was part of that historic thread, and we've talked about that a little bit.
Yeah, that one's interesting because those signs were actually, if I remember correctly, created by a group outside the state.
Oh.
But people in the state adopted it and put them up.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. You know, similar Don't New York My Gun laws, we've talked about that. And so this idea of sort of the outside invader and protecting ourselves from the outside invader is really always constantly being balanced in Vermont by the fact that our economy and our need for new folks and new energy and supporting the arts and all of these things is really sustained by this sort of, you know, bucolic dream of Vermont as this clean, healthy, safe place full of wonder and opportunity. And right now we're really seeing a magnification of that with folks from other states coming here to their second homes, coming here to vacation homes, and really reckoning with how we handle that as a community.
Yeah, it's interesting because what, for me, as someone who grew up in a resort town, and, you know, my father had a inn and restaurant, so definitely part of the tourist industry, my stepfather. And then of course I worked at gift shops, you know, all through college and helped put my way through college. You know, it's this interesting tension of resources, of being grateful for this influx of money, because let's face it, Vermont doesn't have a lot of its own, but also some classism and being economically a second-class citizen. At least it felt that way in your own home. And I think that is that question of resources, that, or I shouldn't say question, that fear over resources is what's really being highlighted here. And I feel the state has a lot to answer for with its tourist industry. In so many ways. One, because I think it doesn't question it very often, because it's such a cash cow as far as taxes goes.
Yeah.
And yet for people living on the ground, whether you are, you know, working in the tourist industry, or if you're a tourist or a second homeowner who's expected to pay really high taxes for a second home, you know, that reality on the ground is not necessarily the same.
And, you know, even when I had first moved here, so fresh out of New York myself, more than 20 years ago, and was waiting tables, and the way people treated me as if I was a second-class citizen. And then when they realized that I was a college student from New York, how visible their shift was in perception made me really immediately aware of this incredible bias that was shown towards Vermonters by people from out of state. Whereas I don't know if I would have been able to recognize that if I hadn't actually seen that switch go off, that flip when they realized who I really was. And so that's been sort of something I've carried with me in all of these years that I've been living here, whether that was working in the service economy or policy making. And in the legislature, when we look at issues around the tourism economy, I've often asked, can we please get explicit as we're having this conversation about what value this brings to our communities beyond revenue? And not saying, you know, revenue is very important. I'm not saying it isn't. And the property tax that second homeowners pay is incredibly important to support our school system The revenue that comes in terms of sort of meals and rooms tax and sales tax, also very important for sustaining other services we provide. But I think it's also important to look at sort of what wages those jobs pay, and then what resources are not available because those resources are sort of going towards supporting and continuing to invest in a tourist economy. So Vermont's finding itself at this particular crossroads right now, as we're seeing folks coming in from out of state to be somewhere that feels sort of safer and warmer and airier than a crowded city, where, you know, for me, the idea of being in an apartment in Manhattan with my family, knowing that, you know, there are EMS who can't respond to calls because they're flooded, knowing that the hospitals might not have a spot for me and my family, knowing that probably the person delivering my groceries is infected because they have been on the front lines more than anyone without proper protection is, I mean,
it's terrifying.
It's terrifying. And so I have so much empathy for folks who are showing up here.
Yeah.
And so I was really excited to see that as Vermonters were getting more and more escalated about folks who were showing up here, we're beginning to see some real guidance around what does it mean to be someone who crosses the border into Vermont and says, you know, I need respite. I'm here for respite. What are my obligations to you because I've now joined your community? So how do we start that conversation, right?
Yes. And just to put some things into context, you know, part of what is at the crux again of this conversation is resources, because as Laura Sibilia noted in one of her email newsletters that she sends out every week, there are some resort towns where the number of second homes, it's like 4-to-1 ratio between second homes and year-round residents. And what that happens if all those second homes are filled at once, and just for the sake of argument, let's say everyone there needs medical care, that's a very different planning structure than planning for the year-round population. Now suddenly, do we have enough hospital beds? Do we have enough protective gear? Do we have enough whatever people need to be cared for if they're sick?
And I want to really highlight those are important questions to ask, and we didn't just start asking them this week.
No.
Those questions were questions that, you know, I asked, and I know a number of other legislators were asking weeks ago when we were really starting planning for this pandemic. And so a lot of our emergency planning processes have taken into account a population that looks more like summer or the height of ski season than just, you know, year-round residents. And so I don't want to fan the flames of fear by sort of not being explicit about the fact that we do actually have a lot of resources here. You know, a lot of our general stores are still open because second homeowners shop at them. Or, you know, Brattleboro Food Co-op certainly would not probably be able to sustain itself at the scale it does without, you know, folks coming from out of state to shop there. And so a lot of our systems are already set up for that level of patronage or customer base. And so
that's good, because you know what? Here's just a little FYI from the reporters side of the microphone.
Please.
When I have listened to press conferences with the governor, and maybe I missed one and this was mentioned, so I totally admit that I could have missed something. But when reporters have asked the question, do we have to worry about the extra population overwhelming our medical system? The answer is basically, don't worry about it. We're Vermonters, we take care of everybody. But no one has explicitly said, here's the planning or questions that have gone in. So in many ways, those reporters weren't actually getting their questions answered.
Yeah. Well,
and if a reporter's not getting their question answered, one more thing, then that means the community's not getting their questions answered.
Yes. And I think that often when folks are talking to reporters, they forget that in avoiding a question, they're not just avoiding a reporter, they're avoiding a question that many other people have as well.
Yeah.
So I think part of the challenge there is that, while I don't think that we are facing grocery shortages anytime soon beyond sort of the repercussions of hoarding behaviors, which we've talked about before, and should, as we all calm down with our buying and take some deep breaths, should really like iron themselves out.
Yep.
Because we are still receiving food into the state at the same quantity and speed that we did before. Our medical system is still fragile in the best of times. So yes, while planning is taking into consideration the fact that we have a, sort of varying population size, that doesn't mean that we could, we have a hospital system that could handle everyone getting COVID simultaneously, right? There isn't a state in the country that can handle that.
No.
New York City, with its huge population, can't handle that. And our emergency medical system, our emergency medical services, like ambulance services, were certainly struggling significantly before we even got to this point. And so what we need to do in order to make sure that we have the health system to sustain the level of illness that we think we're going to see from this is to flatten the curve, to disperse it enough that the existing resources can meet the need. And so as second homeowners come in, as other folks from out of state come in, making sure that as a community, we're bringing them into the fold enough that they understand what we're doing here, that they understand how we're working to flatten the curve, that they understand the kind of social distancing measures we put in place, that they understand how we've decided to be safe in a grocery store. Because, and we've talked about this so much, Olga, so much of what Vermonters do is implicit, like, right? Like, we don't have real road signs. We don't often have, signs for the best way to use a park. Finding the farm stand, or knowing how the farm stand operates and where the quarters go and where the dollars go and how all of it is something that, one person tells another. It's not something that is explicit. And so as new people come here seeking respite and sanctuary, how are we making sure that they're joining our community norms so that we can all be safe together?
Yes.
That's, for me, the most important value in this. Because if we start saying, like, all the people from out of state need to stay away and they're the enemy and they're the ones bringing the infection, my first thought is like, okay, the moment we start blaming the Jews for the blaming New Yorkers for the infection, I feel like the next step was we're going to start blaming the Jews, because that's where I come from with my own family history. And then the other part of it that gets really scary for me is that we stop taking responsibility for our own behaviors and our own actions and our own policy and what our own policy needs to do. And then there's also, like, I have a constituent whose mom lives in Massachusetts, and like at some point she's 90, she's probably gonna need to bring her mom to her house. And so many of us who live here have moved here from out of state and have deep family connections, in other places. So if we're going to be, isolated, maybe some people need to be isolated with their families and their loved ones that they need to care for. So really recognizing that our boundaries are not as tidy as we think they are, even though, the billboards disappear, but the edge between Vermont and Massachusetts is not really all that clear. Otherwise, in terms of where humans are living. Sorry, that was a long lecture.
No, that was a good lecture, though, because, I think as we're talking, one of the cracks in our system that this crisis is illuminating is our fears, and fears that we've been holding for a long time.
Yeah.
And which means those fears aren't being answered. And they're also, I think, something that to me is a very American thing. There's so many beautiful things about America. I love our optimism. I don't love our habit of blaming the other.
Yeah.
And if there's no other to blame, we'll find one. And I think that's the other crack in our system that is being illuminated right now. Because when it comes to something like a pandemic or a virus, there really aren't enemies. A virus does not care. who you are, how old you are, where you're from. It's just like, can I get you infected? Here we go. That's what a virus wants to do. And so this is a perfect time for us to practice community, actually.
Absolutely. But those fears that I don't think we've ever spent enough time addressing as communities around the fact that many of us feel like folks who come here as tourists or visitors don't see us as fully human and fully integrated members of our own, having our own communities, our own cultures up here. It seems that if you're holding on to that fear, then it would seem very natural that you would assume that those people also wouldn't care about your health and your health needs, right? And so those fears are really founded, and we need to move past them because we are really all in this together. I am excited about some of the sort of clear guidance that has been, that was offered from the governor today. And one of them is just real clarity that people who are coming here from out of state need to spend 2 weeks quarantining, which is really helpful. And sort of, I think many of us have known that if we are coming back from somewhere, we need to spend 2 weeks quarantining, or if we've, you know, been around or exposed, we need to spend 2 weeks quarantining. And then other pieces of that are being really clear that hotels and motels cannot house people who are not already sort of part of an essential person system, whether that's health workers from out of state. And we do have a lot of health workers who are here from out of state.
We have a lot of traveling nurses and such,
right?
yes.
And so just because you see an out of state license plate does not mean that someone is here on vacation. And so also we have a lot of people who are precariously housed who have now been housed in motels and hotels so that they have somewhere safe to be sleeping and isolating themselves.
Yes.
Socially distancing themselves. And so really appreciate the differentiation between sort of what the uses of motels and hotels are right now. The second piece that I think is really important is being really, really clear with Airbnb and short-term rental platforms, because one of the challenges with such a diffuse and unregulated system is that it's really hard to get in touch with each host and say, hey, here's this new law, here's this new rule, right? Because it's up to each person to pay attention, and a lot of people are doing this in the edges of their free time. And so my understanding is that there's been a lot of efforts to get in touch with the actual platform itself, the software itself.
That's what I understand,
and to put up warnings. And yet it's been very hard to get any responsiveness from this very diffuse software network. And so from my perspective, the closer we come into regulatory frameworks and relationships with companies that have this much sort of power over our and within our economy and our lives, the more responsive those platforms will be to the kinds of like really immediate changes and shifts that we needed to see around short-term rentals just being, you know, shut down for a short period of time.
So going back to communicating and creating, because right now I would say in so many ways, the relationship between, for lack of a better term, tourists and year-round residents, in so many ways is very disrespectful. One side's not treating someone as human, the other side's just treating them as a cash cow. So how do we start communicating and welcoming someone into our community, even if we are afraid that they won't respect us? I mean, that's the question. I mean, maybe that's the next marketing phase, is not something like Love Brattleboro, which is a great marketing campaign from what I hear, but maybe there needs to be a new marketing campaign.
Come actually be of us or with us or something like that. So, you know, I know we've talked about putting up, you know, the highway signs that say, you know, that are reminding people about social norms, like, hey, you show up, social distance, quarantine, whatever it is, right? Being really explicit with people. And then other parts of it are, you know, during different times, what's really important to me is when I see someone sort of looking a little bit lost in the street or in the grocery store, wherever it is, really talk to them the way I would talk to another, someone else that I know, and say like, hey, what are you looking for? You need, but like really being clear that like, I'm a person, I live here, I'm not a tour guide. And these are also real people. And so being like continually engaging in that way, I think is really, really important, because it's really easy to be like, I'm going to ignore all these people who are ignoring me. And I remember when I first moved here and people would like smile at me on the street, and it was so disorienting. And then after a little while, I got used to it. Now I do it. So just holding people to the community values that we're all living by. So not exempting them, and also not blaming them when they don't know, our special New England ways.
Right. Well, because that's the thing about different cultures, whether it's Vermont and another state or another country or what have you, is we always believe that the culture we're living in is the quote unquote normal one.
Yes.
And so two people across a cultural divide both deciding that they're the normal ones.
Yeah, totally. And so like when people from out of, people who are coming here fresh from somewhere else and are, seeking sanctuary, how do we say like, hey, you can't hoard toilet paper either, right?
Mm-hmm. I really appreciate you sharing these thoughts, Emily, because I admit at times I still, even though I am now in my 40s and have a job and have traveled overseas and lived overseas, I still hold a lot of anger towards the tourist industry, because for my experience I've seen that shift too, where someone thought I was like them and then realized I was just the townie or just the woodchuck or just the hill kid.
Yeah.
And so I really appreciate you sharing your experience, because it reminds me that, this is messed up.
It is messed up. It's messed up. And like, we all have moving here, for whatever reason, I realized early on that it was not my job to recreate Vermont in my image. It was my, responsibility to, observe and learn and adapt and join with my own flavor. I don't think anyone's ever going to think I'm a New Englander, but and so I think that's an important balance to strike, that we are all richer for diversity. And it's okay to hold people accountable to what's best for the community sometimes. And what's best for the community right now is that people share resources, and that people keep themselves as socially distant as they can, and that people who are like our essential frontline workers, whether that's working in a grocery store or working in a childcare facility or working in a hospital, that those folks are getting the respect and consideration that they need. And one of those pieces of respect and consideration is that we don't take undue risks that will then cause them undue risks, right?
Yes.
And that means financially supporting, as a community and as a state and as a country, that we are financially supporting the people who have had to leave the workforce in order to keep the rest of us safe.
Yes. And when we are dealing with folks, as simple as it sounds, please and thank you is even more important now than any other day, because we are stressed and we need to extend just a little bit more kindness. To one another.
Yeah.
Well, Emily, thank you. That's about all the time we have for this bonus episode. But I'm sure we will be back later this week as more things evolve with COVID. And of course, you can always find us Friday at 2 p.m. on WVEW 107.7 LP Brattleboro and our SoundCloud page, the Vermontitude SoundCloud page. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga.
This
Okay, we're
conference will
recording.
now be recorded.
There's Michelle. One more and we can convene.
Michelle, you're a board member too?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
You know I'm here, right, Dave?
I do now, and thank you. So we have 6. I'm going to wait a couple more minutes. We have enough to convene, but just wait a couple more minutes.
I don't see, Ann, are you through the phone?
No, I just, the camera will lag my connection so badly I'll keep getting kicked off anyway, so I just have my camera off.
Oh, okay.
Life in the sticks.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure that I recorded you in attendance. Hey, Deborah, what's your last name? I'm taking attendance. I'm the board recorder.
It's Gass, Gass, like Sam.
Okay, thank you.
There's Emily. So we have 7. Emily, Michelle, we're just waiting a few minutes for see if we get a couple more board members. There's 7 of us now. Liz, Tim, and
Hello.
Hello, it's Kelly.
Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, this is Tim Mayfield.
hi, Tim. Are you coming on? Are you calling in?
I have to call because I just found out that my operating system doesn't support GoToMeeting.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you're caller 1 on our control panel.
I just changed his name so we can at least see who it is.
Oh, great.
Oh, now we have Kelly.
There's Kelly. So Liz is the only one who, and she may be she's in Putney's, and they're notoriously tough signals. We'll give her 1 more minute and then we'll start.
I have to get a new computer. I'm going to try my iPad.
Well, I think we'll begin. Can everyone hear me while I'm looking down at my notes?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. So, Lyle, has the meeting been properly warned? Great, thank you. We're going to, Sean had an excellent idea, which is not to approve Robert's rules for small boards tonight because, and maybe not while we're using the system, because recognizing people and having people talking all at once, or even 2 people at once, would be difficult. So, whatever.
I would say, why don't we all mute unless we're going to talk?
Yes, please.
I just like to tell you that I just got an email from Liz saying she lost the link, so I've just sent it to her, so she should be here quickly.
Okay, great. Okay, and I hope that's where the distortion was coming from. At any rate, what we're going to try to do tonight is ask people to raise their hands and put it in front of your face, because you can't, well, you can see your faces, but sometimes if you raise your hand, it doesn't necessarily make it to the screen. So raise your hand, or if you're on the phone or for some other reason you can't connect with us, or you aren't recognized, then just go ahead and speak up. but we'll try to, and the other option is to type something and to type a note to Thomas in the chat box saying you'd like to be recognized if for some reason we're not getting you. So let's see. Did I officially convene us? I hope so. Let's see, for the public, and I think the only public person right now is, well, Carrie technically is not a member of our board, and Wendy, and but the same for you. If you want to be recognized, just raise your hand or make some sound. We're going to try to stick primarily to business tonight. There are a couple of things we have to talk about, but we kept the agenda pretty lean. So I ask that you consider, when we're talking about any of the items on the agenda, to consider whether if you have a question, consider whether it needs to be asked and clarified before you feel like you can vote. And if not, if it's about details or you're interested in some other additional information, but you're pretty clear how you want to vote, I'd encourage you to follow up with an email to me or whoever. It might be Deb Gass in terms of the early ed information, that you follow up with them so that we can expedite the meeting. We're going to take the clerk's report and the finances, the warrants and the clerk's report as a consent agenda. And after we recognize visitors and go through communications, I'll ask for I'm sorry, before we do those things, I'll ask for consent agenda for the minutes and for the warrants as presented on the agenda. And we'll just go through with that, and then we'll go through with the rest of the agenda, see if we have committee reports, and then on to the old and new items. So any questions before we get started on the nuts and bolts? This is a brave new world for us. Okay, then I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of March 4th, March 10th, March 17th at the 5:30 meeting, and March 17th, the 7:05 meeting, and also the ratification of warrants of March 9th, March 16th, and March 23rd, and payroll of March 13th. Kind of a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Thank you, Ann. Thank you, Thomas. Moved by Ann and seconded by Thomas. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Aye.
Hand is raised.
3, 4, 5, 6. Can't see your hand. Oh, there it is. Okay, great. Thank you. Any opposed? Okay, seeing none, the consent agenda is approved. Next, communications. Have we had any communications that need to be shared? Oh, Emily, yes.
So somebody reached out to me. I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but I want to just put it on radar and you can tell me how to deal with it. Is somebody reached out to me to ask about how the school district was going about making sure everybody had internet access, and if they were putting 5G in the schools. There's been a lot of emails to me about 5G, so maybe some clarity when it comes up when the administrators report, just so that I can respond. And maybe other people might have gotten emails like this also.
Great, thank you. I suspect that while, in fact, I know she's got that and several other queries from people and issues that people are concerned about. Any other communications? Okay, committee reports, not many have met, so I'm not sure we have any reports. The Performance and Programmatic Equity Committee is postponing that report until we have a chance to meet again, which will be easier, frankly, now that we can meet online rather than trying to get together and find a space. So hopefully we'll talk later about how committees might go forward and we can get new people assigned to join committees. So are there any committee reports? Oh, we're moving right through the first page. Okay, administrative update. This is what we've all been waiting for.
Excuse me.
Yes.
On the committee reports, the finance did accept questions. So a number of questions were answered, and there was communication with Frank. So in terms of approving the finance warrants, there have been questions and they've been answered. So if everybody's comfortable with that, I think that would be a good thing to know.
Great. Thank you, Sean. Did you have your hand up and I didn't see you?
No, I was.
Oh, good.
No.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. Lyle. Sorry.
Thank you. So I'm going to turn it over one by one to the administrators. We have a number of new hires that we need the board to approve. So I'm not sure what is easiest, David, if you want to do it by school or you want to just approve them all in a batch after each person's reported out. I'll leave that up to you to decide.
I think let's do it by school so that we can approve them when, if there's an additional information needed, the administrator will already be unmuted.
Great. Okay. So the other portion of the admin report is really all around the COVID-19 updates. Right. So I will now just turn it over one at a time. So let's start. I know Steve has a few. So let's start with Steve.
Okay, thank you. I hope I'm unmuted. So I'd like to start with some resignations first and then move on to hiring that we've done by department. So for resignations, we do have Susan Cole, math teacher, has been with us for 1 year. She has tendered her resignation. She's actually moving to Southfield Academy, which is close to where she lives. Susan was a great teacher here for 1 year. We wish her well. That's one resignation. David, should I go through all of them first and then approve them all? Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
We've also got a resignation in the math department from Ms. Katie Westby. Katie has been a math teacher here and a special educator here for the past 7 years. Katie is pursuing her doctorate degree at the University of Michigan. We are thrilled for her and wish her the best as well. Katie actually has been a teacher who's been able to teach the entire range of students from AP Calculus down to our more challenging students. She does a great job. She's gonna be tough to fill. Also, Assistant Principal Mike Harrigan has also resigned for personal reasons as of today. He's gonna be returning to his family out west. And we wish Mike well, and we'll begin a search to fill that position quickly. In terms of that search, we're in good shape in terms of the calendar, so I'm not too worried about finding quality candidates for that position. Those are the resignations. I'll go right into hires and recommendations. In social studies, we had 36 people apply for a position being vacated by Bill Holliday. We interviewed 4 of them, and then we did follow-up interviews with them via Zoom, since we could not do sample lessons, which was unfortunate. We're recommending the appointment of Ms. Josie Leonard. Josie is actually a student teacher here in the building right now, so we've had an ample opportunity to watch her practice. She is graduating from Keene State College this May, and she will be a fantastic asset to our community. So we're recommending Josie Leonard for the social studies position. For our 2 math positions, I'm recommending that we hire Ms. Ashley Radlich. Ashley will take over the position vacated by Katie Westby. Ashley has got her Bachelor of Science in Math in May 2009 and her Master's in Teaching Mathematics. She's currently teaching in New Jersey, and we had only 3 candidates apply for that position, and we interviewed 2, and I'm recommending that we hire Ashley as well. In our other math position, I'm recommending we hire Mr. Andrew Parsons. Andrew will get his degree from Keene State College in 2020. Once again, he's interning right now with Erin Hillo, and we're looking forward to having him join us. Again, 3 candidates applied for that position, and we interviewed 2, and both of them were excellent. in English, you recall we're actually having 3 English retirements, and we're watching a lot of great experience go out the door. But we have 3 great candidates to fill in. First, I'm recommending we hire Miss Rachel Doty. Rachel got her Bachelor of Arts from Harvard in 1992. She's taught in this area for several years, currently is at Leland and Gray, and I'm recommending we hire Rachel. We're also recommending that we hire Ms. Catherine Dorian. Catherine is teaching right now in Montana State University, or I'm sorry, in Montana. She got her degree from Montana State University in 2016. So we're recommending that we hire Catherine as well for English. Oh, before I forget, we had 17 people apply for the English position. We interviewed 8 initially, and then we did 4 in the second round. All of those were done by Zoom. And finally, I'm asking that we appoint Mr. Cyrus Dudgeon as an English teacher. He'll replace Terry Apple, who's retiring at the end of this year. He received his Bachelor of Arts with major in English from Earlham College in May 2011, his master's degree from Earlham in 2012, and he has been teaching in, let me just get the state right this time. He has been teaching in New Mexico at Espanola High School, and we're looking forward to Cyrus. He comes to us with a lot of experience working with students from AP all the way across our spectrum. We're excited to have Cyrus join us. That's what we've been doing, among other things, and I would ask the board to appoint these professionals and also to accept the resignation of the other 3.
Thank you. Could I have a motion, please, to accept with resignation, with regret, the resignations as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Great. Thank you. Did you get that, Wendy? No. Okay. Who made the motion, please?
Seconded.
Who
got
seconded?
Okay, Emily seconded. And
thank you.
moved? Great, thank you. I'll try to pay better attention next time, Wendy. We have a motion to approve the resignations with regret as presented. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Aye.
And Tim and Liz are here now, so I think we're all here, and Ann said aye, so that I believe it's unanimous. Thank you. And now, could I have a motion to approve the BUHS appointments as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Ann.
Emily, second.
Thank you, Emily. Ann moved and Emily seconded a motion to approve the BUHS appointments as presented. All in favor, please raise your hand again.
Aye.
Thank you. Everybody's hand is up. Thank you. Once again, unanimously approved. Thank you, Steve.
Let's go on to Keith Lyman, BAMS. I know he has at least 1 resignation. I don't know if Keith has any hires.
Yeah. Hi, everyone.
Hi, Keith.
Oh, hi. So I have 1 resignation and 1 hire. The resignation is a world language teacher, Charlotte Nicholson, no longer working with us. And I've hired a couple of long-term subs filling in kind of half. One of them is teaching the morning load and one is teaching in the afternoon. So I would ask that you accept the resignation of Charlotte. Did you want to do the hire first?
Yeah, mention, and then we'll do both motions.
Yeah,
yes, please.
Sorry. Okay. So Jake McDermott's retiring. Jake's been teaching at BAMS for many years, and we're sad to see him go. We interviewed, we screened 12 applicants for his science position. It's a 7th and 8th grade science position on Team Draco. Let's see. We came down to 2 finalists to teach model lessons. Thankfully, before we closed school, and we had students involved in giving us feedback on each of the teachers. And I would like to recommend we hire Dana Roebuck. Dana is currently at Bellows Falls Middle School. She did an internship at the high school back about 5 years ago. She went through the Antioch program for her master's degree. She has a BA from University of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So she comes highly recommended. We're excited to bring her on pending your appointment.
Thank you. Could I have a motion to accept the resignation, to accept with regret the middle school resignation?
So moved.
Jackie, so moved.
Thanks, Jackie. And second?
Kelly.
Kelly, thank you, Kelly. It's been moved and seconded to accept with regret the resignation from the middle school. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Aye.
And they're all up. Thank you. And may I have the motion is approved. May I have a motion to accept the appointment to BAMS as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Ann. And Thomas, was that a second? Thomas is second. So Ann moved and Thomas seconded. Motion to approve the appointments at BAMS. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Aye.
Thank you. It's unanimous. So the motion is approved. Thank you, Keith.
All right,
Thank you,
thanks.
everyone.
I'm not certain if we have other hiring. Mary, I know, has been doing, not ready. Kelly, no. Julianne's not ready. Nancy, thank you. Nancy Weiss.
Sorry, issue unmuting. So I have 3 people that I actually finished up the work on today. They're all 3 people who currently work at WRCC. I would like to appoint Diane Nuzzo as a part-time science teacher to work on our biomed programming. She will be teaching Intro to Biomed once each semester, and she will also be doing some work in our introductory courses. Then I have Erin Levitt Sherman, who will be joining us coming off of a contracted service onto a full-time teaching position in the area of performance arts, which will include not only circus and dance, but also a course in movement that will tie into our early childhood ed, as well as our LNA and biomed programs around developing core muscle strength and understanding how the muscles work in order to help kids succeed in education, and also to help people stay healthy lifelong. And then my third one is Kristen Viceri, who has been working as our special needs coordinator, who took my place on a 1-year contract, and I'd like to make her permanent. She's doing an outstanding job. The staff loves working with her. She is a great resource for them, and kids really enjoy working with her as well. And so I think it's important to have that continuation. So those are my 3.
Thank you, Wendy. Sounds like good choices. Could I have a motion to approve the 3 appointments at the Wyndham Regional Career Center as presented, please?
So moved.
We got 2 at the same time.
I'll take the second.
Okay, Ann seconds. Who moved? Did someone? Thank you, Tim.
Aye.
Right, Tim Macio. Tim beat you to it, Emily. Tim Macio moved and seconded the motion to approve the 3 appointments at the Career Center as presented. All in favor, please raise your hand again.
Aye.
Thank you. Unanimous again. We're good at this. So the motion is approved to accept for the appointments at the Career Center. Thank you, Nancy.
I think that's it for hiring and resignations this evening. If I am wrong, wave at me wildly. All set? Okay, great. So that's it for the administrative portion. I'll save the rest under the other parts of the agenda.
Okay, well then let's move directly to the unfinished business and the COVID-19 update from the superintendent.
All right, thank you. So basically that's all any of us have been working on in the last 2 weeks. You know that we closed on a little bit earlier than the governor had closed us all. We closed that Monday. And since then, I have to say that principals, curriculum, Deb and Paul have been working pretty much nonstop on the plans that we have. So I'll respond first to Emily's question about the tech. We have a tech committee. There is nothing that the tech committee has talked about with 5G. We have collected the names of people that to find out who does have internet access and who does not. And we are working, principals especially, working with those. We have alternative plans in place, and actually not all of the work that we're creating is online work anyway. So yes, we had that in our radar and we're working on that. I wanted to talk about food. Right now we're serving food to 1,100 students. Any child, they don't have to be in our schools, any child 18 and under just has to register, and we will provide them with both lunch for the day and breakfast for the following day. We have a number of drop points that are manned by volunteers, as well as using the buses, and the buses run around midday, run their morning routes, and we're leaving food at bus stops as well. We have childcare set up for essential workers. We're taking precautions for every part of the day, taking temperatures of anyone that enters the building, sterilizing food containers as they go in and as they come out. Students are restricted to one room. We will continue this for as long as we have people that can staff it. As soon as we run out of people that can staff it, we are going to have to find alternative placements for those kids. I'm meeting tomorrow with Chloe Leary and Dora Levinson. Some of you may recognize Chloe and Dora from the pre-K childhood world. So we're going to be meeting tomorrow to determine if there are ways that they can help us with the childcare. Another focus has been on the continuity of learning. As you may know, the first few weeks have been for us really just getting systems up and running. We had anticipated, though the governor closed us only through April 6th, we had anticipated through news reports that it was going to be much longer than April 6th. So we were well on the way with a continuity of learning plan before it was assigned to us. So right now it's until April 13, it's really considered maintenance of learning. And that's what we're doing, making sure that we're helping families set up some routines that they can do at home, and keeping in touch with all of our families, reaching out if we don't hear from them, reaching out through counselors or principals, and really keeping track of who it is that we are able to get in touch with each day and who we may be missing for a couple of days. Teachers have been very creative. We've had a couple of all school sings using Zoom, where the music teacher is the one singing and the kids, we assume, are sitting at their houses singing. We've had all school meetings in the morning. We've had different people recording themselves reading stories so that the kids can listen to stories. So we're really trying to be as creative as we possibly can to ensure that we have lots of different activities and we're reaching families in lots of different ways. As I said, we know that not all families have access to internet, so we've also created packets that have been mailed or dropped through the food service bus stops. That's another way that we're reaching some families. We recognize we're not going to be able to create classroom experiences. So that's something that we're working on right now. Deb Cardane, Paul Smith, working really hard to ensure that we're doing what we can. We're going to be working with teachers. We've set up grade level meetings for teachers, so they have weekly grade level meetings so that they're talking with their peers about some of the ideas that they're doing. And next week, we're going to be really focused on what it is that we want to ensure our students know by the end of the year. So all fourth grade teachers talking about these are the things we want to make sure that we're focused on and working on. You can tell we have had a strong focus on academics, but I would have to say that our first focus has been on the well-being of our families. We have some families that are in some fragile places right now, kids that are nervous, parents that are nervous, and teachers that are nervous. And so, though I've spent most of my time here talking about academics, I would have to say that all of the information that principals are sending out, that I'm sending out to teachers and families are, you need to take care of yourself. It's really important that your well-being comes first. Not all parents are cut out to be teachers, and it's really hard for parents to all of a sudden be in that role. So we want to make sure parents know that their first job is to be a parent, and we will work the best we can to help parents and work with students in the best way we can, but mental health for us has to come first. I think that's it. You probably have some questions on what we're doing, so I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Lyle. I'd like to kind of get a sense from the board about whether you would like to, you have questions for Lyle or stories that you want to tell, or just anything you want to share. Would you like to do that first, or would I think I'd like to hear from all the administrators or any that have anything they'd like to add. I'm sure that the experiences have been different in every building, and this is our chance to really find out what's going on. And it's also going to be up on BCTV, so we can be sending people to see and hear this information as well. So it's up to you if you. Have a show of hands. If you, it's a this or that. We can do both. Which one first? Do you have questions you'd like to ask first, or would you like to hear more further from the administrators and then have the questions later? So if you want to hear the questions first, or you have questions you'd like to ask first, please raise your hand. Well, we're unanimously interested in hearing from the administrators. That's really nice. Thank you.
All right. So do you want me to call on them?
Yeah,
right.
you're the boss.
All right, let's go. Let's start in the north with Herb in Putney.
Okay, thanks. Hi, everybody. Echoing much of what Lyle said about the academics, we're getting to it. It's not a priority, frankly, right now. What is a priority is making sure that the kids feel as emotionally secure in their remote settings. We're hearing already from kids, particularly middle school age kids, who are a little bit more vocal than their younger peers about how lonely they are in some cases. And we're doing our best to reach out and really do a wraparound for the kids and their families, trying to be reassuring that this will work out over time, but that we are there for them. And I would also add that our administrative team has spent an awful lot of time discussing how to do exactly the same thing for our teachers, how to provide reassurance and support and sort of a wraparound sort of mentality for them. This is a particularly challenging time for kids, or frankly adults, who come sort of front loaded with anxiety, or having had the ACEs background with their traumatic experiences, either in their youth or as adults. And these are, the popular term is triggers, right? So there's an awful lot of triggers embedded in everything that we're doing right now that are not present during a normal school day in a normal school environment. So those really have been our priorities.
Thank you. Let's go next to Julianne, next town down.
Julianne, wait for your mic to come on.
You're still muted, Julianne.
Thank you. Thomas is quick, but it still has to get to you.
Am I there?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Sorry about that. So much like Herb was speaking about, we really that first week of school being closed, the priority among the whole staff was just coming together to support each other and then coming together to support families. So really right away, we saw staff reaching out to parents and to children to just check in and kind of share in just this collective shock and grief. And so we've been kind of toggling back and forth, as Herb was mentioning, between really thinking about how can we provide the instruction that is meaningful to students, that moves them forward in their learning, and do that in a way that is trauma informed, so that we're really prioritizing supporting families and setting routines for children and helping them engage in activities that are that really serve the purpose of creating a sense of normalcy, and allowing them to feel like they have kind of a lifeline to this part of learning in this part of the world that we built with them, these relationships we've been building with them all year and in the previous years. So we're doing that, and then at the same time, as Herb mentioned, just trying to work in teams together to really track where each individual family is in this whole experience, using our nurse, our counselor, our leadership team, our office team, our academic support people, to really differentiate the approach. So it's really causing us to, work collaboratively, as exhausting as, Zoom is. Thank God for Zoom, because that's how we've been able to keep those connections going and to keep our teams going. And that's where we've been able to kind of assess, like, okay, here's where we are today. And it really is, one day at a time. And then what do we need to think about moving forward? What's coming at us next? What other supports can we provide for that family? So I'm really proud of the staff, just coming together to, in community around this. That it has been difficult and challenging. It's also been really inspiring and something I think that's just like keeping us all going in the midst of this crisis. Thanks.
Thank you, Julian. Let's go to Kelly, Academy.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So similar approach, of course. We've been meeting a lot. I'm really proud of our leadership team and the Academy community. The teachers have rallied and really helped out. We are producing a lot of the food out of Academy School's kitchen and gym. So we've got some pretty neat pictures of people making food, putting them in bags. The buses are coming. I want to acknowledge the bus company. They've been amazing, really been able to get food to every kid. We're running the special ed buses in addition to the big buses, making sure that kids who aren't on the direct bus routes can get their food. So that's been really great. John Sessions has been coordinating that whole effort. So I want to acknowledge that as well, because that's a full-time job. He's been physically there and on the computer pretty much 24/7, getting volunteers. Right now we have over 150 people helping from the school system. A lot of support staff are involved in that. So that's been really phenomenal. The Academy Facebook group, which I think some of you might be part of, David, maybe you're in there. The participation is up over 1,000% as of today, which is pretty crazy. But the highlight was we did a virtual variety show last Friday. So people made videos at home of any talent they wanted to show. And a lot of staff participated, a lot of kids participated. And it was sad not to have it on the stage at school, but it was also a great opportunity for kids to do things that they can't do at school, to show us what they can do at home. So that was pretty neat. Nurse Amy was the founder of that idea. So that was really fun. John and I hope to start a weekly coffee and conversation time with families coming up soon. We're trying not to overwhelm, like all of us, with the Zoom dates. And a lot of families are helping their kids be online, but we'd like to offer that time to meet with us like we do typically before all school sing. So that's coming up. And other than that, there's a whole variety of how people are feeling as far as educating their kids at home. I'm working full time from home and I've got a kindergartner at home, and that's really hard. So I get it, and I'm trying to help problem solve with parents who are struggling, and just acknowledge that we're all human. We're all taking it one day at a time, and the guidance from the state changes frequently. We've got a wellness team at school, which we've talked about before, that we're really trying to make sure we're case managing kids who get a lot of support throughout their school day, emotionally, physically, instruction wise. We're trying to make sure they don't fall through the cracks right now. The biggest challenge is motivating kids to get their work done at home, after their Zoom meeting ends and they're alone. That's really hard. So we know that. So we're thinking about that now. That's our next step. But really just being cognizant that it's hard.
Thank you, Kelly. Mary Kaufman, Oak Grove.
Hi, everybody. First and foremost, I have to say that I am so incredibly proud of the teachers and staff at Oak Grove. They are doing things I never thought that they would do or that I would ever have to be in that position to do. So I'm really proud of them. They're learning new things every day, and they are innovative and creative, and they're finding ways to connect with each other and to connect with our kids as regularly as seems feasible at this point. So I have to give a shout out to our staff. They are really working hard. We're working on trying to see kids regularly, as all three other principals have said. It's about making those connections with kids, keeping those connections alive. The kids love seeing each other. So when a teacher is working with a small group of kids and she can invite, or he can invite multiple kids to a group, they are really engaged in that kind of work because they want that social interaction. And so Zoom has been a wonderful asset to everything that we're doing. We're offering things like lunch bunches, small group instruction, and whole class meetings. There's been some read alouds and just some time to kind of meet and greet with one another. I have to say that probably my kindergarten teacher has said that it's quite entertaining to have a Zoom screen full of 5-year-olds. So I can imagine it's quite fun. I'll have to get in on one of those one day. Even our pre-K teacher did that with all 15 of her pre-K kids and all 3 staff. So that's pretty cool. We're also learning how to interact with each other when we can't be together. So much of what teachers and school personnel do is like hands-on, and we're having to figure out ways to do that from afar. So I think we're continuing that work. I have to say that the guidance that we've gotten from central office has been so helpful in all of that, and also just being able to work together as a team of elementary principals, but also our larger admin team. We really rely on one another. And that's how we can support each other, but also how we can support our families and our teachers and our students. So we really need to work together, and it's wonderful to see that we can do that. I also am working on childcare. I don't know if you want me to talk about that at all. No, okay. So that's happening at Oak Grove. But that's for another time. Yeah, so I would say things are going well at Oak Grove, and we'll continue to grow as we have been.
Thank you, Mary. We're going to go to Deb Gass, EES.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So on March 16th, I think the first Monday following our announcement that we were closing, the staff pulled together and did a convoy of distribution of supplies to the families in all of the county who are EES families who indicated that they needed things like diapers and formula and baby food because they were hit so, they were hit with this without any prior preparation. And those are things that we do provide during the time that the children are with us. We wanted to make sure that we had enough for families to carry them through last week. And I'm really proud of staff who pulled it together. We had staff, line up, and we did distribution from our Bird Street site without respecting the social distancing, and then doing a convoy, traveling convoy distribution to our families. And the families know now that if they need any more of those kinds of things, that we can provide them, and we're doing that on an individual basis. This Monday, we opened essential childcare for our EES families at 130 Burge. We have 6 children with 4 teachers. We have a team of 8 teachers, so they can overlap. And each of the 6 children are always with at least one of the teachers that they're typically with when we're up and running at full force. So the children are happy. The meals are being delivered by Cosmescus, prepared at Academy, and that's working out beautifully, much appreciated. We're following all of the protocols that were set forth by Department of Public Health in terms of taking the temperatures of the children and the parents every day and having them come into a health station and not going into the classroom where the assessments are made on a daily basis. And as long as we can continue to have the wealth of staff volunteers to do this, we can continue, but we'll take a look at it each week and determine whether we can continue week by week. In regards to many of the other services that we provide, we are doing most and all of them virtually or remotely. So the only thing that we're really not providing at this moment, other than the essential childcare classroom, are all of the other Head Start and Early Head Start classrooms. So the services that we provide to families are happening. They're happening through Zoom. So we're continuing our foster parent support groups, our dedicated dad groups. Staff are reaching out, our family support staff are reaching out to all of our families on a weekly basis. Teachers are using Facebook group pages. So the groupings are for parents. Obviously, we have infants, toddlers, and preschool, so the children are not actually the ones who can access that. They're private groups, and every day there are activities that are delivered by the teachers, and they've become very creative. For example, on Monday, one of our teachers read the story Henny Penny in her chicken coop with a rooster looking over her shoulder at the book. Another teacher crocheted all of the fruits and vegetables from a very hungry caterpillar and used those as props while she read the story to the families. We had our policy council meeting a week ago, and we did that through Zoom. And the families were so excited about these daily Facebook activities or dialogue or discussions with their children, and they love the storytelling, that they want to volunteer their own storytelling, and they want to videotape their own and get those involved in our Facebook presentations. So we're working on that. We actually do have a pretty rigid screening process for anything that we put out on Facebook. So if a teacher wants to read a story, it gets reviewed by our education manager first to make sure that it's done with some flair and that it's appropriate. She actually sent one back to one of our teachers because she didn't feel that the teacher had enough affect in her delivery. So I warned the parents that they'd have to pass that screening if they wanted to contribute, and they're excited to do that. So that is happening. We have a mental health consultant available to us, and she is going to set up some staff support groups, as well as she's going to reach out and make herself available to any of our families who need individual mental health support. We do yoga. We were doing yoga classes at EES. We're doing that now virtually. We're going to do an all-staff meeting next week on Zoom. We signed up for the bonus package with Zoom today so that we could We have 70 employees, so we're going to do an all-staff meeting with them Monday or Tuesday of next week. And I think probably the final thing I want to say is that we are encouraging staff to reach out to the many opportunities that are presenting themselves virtually for trainings at this point. So we're seeing this as an opportunity for our teachers and our family support workers to access some online trainings that they may not have time for when we're operating typically. And we had many conferences that we were scheduled to send staff to that have been canceled, and so those monies are now available for anyone to take any virtual training. I think that pretty much covers them. I'm having management meetings every day with my team. Things are going well. Everybody's staying healthy at this point. And we're really focusing on, as Lyle said, the well-being, the mental and physical well-being of our families and our staff. The fire that happened in Rockingham actually was our Head Start family, and so we had a discussion today about how we're going to support that family. So all of the things that are going on beyond coronavirus that happen on a day-to-day basis are still impacting our families, and I have staff at the ready, willing and chomping at the bit to reach out and help our families.
Thank you, Deb. Let's jump to the opposite end. Let's go to Nancy Weiss for the Career Center next.
Hello. We actually started reaching out to our kids the day after school, it was announced, the Monday that it was announced that school was closing. And we have been working with them ever since. I spend most of my day calling parents and students and making sure that students are engaging in class time. We're trying to limit the amount that we expect each week because we know that they have 2 to 3 other classes that they're taking at the same time that are also highly demanding. And we're trying to figure out that balance as teachers. We had a staff meeting yesterday. People are feeling lonely, so I know our kids are feeling lonely. People are feeling a little trapped, and I know because I have a 16-year-old and a 13-year-old just how trapped kids are feeling. And I know this is a really rough time for families, so we're spending a lot of time focusing on, are you okay? And reducing workload, but trying to have a lot of that information go out globally to kids so that they're getting the information, but they're not necessarily having to do the same amount of homework and classwork and that stuff, because we really want to reach a balance and not make people crazy. I've suggested to each of our students that they choose a good book to read. Some roll their eyes at me, and some and others take me up on that offer. I've suggested puzzles and games and anything that will keep their mind working and flexible during the time that we're not in school. So that's kind of where we're at. It seems to be going well, but I do try and check in with everybody on kind of a rotating basis. I have not called Carrie's house yet, but I'm sure that's coming up on my list. I kind of select a group every day just to check in with and make sure they're doing okay.
Great, thank you, Nancy. Let's go to Keith next at BAMS.
Everyone, some new board members, just in case you don't know, BAMS is grade 7 and 8, about 315 kids. I must say it's been very sad. At least initially, it was pretty sad, and it was a really hard call to make to families. You know, for kids at this age, they're so social. They're 13 and 14-year-olds, and it's all about the connections that they're making socially at that age for them. For us, it's you want to make sure you're learning your math and stuff, but for them, it's all about, all their relationships with their friends. And that's been the rug's been pulled out on all of that. So it's been really hard for our kids and for our teachers. There's no way to say it any differently than that. Yet, building off what the other principals reported, the teamwork, the amount of work that people are doing to build it back up is pretty amazing. And we're all just trying to navigate this. It happened so fast. Yeah, none of us went to college to become teachers to then teach online. We went to school because we love working with kids and we love the interactions with them, and so we're trying to replicate it with Zoom, but kids have connection issues. We felt it a little bit with this meeting. Teachers are trying to run those meetings, but kids have varying signals in their house, and some of our kids live in hotel rooms and they got family members in the same room with them while they're trying to work with their teachers. So we have lots of issues like that. I think you're probably aware of that. But the kids who are connecting, though, I would say 70 to 80% of the kids are connecting and doing work and doing well. And there's 20 to 30% of the kids we're really pretty worried about, and we're working really hard to try to problem solve how to connect with them. And when they start to get 13, 14 years old, they start to have, they can be a little harder to reach at times. So we're working hard. The staff's just been wonderful. So that's about all I have to say.
Great. Thank you, Keith. And we'll go to Steve, Brattleboro Union High School.
Thanks, Lyle. So the first thing I want to say is that we have got the absolutely most amazing teachers in the known galaxy. They have been great. They have been rock stars. We have teachers who are first-year teachers, and we have teachers with 45 years of experience who in 1 week have transitioned from a traditional brick and mortar classroom to a virtual classroom with varying levels of success. But I really admire their spirit. I admire their dedication to their kids. They are working way too hard right now. They are really trying hard. I also want to give a shout out to our students and our parents. I've been holding parent meetings. I met with senior parents today. I had 79 senior parents join me. And then I met with juniors. I had 48 junior parents. We talked a lot about nuts and bolts. We talked a lot about, how do we keep a connection? Senior parents and seniors, this is devastating. They have lost a rite of passage that we all enjoyed, that we all loved. They've lost perhaps a prom, graduation. And, the question they ask me is, will we have a graduation? My answer is yes, we will. It may not be at the end of June, but we will have a graduation. We will celebrate this class and their accomplishments. I've gotten a lot of ideas, some of which have horrible carbon footprints on how to do that, but we're going to work something out. I've had people in the community reach out and say, if you need help planning a graduation party for our kids, we'll help. And so that's been fantastic to see. As I said, I spent a lot of time talking with seniors and their parents, there's nuts and bolts questions they have that we're really working hard to answer. And I've also been reaching out to the VPA, my colleagues around the state, to get their sense of what we can do. A lot of what we're going to do is predicated on what happens with a continuity of learning plan. And that plan is going through some evolution and some drafting. And at some point, we're going to have a plan that we're going to submit to the state. And I'll let Lyle and Paul talk more about that. And we're going to submit that plan, but that's going to predicate some of what we're going to do as a school moving ahead. Some things that people are concerned about and we're looking at what do we do for GPA? We have taken kids who have been in a face-to-face classroom learning from a teacher in the room and from peers in the room. And we're now saying to them, we're going to do it in an online environment that we've created in a week. We got to think about, do we do GPA for this semester? That's one of the questions that we're wrestling with. what do grades look like, especially for our seniors and especially for our juniors who are applying to colleges right now. What do we do for grades? Do we keep a traditional numerical grade? Do we do something different for this semester only? A lot of schools are doing that. Colchester High School has gone to a strict pass-fail system for the year. I'm not sure I want to go pass-fail, but I think we're going to modify what we're doing. For our teachers and students, we're still adjusting, calibrating to the workload, because a lot of times teachers want to make sure students have enough to do. And so in some cases, they really put out too much work at once. We've also realized that every teacher has a slightly different way to convey work through Google Classroom. And so we've asked teachers to do a weekly agenda that's standardized across, so every student sees the same agenda format every day. And that's helped a lot. The other piece, I was asked by people from local law enforcement to reiterate, and I'm going to reiterate with you that please encourage teens that you know and parents that you know to practice social distancing. Frankly, it's not happening as well as it should be in town. I was downtown earlier this week, and I saw large groups of kids, and not all of them high school kids, some of them, older young adults, but anything that you can do in your communities to remind people that we really have to practice this. It's hard for high school kids, as Keith talked about, because developmentally, it's appropriate for them to want to be with their friends and to want to be in groups. And we're saying you can't do that right now. So we have to acknowledge that and use every means we can for them to connect otherwise. The last thing that I'll say is David Melnick, who we've worked with on some trauma work, he and I were talking yesterday about the impact on families and the impact on kids. And, he said the term social distancing is really tough for him because we don't want to be socially distant. We want to stay connected. And so he's actually encouraging people to use the term physical distancing, which it's a nuance, but for teenagers, it's an important nuance to remember. And I know I've talked a lot about nuts and bolts, but you also need to know that underneath everything that we've been doing with our kids has been a strong need to stay connected with our kids and to keep them connected with the school. We have some kids that we haven't been able to contact. Those that don't have internet, we're running the gamut. In some cases, we're driving out and leaving things on their doorstep. In other cases, they're driving here to the high school and getting work from us. Rest assured, we're following protocols. We're gloved. We're stowing paperwork for 5 days before we touch it. So we're doing all of that stuff. But in some cases, we're literally, meeting people outside and exchanging packages, legal packages. So that's the high school. Thank you for all of the support you've given us as well. And we're on an adventure, but with the staff we have here, we're going to be okay.
So that's it from principals. I don't know if you want to hear from Paul and curriculum. Paul doesn't have anything to say. I have to say, Paul Smith and Deb Cardane have just been working overtime every day. I don't know. I don't think any of us have really taken a day off since about March 16th. But we did get a new template today. One of the principals just talked about the continuity of learning plan. We got a new template today, and that's what Paul and Deb and I will be looking at again tomorrow. So I guess now, David, I'll turn it over to you, and it'll be time for questions.
Great. Thank you, Lyle. Actually, since Carrie Amadon is here, I don't know if Carrie, if you feel like you can report a little bit about what's going on in our related town of Vernon or not. I know Mary's not on to help you out with it, but you don't have to, but I wanted to invite you to share anything you thought.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I can try. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Lyle, I think tomorrow Vernon is doing its first teacher parade. So I guess they're starting at the school and they've publicized where they will be going. So there will be a car formation driving around to wave and beep and say hi from a distance to the elementary school kids, which I just think is the greatest thing ever. I will be at the end of my driveway. And I think they've got an all school sing set up with Joanna tomorrow as well. So they're with you all. Mary's with you doing all the same things. And, let me just make this offer. When Lyle said that not all parents are cut out to be teachers, if you need a spokesperson or a poster person, I'm your gal, because this is not easy. So kudos to everybody for pulling it off. To me, what looks seamlessly. You all might be paddling ferociously under the water, but from my point of view, all I see is you guys just moving forward. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, exactly what Carrie just said. Mary, of course, is in all of our principal meetings and leadership meetings, and we just consider them part of the district. I forget sometimes that they're not, so we continue to work with them just as we do with everyone.
Great, thanks, Lyle. We have, since this is the first sort of official where you can hear each other, even though as unusual as it is, meeting for 4 of our board members. And I wanted to ask them, since many of us haven't heard their voices or even seen their faces, Jackie and Liz and Tim, and there's Michelle. Okay, your screen moved on my screen. I wonder if you folks would start us off, questions or comments or things you heard from the community you want to share, or pretty much anything. Jackie, I'd love to, why don't we start with you? You're in the middle of my screen.
Oh, great. Well, is it appropriate for me to talk about things that are happening at Green Street that we're experiencing that are going well and whatnot?
Mark wasn't able to come tonight, so that's perfect.
Great.
So my son's in kindergarten, and then my 2 nephews are students at Green Street, and they've gotten their packets of work and they're all getting their lunches and really enjoying it. But I'm just really impressed with the effort of all of the teachers, because not only are we getting communication from Will's teacher, we've heard from the nurse, we've heard from the principal. He's gotten little videos from the garden teacher about what's happening with the garden projects they've done, little videos from the French teacher following up with that, all school sing, and then other online music classes that we do what we can when we can get to it. But it just seems like such a huge effort to keep all of the kids connected, and I've been really impressed with it. So that's really my only comment right now. I mean, I'm fortunate to have a kindergartner. He's easy for us to engage with his learning right now, but I see the challenges that other parents are going through, and I feel for a lot of people, and I hope that through time that we can all adjust and it does become easier. But the efforts that I've seen from the teachers over there is it's amazing, and I'm sure that everybody is seeing a lot of the same. So I'm just feeling really appreciative to be part of this community while this is happening.
Great, thank you. Tim, are you still with us? You've been coming off and on. Okay, I'll see if, I thought he was still on by phone, but we'll see if we can reconnect with him. Michelle, would you like to share anything or any questions?
Yeah, hi everybody. I can only see 6 people, so this is this is weird being mostly listening. I'm from Dummerston, first board meeting, but I've been busy with the SU, and I've been so impressed with the people I've been working with as we've worked on the superintendent search, and that's been a really exciting process. But in the meantime, as a parent, kindergarten, elementary, middle, high schooler, I have all 4. I've been just totally overwhelmed. And the teachers, I'm so impressed, not just on how quickly everyone has collaborated to try to make sense of this, but the emotional support has really, I think on last Friday, we were wrapping up all of the superintendent stuff, and I wrote this confession letter to one of the teachers about how I'm the C- mom, and I just don't have a grip on this. And she just, within minutes, I got this, you're an A+++ mom, There's just been so much kindness and patience and and we all need it. You know, there's this vibration of stress around everybody, and I think we needed this time to acclimate. And so I really appreciate it. I've seen other friends in different states and places that are, I mean, they have kids sitting in front of a computer for 7 hours with 5-minute breaks, and it doesn't support education. And I've just been really proud to see how this district is handling it. I think Vermont in general is probably doing a really good job, but you guys have been doing great. I'm really, it's neat to hear what all the different places, how they're making things happen and coming together. It's difficult in a rural community, but yeah, that's it. Just bravo, everybody. You guys you're working hard and it's paying off. And I think that mostly the feedback I'm hearing from a parent's perspective is that people are feeling really supported. That's what counts.
Thank you. That's great.
Yep.
Liz Adams and Putney, do you have any comments or anything to share or any questions?
I really want to give a shout out to Lyle for the letter that she sent home to parents about just being with their kids and being an emotional support person at this point and not worrying much about the schoolwork, because on the different Facebook sites, there were so many parents who were just really freaking out about the whole thing. And I think that I took that letter and I pasted it all over Putney's to make sure everybody did see it, because sometimes they don't, you know, open an email from her. And you guys have been awesome. I can't believe how much has happened in like this 1-year cycle. Poor Lyle. But that letter hit the tone perfectly, Lyle, and I really appreciated it. My daughter did. And I know a lot of the community's members have. So you're doing a great job under terrible circumstances, but
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Liz. Tim Maciel, are you with us? Can we talk? Can you talk? I see you, but your video is very, very choppy.
Needs to be unmuted.
Can you unmute Tim? Yeah, I see him putting his hands up. So apparently not. You might try, Tim, if you can hear me, you might try calling in, just phone in so we can get your voice. At least have that. Great, thanks. One other thing, just before I ask for other board members, Frank and Gary Parsik did quite a lot of work, I understand, on actually making this all, and I imagine Paul did too, but I heard about Frank and Gary because neither of them were available for anything else on various occasions trying to put all this together. I don't know, Frank, if there's anything you wanted to share about the technology part of things or anything else, any other observations or comments?
Yes, thank you, David. Yeah, there has been a great deal of effort at the central office in a variety of levels, and I think we're making very good progress. I wanted to, I don't know if you want me to address it now, David. I did want to speak to other business under this segment of the agenda related to some capital projects. And just check, it's basically a check-in with the board, let them know what we will be working on, and as it relates to some RFPs, requests for bids.
Right. Yeah, so let's do that under the other business.
Okay, very good.
With this theme for now.
Yep, sounds good. But yeah, Paul, between Paul Smith, Gary Parsik, and Bob Wickberg, there really is a tremendous amount to be done with the internet and the connections, backup systems, and they've done a terrific job getting us where we are on that level.
Great, thank you. Other board members? Oh, Paul, so you do want to say something?
Just speaking of technology, the guys from BCTV BCTV would like you to check your name in the participant list and make sure your full name is there. This is if they're gonna be recording it. They apparently need that information. So You get there by clicking on the little participant icon up in the upper right, and then right-clicking or down arrow to get the option to edit your name. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Paul. Okay, any other board members have, just raise your hand and Thomas will unmute you as he sees fit. Thomas?
I can't unmute people.
Oh, okay.
They have to do it themselves.
David, can I speak?
Yes, Kelly. Yes, Kelly.
I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank Lyle and all the principals, all the teachers, any staff, administration. It's just listening to each of you talk about the things that you've done in such a short amount of time. It's very obvious that the kids are really important to you. And so I appreciate that. This has been, for a variety of ways, this has been very challenging and will continue to be challenging for people. So it's refreshing to hear that there are people that the academics are obviously important, and that's what the schools and that's what you're about. But it's refreshing to hear that you are also concerned and interested in the other portions of the students and the families and even the teachers' lives. So I wanted to take the opportunity to thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. Emily?
Okay, so I just wanted to say two things. First, I want to echo everybody's comments, thanking Lyle and all the principals and the teachers. I have lots of friends who are principals or are teachers in different school districts, and not a competition at all, but when we're talking, things will come up and I'm like, oh my God, they're like, wow, you guys are like doing everything already. So I'm like, oh, I like try to not say so much because I don't want folks to feel bad that the school district's so amazing, but I mean, that's a credit to everybody here who cares so much. So the question I did want to ask, which is for Steve, I just, I'm hearing all of the kind of comments, especially about the 7 through 12. And I guess I wonder, you said about graduation, prom and all those kind of things. Do you predict that those would be able to happen even in the summer, like afterwards, or when there was not quarantine, even if it was very late? Because it would be, those are things that I know I remember, and I'm sure a lot of students are thinking about that they might just miss. So is there not that there's a plan, but can that happen?
Sure. I mean, we can do anything we want. I think it's important that we do it. I think right now, and I said this to parents today, right now the governor's pretty clear that we can't gather. And so I don't want to do a plan and then find out, beginning of June, we can't go through with that. So we talked about the idea that, what we might do is a graduation ceremony in July. It's not ideal because, parents will be, they'll be going on vacations and doing things. We kind of want to do it before seniors who have college plans go to college, but so we're going to kind of wait and see. Okay. But we're pretty committed as a faculty and as an administrative team that we're gonna do something. They've asked, parents today asked, can we pick up our kids' caps and gowns anyways? And of course they can. We'll work that out. But this group of kids, and we're gonna do it somehow. I don't want to talk about specifics because given where we are in the middle of the pandemic, I think it would be premature right now.
Thanks.
Yep.
Tim Maciel, are you there on the phone now?
I'm here on the phone now.
Oh, great.
I'm sorry, I've just had bad time with the video.
Yeah,
but I just want to echo everybody's comments about what a fantastic job everybody has done. It's very, very moving.
Very great. Thanks, Tim. Anybody else? Any other comments from the board?
I have one question.
Yes.
Okay, so we have BCTV. Is there any possibility of working with BCTV to televise educational programming?
Well, they're not here to respond to that, but Lyle, do you have any knowledge about that? I don't know that we've done that.
I haven't, but I certainly can reach out to Vlasta and find out if that's an option for broadcasting.
Yeah.
Even if it's things like a story time or something. We have to be careful if it has students in the picture, because not all students are, we're not able to show pictures of all of our students, but certainly something like a read aloud, or a musical, like a couple of music teachers we have that are spouses could do a little concert that kids could sing along, or something like that, I think could be a possibility for us.
Is there a possibility for older levels to see like Planet Earth, or maybe have one day for one grade level and another day for a different level?
Yeah, I'll reach out to Vlasta and see, do some brainstorming with her. I can work with principals as well, and they'll like Kelly's idea about having the variety show and things like that. There might be things that we could do with that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, nobody's, oh, Sean, yes.
I just wanted to say, I got together with Michaela's group at 2 o'clock today, and doing the same Zoom. So that was good, the Deconstructing Whiteness group. And Friday at 1 o'clock, there will be the Guilford Leadership Council. So we'll do it in the same venue. So I just thought might be interesting people to know that.
You paused there a little bit, Sean. We lost a little bit of your video, your audio.
All right.
Michelle?
Oh, I did actually have one question, and I'm guessing every school is already working on this in their own way. I'm just curious, I guess if we're on top of meeting the needs of kids that are of special needs, that have IEP plans. I'm wondering what's happening to those kids who usually have more, one-on-one support in the school system.
Sure. So we are required to work toward meeting their IEP goals. Shelley Wilson, Marisa Duncan-Hawley, and Joe Gruda are all working with the special educators. Special educators are teaming with classroom teachers to look at the work that teachers are doing and how we're going to differentiate that. Some of those IEP goals will probably be met with what we had talked about. You've heard a few people talk about Zoom meetings. We've done some Zoom tutoring sessions with small groups with a teacher. So we're looking at how we're going to best meet the needs of those IEP students. I know some speech and language professionals have done some, some Zoom lessons so that they have the students in front of them working on those IEP goals. So yes, it's on our radar. It's not perfect yet by a long shot, but we certainly are attending to that as well.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? So we move on to the superintendent search update. I think we probably should start with Carrie, since she chairs that board, but I also would love for Kelly and Michelle and Anne to maybe talk a little about the experience. And then just to give them a little advance warning, Andrew Skarzinski, I'm hoping that you'll maybe say hello and might have a couple comments about the hiring process or anything else you'd like to say while you're here, as long as you're here. So Carrie, you want to?
Sure. Can everybody hear me? Did I officially unmute? Yep. There we go. So good news is that we see the light at the end of the tunnel. We've made an offer which has been accepted, and we are in contract negotiations right now with Andrew Skarzinski. I have to thank a lot of people, and I wake up at 2 in the morning and realize there's somebody I think I forgot to thank. But first and foremost, all of you who have been part of this process. Lots of community members. But there's three other people who come to mind, and I've got to figure out the appropriate way to really thank them. First is your former fellow board member, Christina Naylor, who we roped into sticking around a couple extra weeks just for the continuity. And she was fabulous. I've got to thank Don Collins, our consultant. I think is the new love of my life, and I've got to convince his wife to let me call him every day and just chat. And then, of course, the person who is behind everything that gets done in this district, Barb Nowakowski. Without Barb, I don't know what we would do. So Barb was just, every time I threw what I thought was a problem her way, she'd come back with, yep, I already did it. I'm like, okay, thank you. So I'm happy we are where we are at. It did take a lot of, towards the end, meetings while I sat in the parking lot somewhere. And of course, now they changed the open meeting laws. But happy we got where we got, and excited to welcome Andrew to this team.
Anne, would you like to add your voice since we can't see your face?
Who?
Anne? Oh, apparently we lost Anne for the moment. Kelly, any comments or thoughts or things you want to share about the superintendent search?
Well, just that it seemed it was a very large, looming process, and it seemed like it kind of just came together at the end, and it it just kind of like seemed to go well, and yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say. It just worked out very well, and I know that a lot of people were involved in shaping the process and being involved in the process, and yeah, so welcome to Andrew.
Thank you, Kelly. Michelle?
I don't know what to contribute here. I feel like I snuck in at the last minute and got to be an important person and part of this process in the last 2 weeks. It was a great experience. I'm super proud of all of the people that were part of this. I'm impressed to have learned about what, as a member of the community, I did not realize how extensive the work had been put in and the amount of thought and effort to open up this process to great options and find what's best for this community. And this, group, and with Christina, just super great people. It was as ethical and as honest and transparent as it could be. There was just great conversation and dialogue. We had great options, and we all walked away feeling fantastic about the person that we selected. I'm so excited. I've been like this all the time. So yeah, this has been wonderful, and I'm again only lived here about 1.5 years, and I'm just thrilled. This just affirms everything, all the reasons that our family's here, and I appreciate being part of it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Andrew, I know this is an unusual position to put you in, put you on the spot here, but we're, as I echo what everyone said, we're just delighted that you applied and were able to come and talk with us, and we're really glad to have the opportunity to work with you. So if you want to say anything, that's great. If not, it's entirely up to you.
I will try to make my comments brief. It's 7:30, and coincidentally 7:30 every night, for some reason, my dog starts to bark for about 5 or 10 minutes straight, and I'm not sure why. And he's 9 years old, but he's done this every day of his life. So I've been utterly so impressed with the process from start to finish. From the first call that I had with Don, where he called to say where we were in the process, throughout the first meeting with the board and the panel, or the panel rather, to the second interview with the board, everything that came out really solidified my belief of the community and what I'm looking forward to working, and who I'm looking forward to working with. there's a palpable sense, and you even hear it from the principals and the leadership teams tonight about the outreach and the importance of relationships and all the value we place in students and families and the work we have to do to make sure that their needs are being met. And I felt that throughout the entire process. So I'm thrilled to be here and thank you for all the warm wishes. Hopefully we will see each other in person soon. And then once we get past this physical distancing, and I like that comment, better than the social distancing, but once we get past this physical distance, I'm looking forward to meeting all of you in person. So thank you, and I greatly appreciate the welcome that I've received already.
Great, thanks, Andrew. Anything else or any questions about the superintendent process from anybody? We tried to keep it as open and transparent as possible. And so there's a lot of information through the process as well, but I guess we'll move on to other business. Great, thank you. Lyle, other than Frank had mentioned some information, is there anything else under other business that we?
No, I think just Frank. Yes.
Okay, great. Frank, please.
Okay, just some brief points. We have published the capital plan in the annual report. This is the time where we want to be moving ahead with specifications and requests for bids, requests for proposals. So I wanted to mention that that's our intent. Administratively, many of our projects are directly related to health and safety issues. So at this point, it's really just a reminder that we have a capital plan. It's on the website. It's something that we reviewed at the board meeting, and we'll be moving ahead primarily with the roofing repairs. Dummerston, well, actually, many of the buildings have some segments of roofing, including Guilford. The high school has a pretty significant HVAC controls project. So I just wanted you to be aware that you may see some advertisements in the papers, but as we've discussed before, we would, I would review the bid responses and then make a recommendation to the board at a board meeting as to a bid award, and then we proceed from there. So these are generally pretty non-discretionary type of projects that I'm talking about, particularly the roofing and the heating system controls, the ventilation system controls. So, I wouldn't expect, as long as the bids are meet the specification, I wouldn't expect there to be, a need for a lot of analysis and or discussion. But, if there's some interest in any of that, certainly there will be an opportunity to engage in that. So that's just more of a point of information. The other thing I just wanted to mention, kind of a good news, is the first phase of a controls project is really embedded in our maintenance budget. So it's actually not something that will be part of a bid, but it is work we're assigning right now in the buildings. And Efficiency Vermont has been very helpful in helping make sure that we are taking advantage of all the latest energy efficiency products that are available that are compatible with the systems, the biofuel systems, the pellet boilers, the things that we have in our buildings now. So they've actually committed a $10,000 incentive to a project that we've defined, and it is because they see the very favorable environmental impact that this has in terms of energy use. So just wanted to share that little bit of good news. And the last thing was just to check in to see if the board would like to schedule Stevens and Associates and a Building Green discussion at the April 15 agenda, or did we want to schedule that at another time? You don't necessarily have to make that decision now, but as you know, I need to give those folks some lead time to see if they can clear their schedules and join us. And that's on the academy.
Are you talking about the academy expansion?
Yes, the academy project. Yeah.
Yeah, Frank, I think we're going to talk a little later in the meeting about how we might want to adjust our schedules to maybe have more frequent and less full agenda meetings along the way, since the difficulty of finding a time when everybody's available and travel are removed. And so we'll talk about that. And I think at the last time, or the furthest out would be the April 15th meeting. We may want to do something in between if they're available ahead of time. And the same with the bids. If you, because we don't have students in the buildings, projects can start a lot sooner. And if you find that there's something you want to move on quickly, all we need to do is make sure that Barb has time to warn a meeting, and we can convene at a pretty short notice. People are available and have been really responsive. So, I think we have more flexibility. At the same time, we can't sit down and talk with each other. So in both cases, as the need arises, we can probably pull a quorum together fairly quickly.
That's good to hear. I do think that particularly the health and safety issues where we're dealing with air quality, ventilation, heating and systems, it's absolutely in the venue of essential services. We're being, cautious not to, counter the governor's directive about businesses and, groups getting assembled in our building. So we're very careful about making sure that this is consistent with the governor's directive. But we also do think that if we can move forward relatively quickly, we'll probably get a very competitive bids, and that obviously leverages our resources, which is always important. So thanks.
Great. Thank you. Any questions for Frank as we go forward? I don't see any hands. Okay, we'll move along to new business. The first thing, Robert's rules for small boards. Sean called me this week. That wasn't a hiccup on the technology. That was me. He called this week and made a really valuable point that trying to have a more relaxed meeting in a situation like this would probably be kind of difficult, in that for the chair to do the calling on people and sort of managing the meeting and not necessarily participating a lot. It seems like a better idea for the time being. And he also brought up some good points about Robert's rules and Robert's rules for small boards and some of the positive and negative aspects. So what I'd like to do is, what I'd like us to do, we have to move to adopt Robert's rules. And what I'd like to suggest is that we move to adopt Robert's rules, period. And that later on, maybe when we can actually sit down and feel less formal, as well as be less formal, we might want to move to adopt the Robert's rules for small boards. So if that's agreeable, if that's agreeable, I would entertain a motion to adopt Robert's rules.
So
Sean?
David,
yes.
I was going to say, so for now, that's no change.
Exactly, yes.
We just have to formally keep with the previous board's setup. Is that what you're saying? We have to confirm that we're staying with the same?
I believe so. The statute requires that we adopt Robert's rules, and boards have adopted Robert's rules for small boards when they're small. We're not all that small anymore, but we're not a Congress either, so we don't need the full breadth of Robert's rules. But I think that probably the default is we use Robert's rules because the state requires it until we adopt it, and then we do it because we adopted it.
Okay.
Unless Lyle or if you or anyone else knows that that's not correct, I'm not sure. I know it is in the statute that we adopted.
Yeah, I have not heard that would not be.
So Sean, I saw your hand. Sean, I think you had something to say.
I was just going to make the motion that we
Thank you.
adopt Robert's Rules of Orders for the time being.
And is there a second, please?
Second.
Emily seconds. So we have a motion and second to adopt Robert's Rules of Orders for our business meetings. Any questions, conversation? Seeing none and not hearing Ann or Tim. Hi, Tim.
Hi. I think I'm back, Dave.
Oh, good. Okay, great. Thank you. Would everyone in favor of adopting Robert's Rules, please raise your hand or say yes, or say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We unanimously adopted Robert's Rules. Thank you. Next are three motions under Head Start Early, Head Start refunding application. And two motions, and then the C on new business is the COLA and quality improvement funds, which also need action. And I asked Deb to prepare the wording for these motions for us, since she knows what she's doing. And rather than have us struggle with what should we move. So what I'd like to do is, actually, Deb, if you would say something about the refunding application, and then we'll vote on that, and then we'll go to the COLA and then the quality improvement.
Okay, all right. So for new board members, you are, the school board is the grantee for the Head Start and Early Head Start program that services all of Windham County. We have 184 children that starts from pregnancy all the way to kindergarten. And our sites are located, 2 sites in Westminster on Buck Drive. We have a classroom at BUHS, which is an early Head Start classroom, early Head Start being ages 0 to 3. We have a blended classroom with Oak Grove Pre-K. We have our Head Start classrooms located at the Canal Street School, and then our early Head Start classrooms are on Burge Street. Every 5 years, every Head Start program in the country is required to submit a fairly comprehensive 5-year continuation application. And over the course of those 5 years, every year we do an update. So there are annual applications, but this year is the biggie. And then every year, the federal agency of Office of Head Start will send teams of reviewers into our program to look at specific components of what we do. And if we successfully pass each of those segments, then we are eligible to apply for what is considered a continuation application. And that is where we are at. For those programs that may have some findings that are serious, their application becomes competitive. And so it's thrown out to the community to say, hey, if anybody else would like to do this, we're open to hearing what your proposal might be. But in the case of EES, we are in a position of being able to just submit an application for continuation. And this is a time when we might propose changes. We are not in that position this year. So basically what I'm asking for is your approval to start refunding application for business as usual. I did give you, I think probably Barb sent you all of the supporting documents. You have a strategic plan that talks about some of our goals. And there's some other documents that have more to do with the continuation application and the behavior support specialist that I'll get to in a minute. So in any event, I am asking for you to make a motion, and I should, before I say that, tell you that your governance responsibilities are shared with Policy Council. And Policy Council is comprised of sort of like the school board for EES. So we have 49% community representatives and 51% current parents. Fortunately for you, David actually sat on Policy Council as a board rep. So we might want to think about doing that again, but we won't talk about that tonight, having a member of the board sit on Policy Council. And we also had Jackie Reynolds as a policy council member and Liz Adams as one of the collaborative partners. So you have some knowledge in your board about Head Start. So with that being said, the policy council did approve these submissions last week. So now it comes to you, hopefully, for you to make the motion to give us permission to submit our application for $2,927,577 to serve 184 children in Windham County. So I'll stop with that.
Great. Are there any questions for Deb before we look at the motion?
No.
Oh, thank you. So what I would like is for someone to move to approve to submit Windham Southeast School District's Early Education Services, Head Start, and Early Head Start refunding application for $2,927,577 for fiscal year July 1, 2020 to June 30th, 2021 as presented. Would someone like to move that?
So moved.
We had a lot of volunteers there. I saw Liz and Thomas. Liz moved motion and Thomas second. Jackie, would you like to say something? Oh, your mic was on for a sec. Okay. So we have a motion moved by Liz Adams and seconded by Thomas Nolan to submit the Windham Southeast School District's Early Education Services Head Start and Early Head Start refunding application for $2,927,577 for FY July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. All those in favor, please raise your hand or say aye.
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 Thank you. That looks unanimous. Thank you. So that's the first of the motions. Now, Deb, could you tell us about the cost of living adjustment?
Yes, and I think I included the information memorandum in your packets.
Yes.
Head Start has given us the opportunity to apply for, let's see, $57,440. And as you can see by the guidance, they have pretty much mandated that we do an across the board minimum 2% cost of living adjustment for staff. And in doing so, we were able to calculate that cost being $47,440, and which leaves us with $10,000, which we would like to use toward the increased cost in the healthcare benefits that we offer our staff. So the request is that you make a motion to support the application of $57,440 to provide at least a 2% increase to all of the staff positions, as well as $10,000 going toward the health benefits, health insurance benefits.
Any question about the cost of living adjustments for the early ed services?
No.
Okay, seeing and hearing none, I ask for a motion to approve to submit Windham Southeast School District's Early Education Services, Head Start, and Early Head Start request for cost of living allowance funds to be used for a 2% salary increase for all Head Start and Early Head Start employees, with the remainder to be used toward the employer's share of health insurance premium costs for a total of $57,440. Would someone like to move that, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Ann. Seconded by Thomas. So moved by Ann Beekman and seconded by Thomas Nolan to approve the school district's early ed services Head Start and Early Head Start request for cost of living allowance funds to be used for 2% salary increase, and with the remainder to be used toward the employer's share of health insurance premiums for a total cost of $57,440. All in favor, please raise your hand or say aye.
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 Thank you. And any opposed? Great, unanimous once again. We've approved the submission of a request for cost of living allowances. And last, quality improvement, Deb.
So again, the guidance I included in your packets, but basically every year the Office of Head Start gives us quality improvement money, and they give us some guidance around things that they really want us to target with that money. And as Herb said earlier, you know, we are dealing with a lot of families who have with children who have adverse childhood experiences, and the parents themselves have had adverse childhood experiences. And we are definitely dealing with the effects of that in the classroom. We have 2 behavior support specialist positions at EES. One is currently funded through our Head Start budget. The other is funded from the Vermont Strengthening Families Grant, and that has been supported by that grant for the last 5 years. It is ending June 30th. And so we really feel it's important that we continue to provide that support in the classroom for the children, for the teachers, and for the families. And so basically the request is to replace the loss of funding that we currently have for one of those 2 behavior support specialist positions to the tune of $60,144. That includes the benefits as well as the salary for that position. So my request is that you motion to submit $60,144 under the quality improvement opportunity to fund the behavior support specialist position.
Great. Any questions for Deb? Emily?
I have a question. Do you have a person in mind for that position?
That position is open. We have been advertising for quite a while. And so the answer is no. It's been open for a couple of months. The other position is filled, but if you have someone that you want to recommend, please send them our way.
Well, not right now, but I'll be looking.
Great.
Thanks, Tim. Emily, you had a question?
Yeah, my question is, so I didn't 100% understand. So it sounds like the quality improvement money exists, but I heard something like it might not be renewed, but we're gonna fund this position. So is it that this position would come out of the current salary and then we have to figure out a different way to fund it in the future?
So what is happening right now is that this position that I'm asking your support to request funding for is currently funded through a special grant provided through the state of Vermont that's drying up at the end of June. We won't have that money anymore, which means we won't have the position anymore unless we use these Head Start federal funds to keep it going.
Okay.
Other questions? Seeing none, I ask for a motion to approve to submit Wyndham Southeast School District's Early Education Services Head Start and Early Head Start requests for $60,144 quality improvement funds to provide for a behavior support specialist for both programs. Would someone like to move that?
Emily, so moved.
Thank you, Emily, and seconded by Jackie Reynolds. So we have a motion to approve, move to submit the Wyndham Southeast School District's Early Education Services Head Start and Early Head Start request for $60,144 quality improvement funds to provide a behavior support specialist for the programs. All those in favor, please raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? And once again, we unanimously approve the motion to submit the request for quality improvement funds. Thank you, Deb.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
So we're postponing the Programmatic and Performance Equity Committee presentation. We do have an executive session coming up. I just wanted to say a couple of a couple of things and a couple of questions for people to think about. I mentioned earlier when Frank was talking about RFPs and needing to meet to approve things, and obviously the Academy update as well, that we might want to choose to have shorter, more frequent, shorter meetings. So that's a new idea. I don't want us to take a lot of time discussing it tonight unless people feel like staying online. But what I'd rather do is just ask you each to send me your thoughts, and then I'll see if what the sentiment is, and if it's something that we should try to pursue. Any things you think might be good about it, might be bad about it, and just any thoughts at all. Again, we could have one meeting for a half an hour to hear from the Stevens people, or we could have one for a separate meeting for 45 minutes to get an update on assessment policies or special ed, or we need to at some point set our own goals. I'm not sure if we'll be able to have a formal retreat this summer, so we may want to have a few short sessions to talk about those kinds of things. So that's a little of what I was thinking about. And since we now don't have to formally have somebody sitting in a parking lot, and committees can actually meet with a warned meeting and an open Zoom app, committees can meet as well and share documents and work together. So just wanted to see if we wanted to try and get together and do a little bit more planning and a little bit more figuring out what everybody on the screen has been doing for the last couple of weeks, except us, and that's figure out how to cope with all of this and how to make sure that we're staying up to speed but not burning ourselves out, and also that the administrators are getting the support they need. So I just wanted to, and Lyle has a comment.
I just want to make sure everybody remembers we have an executive session next week on Thursday at 6, and a training tomorrow at 4. So we will have some shorter meetings coming up.
Right. So we have them coming anyway. Yeah. So again, unless somebody has thinks it's a terrible idea, if you would just send me your thoughts about how we might structure our time together going forward until we don't have to anymore, I guess. Great. So then let me put this aside.
Can I ask one question, David?
Yes, Emily, go ahead.
So my question is so PPEC obviously is postponing their presentation, or the Programmatic and Performance Equity Subcommittee is postponing, and we're going to plan a meeting. But I guess my question is when are people choosing the committees that they're on, and is it fine to be operating? For example, if I'm going to go plan a meeting for PPEC, I'm operating under the assumption that the people who used to be on it are still on it. Is that like okay, because it hasn't kind of been done in a public forum, or how does it all work?
Well, we've never had this before. So, okay. I mean, I'm assuming that we can carry over those memberships from board to board. There are 4 new members, and I think I've heard from 3 of them on what the committees that they're interested in. I think what I'll try and do is connect people with the current chairs, and so you folks can talk about it, and we can get the committee staffed. But again, that's something that we could also spend 20 minutes doing together on a Zoom meeting as well.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm including the right people when I reach out to calendar things. So thank you.
Great, thanks. Okay, is there any other business before we go into executive session? Other thoughts or concerns? Okay, then I would like to move that we enter executive session to discuss is this personnel, Lyle?
Yes.
Yes, personnel under VSA Title 1313A1F, where the board has determined that premature general public knowledge would clearly place the school district or people involved at substantial disadvantage. Invited into the executive session are Lyle Holliday, Superintendent of Schools, and Steve Perrin, the principal of Broadway Union High School. And any other, I'll be back in a sec, Wendy. Any other?
I have a question.
Just a sec, Wendy, please. Lyle, anybody else need to? Okay.
Just Steve and me are good. Thanks.
Yes, Wendy.
David? Are you coming back?
Just to adjourn.
Okay.
David?
Will you let me know what time you've adjourned?
I
Through
will
email?
let you know. Yep,
Because I
yep.
can't I can't join your executive session, so
Right.
I have to close.
Yeah, I'll send that
phone
and the motions, that the 3 motions we just passed. Someone
That would
else
be
have?
great.
Yep.
I have a question. We're only coming back to adjourn, so I'm going to stop the recording of the
Yes.
video here. Okay.
Yes. Yep.
All right.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, Carrie. Thank you. Okay, I think I need a second to the motion and a vote to go to the executive session. Emily seconds, and all those in favor, please raise your hand or say aye.
I want to point out that the sun shines down